Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Lucifer Issei becomes Dragon God. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In a quiet part of Japan, far from the bustling city, stood a middle to upper class house. Inside, a family of 4 filled the living room. 2 adults and their twin children, a boy and a girl, all with striking silver hair. The man and the children had blue eyes, while the woman's silver hair matched her equally silver eyes. The twins were sprawled on the floor, engrossed in their drawings, while the adults engaged in light conversation. Moments later, the girl stood up, her drawing clutched in her hand, and approached her father. "Oda-san, look what I made for you and Oka-chan," she said, her voice bubbling with excitement. Her father smiled as he examined the drawing, which featured 4 stick figures resembling their family. "It's very nice, Valeri. Why don't you show it to your mother?" he encouraged. Valeri nodded happily and walked over to her mother, repeating her earlier gesture. "Oka-chan, look what I made for you and Oda-san. It's Oda-san, Uoniine and me," she beamed. Her mother's face lit up with a broad smile as she admired the artwork. "It's very pretty, sweetie, but—" she began, quickly scooping Valeri up under her arms and hugging her tightly. "I would have drawn us hugging." With that, she began to tickle her daughter, prompting laughter from her husband. After a few moments, the boy, Issei, stood up and approached his father. "Odin, I feel strange," he said, his brow furrowed. "What's wrong, Issei?" his father asked, concern creeping into his voice. Issei looked down at the floor, his voice barely above a whisper. "My tummy hurts a little. And something doesn't feel right." His father's expression shifted as he whispered to himself, "So, he has a bad feeling." Narrowing his eyes, he turned his gaze toward one of the windows. "Elena, take the kids to the basement," he instructed firmly. "What's going on, darling?" Elena asked, her brow furrowing with worry. "My father, Rizevin, is coming for a visit," Edward replied, his tone grave. Elena's eyes widened in understanding. "I see. I suppose they won't be able to see anything from the basement. All right, kids, come with me." "But why?" Valeri asked, confusion etched on her face. "Valeri, Issei, it's dangerous to stay close to where your father will fight. You don't need to worry. Remember, your father is one of the strongest in the world," Elena reassured them. "As you say, Oka-chan," the twins replied in unison. "Don't worry, I'll get you some ice cream, and everything will be fine," she added, trying to lighten the mood. Just then, an incredibly powerful presence filled the air. "I see he's already here. You better not lose, Edward," Elena said, her voice steady despite the tension. "When have I ever lost at anything?" "Forget it, just stay in the basement and don't come out," Edward replied, his focus shifting. Following his instructions, Elena took the children to the basement. Not even half a minute later, the door swung open, revealing a silver-haired man whom Edward knew all too well. Rizevin smiled at Edward as if they were old friends catching up after a long time apart. "It's been a long time since we last saw each other, son," Rizevin said, his tone deceptively warm. "Yes, it's a shame it was only 30 years, Edward replied, his voice laced with sarcasm. "You're such a bad son. Can't I come to visit and meet my grandchildren?" Rizevin continued, feigning innocence. Edward's calm demeanor shifted to a frown. "Don't try to play nice with me, just tell me why you're really here." Yar, fine. "The truth is, I found out that my grandchildren have certain sacred gears that interest me, and I want to take them to train them my way. And who knows, maybe reclaim my throne as the supreme demon king." Rizevin stated, his eyes gleaming with ambition. "Keep dreaming, father. You won't lay a finger on them, and besides, to become Mao again, you'd have to kill me. And let's just say that's going to be quite difficult for you," Edward retorted, his power beginning to surge as black flames flickered around him. "As you wish, son," Rizevin replied, his own power rising, enveloping everything in darkness. What followed was a fierce battle that obliterated the house and devastated everything within an 18-kilometer radius. The clash ended with Rizevin collapsing to the ground, exhausted, while Edward stood before him, breathing slightly. Amidst the rubble, a door to the basement was revealed, and Elena emerged, her expression determined. "Kids, stay here," she instructed, glancing back at Issei and a sleeping Valeri, whose face was smeared with ice cream. "Yes, Mommy," Issei replied, his eyes wide with concern. Elena moved to stand behind her husband. "Did you defeat him?" Edward turned to her, his expression weary but resolute. "Yes, age has weakened him a lot. In his youth, he could have even destroyed a celestial dragon, or so they say." As the couple spoke, Rizevin slowly began to rise, unnoticed by anyone. A spear made of darkness formed in his right hand. "You've grown strong, son, but there's something that makes you weak, and that's your foolish love," Rizevin taunted, hurling the spear of darkness at Edward and Elena. The spear pierced them both in the chest, and blood poured from their mouths and wounds. In the distance, Issei's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed the attack. "Damn it! Ugh, I let my guard down," Edward gasped, collapsing as Elena's body swayed and fell onto him. "Elena, forgive me, this is my fault," he murmured, desperation creeping into his voice. "Don't worry, my love. I knew something like this could happen, which is why I called for help. It's a shame it had to end this way. I would have loved to see our children grow up," Elena replied, her voice growing faint. "Me too. At least I can rest easy knowing they'll be safe," Edward said, his strength waning. "They are strong, especially Issei, and with the dragons on their side. They'll be fine," Elena reassured him. "Yes, besides, they make a lovely couple and know how to take care of themselves," Edward added, his eyes beginning to close. Slowly, they drifted into eternal rest. Rizevin, still on his knees, laughed triumphantly. "Ha! What an idiot!" He fell to the ground, coughing up blood. Before he could succumb to his injuries, he vanished in a magic circle, leaving chaos in his wake. Issei, carrying a sleeping Valeri, witnessed the aftermath. A few minutes later, a magic circle appeared, and from it emerged a slender man with black hair and a blonde streak in his bangs. Azazel surveyed the destruction, his eyes widening as he took in the scene. "What happened here?" he murmured, his gaze landing on the two lifeless bodies on the floor. Without hesitation, he rushed over to check their condition, his heart sinking as he realized they were dead. "Edward, Elena. How could this happen?" Azazel exclaimed, disbelief flooding his voice. Suddenly, he heard something moving slowly in his direction. Turning, he saw a small boy with tears streaming down his face, staring at the two bodies with sorrow, unable to control his sobs. Azazel said softly, his heart aching for the child. Issei fell to his knees, weeping uncontrollably in front of his parents' lifeless forms. Seeing this, Azazel didn't hesitate to embrace Issei tightly. "I'm so sorry. I should have arrived sooner," Azazel murmured, holding the boy close as they both mourned the tragic loss. "Godfather, let's go please," Issei pleaded, his voice thick with grief. "All right, just tell me where your sister is and we'll leave," Azazel replied gently. "Valeri is sleeping in the basement," Issei said, his eyes still fixed on the bodies before him. "Okay, you rest while I go find her," Azazel assured him. As Issei continued to cry, unable to tear his gaze away from the tragic scene, Azazel felt tears of his own fall. He quickly wiped them away before lifting Valeri from the ground. Once the three were together, Azazel activated a magic circle, ensuring he took the two bodies with him for a proper burial later. At the Grigori headquarters, a group had gathered. "So, can you tell me what happened to your parents?" Azazel asked Issei. Issei sighed. "All right, but first, can you get Valeri to let me go for a bit?" He was being hugged tightly by a sleeping Valeri, who mumbled something about overly affectionate siblings. Azazel chuckled. "No way, kid. If your clingy sister is stuck to you, you'll have to deal with it yourself. Now, tell me what happened." "DMN alcoholic crow," Issei muttered. "Rizevin showed up and confronted my father. After a while of fighting, he caught my father off guard, and the rest is up to your imagination." "I see. I suppose you no longer have a place to stay," Azazel said, his expression serious. "Seriously? Don't mess with me. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have realized, Issei replied, frustration evident in his voice. You're welcome, Azazel shot back. That was sarcasm, idiot. It doesn't surprise me that you're still a virgin, Issei retorted. Dean brat, how do you know that? Azazel asked, feigning shock. Valeri stirred slightly. Onion, more sweets, please. If she wakes up, I'll kill you, Issei warned. Anyway, changing the subject, you'll have to take care of us. What? Why me? Azazel asked, surprised. 6 words. Because you're our godfather, you nerd. Issei exclaimed. Okay, don't get mad. It was a joke. For only being 12, you have the mindset of someone 18 or 19, Azazel replied, trying to lighten the mood. Yeah, and you have the mentality of an 11-year-old and the alcohol addiction of someone whose girlfriend left him, Issei shot back. Azazel knelt in a corner, a dark aura surrounding him as he drew circles on the ground and muttered about disrespectful brats. You're pathetic, old man. Anyway, where will my appealing Imato and I stay? Issei asked, trying to redirect the conversation. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Just stay calm, they'll be fine. Who knows, maybe you'll meet a cute fallen angel. Considering your personality and how your father looked, it's possible that Penemu might fall for you, Azazel suggested. At that moment, Valeri sat up and exclaimed, That will never happen, Oni. He's mine and only mine. He's my Issei, and if that Penemu gets close, I'll kill her. Suddenly, an immense aura filled the room. Who the hell are you calling cowmelonsed, you spoiled brat? A voice called out. You, 7th class fallen. Or do you see another cowmelonsed person around here? Valeri shot back defiantly. Issei and Azazel exchanged glances. Here we go again. Neither Elena nor Valeri gets along with Penemu, Issei muttered. By the way, what are Issei-chan and Mini Elena doing here? Penemu asked, her curiosity piqued. Chapter 1. Azazel sighed. It's a long story. As he recounted everything, Valeri cried on Issei's chest, and Penemu felt a pang of sadness for her friends. We'll have to stay here for a while, Imato, Issei said softly. Yes, let me take you to my house so you can rest, Azazel offered. After saying that, the fallen angel led the little ones to his home, instructing Penemu to gather the rest of the cadres. An hour later, in a meeting room, the cadres were assembled. Why did you call us, Azazel? Barakil asked. Did something bad happen? Shimasai added. Did the war break out? Kokabil asked anxiously. None of that. What's happening is... Azazel began to recount the events. Minutes later. I'm sorry to hear that. Elena was Akino's godmother. I don't know how to tell Shuri and Akino. She was very close to Issei and Valeri, Barakil said somberly. I say we should turn them into the most powerful weapons possible for the fallen angels, Kokabil suggested. What are you saying, Kokabil? Are you aware of who those children are and what they just went through? Shimasai exclaimed. Yes. And so what? We've lost more people, and look at us. We're still here as if nothing happened, Kokabil replied. Touch the children, and I will make you regret it, Kokabil, Penemu warned, raising her aura. Calm down, everyone. I've already decided what to do with them. This meeting is just to inform you of the situation. With that said, I'll take my leave, Azazel concluded. One by one, the cadres left, leaving a frustrated Kokabil who wanted to confront his companions for being so soft. Once again, Issei witnessed the scene, smiling at the outcome and Kokabil's frustration. Exciting and fun times are ahead. I just hope I don't have too many problems from now on, Issei sighed. I'm going to sleep for once. Wow, I really am acting older than I am. Who cares? With that, Issei went to where Valeri lay, lying down beside her, kissing her forehead, and closing his eyes. The end. A week had passed since Azazel took care of the twins. Everything had gone smoothly. They quickly started making friends, including Rainier, Shemhazai's daughter, who was by far Valeri's best friend and also her rival. Everything was peaceful and quiet until one day. I can't take it anymore. Issei shouted. Hey kid, what's wrong? Azazel asked. What's wrong? What's wrong is that I need to train now. Issei replied, his frustration palpable. And? What for? Azazel inquired. I confirm it, you're an idiot, Issei said flatly. Kid, don't preach to me. But seriously, why do you really want to train? Azazel asked, his tone turning serious. Isn't it obvious? I want to be strong to protect my loved ones and make sure no one hurts them, Issei explained. What path do you choose? Azazel asked. As long as I can stand and fight, no one will have to shed a single tear. I will protect them all, and if anyone tries to hurt them, they'll have to deal with me first. That's the path I choose, and no one can change my mind. If necessary, I will surpass the most powerful, Ophis Ouroboros, Great Red, and even the Beast of the Apocalypse, Trihexa, Issei declared with determination. Are you serious? Are you sure? Azazel asked, raising an eyebrow. More sure than I am that I love Valeri, Issei replied confidently. Azazel laughed heartily. You convinced me. Follow me, your training starts now. Thanks, Godfather, but don't let Valeri find out, Issei warned. And why is that? Azazel asked, curious. Well, you see, Issei said, blushing slightly, it's just that how can I put it? She's a bit too lively, and I can't concentrate with her around. Hey partner, what did I miss? Drake chimed in. Issei finally woke up, shaking his head in disbelief. Finally you wake up, you overgrown lizard. You've been asleep for almost a month. Drake, still groggy, replied, seriously? That little time? Well, I'd better keep sleeping. Issei sighed in frustration. Oh please don't mess with me. Help me train, will you? With a reluctant sigh, Drake conceded, fine, but only for a little while, I'm tired. Azazel entered the scene, clapping his hands together. All right, let's get out of here. 1 week, 6 days, and 23.5 hours later, Issei lay exhausted on the ground, covered in injuries. Beside him, a black-haired boy with blonde bangs was in a similar state. Azazel, breathing, looked at Issei and said, okay, I didn't expect that last attack. You've really gotten strong, kid. Yeah, Issei replied, also breathing. Thanks. I was saving the Longinus Smasher for this moment. Azazel nodded in acknowledgement. Fighting against the leader of the fallen angels for 2 weeks without rest is no small feat. Drake chimed in, if I had to compare your power to someone, you'd be on par with Kokabeel. Wow, that's interesting, Azazel mused. I wonder how strong you'll be if you train like this every day. A few hours later, Issei and Azazel returned to Azazel's house, both looking battered and bruised. Penemu looked up from her spot, concern etched on her face. Finally, you're back. But what happened to you? Valeri rushed over, her voice filled with worry. Why all the noise? Anya-chan, tell me who did this to you. Are you okay? Does it hurt? Please tell me what happened. Azazel attempted to downplay the situation. I just trained him a bit, and... Suddenly, 2 massive auras filled the house, causing Penemu and Valeri to glare at Azazel. What did you do? They exclaimed in unison. Azazel stammered. I. You have 10 seconds to start running, Penemu warned. But why? He asked me to. 9. Relax. Azazel pleaded. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Calm down, be civilized people. You know what say, I curse you. Azazel shouted, his voice filled with desperation. In the underworld, it was said that a man's scream of pain echoed, cursing a certain Issei for making him suffer the wrath of women. A few days later, Azazel sat in his office, looking like a mummy wrapped in a bathrobe. Barakiel entered, raising an eyebrow. Hello, Azazel. What happened to you? Azazel could only mumble incoherently. I don't understand. If you uncover your mouth, maybe we can hear you, Barakiel suggested. Azazel finally managed to articulate. What I said was, I awakened the feminine wrath of a couple of psychopaths. Penemu, overhearing, asked, What did you say, Azazel? Not in the face, please, he begged, dropping to his knees, tears streaming down his cheeks. You'll learn not to insult me, Penemu replied sternly. Barakiel, sensing the tension, said, "Well, I think I'll go over there and do this and that." "No, wait, Barakiel, don't leave me alone with this crazy woman." Azazel pleaded. "You never learn, do you?" Penemu shot back. The end. Chapter 2. In Azazel's home, Issei and Valeri were attempting to cook, creating more of a mess than they intended since Issei had no experience and Penemu was absent to guide them. "Okay, now the sauce goes here and the watermelon over there," Issei instructed. Valeri looked puzzled. "Oni-chan, the pizza needs steak, right?" "I think so, but just in case, you should also add the chocolate ice cream over there," Issei replied. "As you say, Oni-chan. I've added the ice cream, the mustard is." Valeri trailed off. Issei pondered aloud, what else can a pizza have?" "I know. Detergent to clean your stomach." "I don't know, Oni-chan, that doesn't sound good." "Let me think," Valeri said, furrowing her brow. Flashback, 5 days before their parents' death. Elena, their mother, had warned, "And remember, daughter, detergent is not edible and is very toxic." "Okay, Mommy," Valeri had replied. Edward, their father, entered. "We're here." "Good, but what happened to you?" Elena asked, noticing their disheveled appearance. "Some girls kidnapped Issei for being, according to them, too cute," Edward explained. "Traitor! You promised not to tell her," Issei exclaimed, trembling. "Where?" Valeri asked, her voice barely a whisper. "In the park," Edward said, visibly shaken. "Who?" Elena pressed. "A girl with black hair, golden eyes and cat ears, along with a smaller girl with white hair, just like the other one." "Why?" Edward stammered. Elena and Valeri exchanged glances. "For nothing. I just remembered something, I'll be right back," they said in unison before leaving. Flashback end. Valeri shook her head. "Nope, I don't remember." Onion, you have sauce on your face." "Here?" Issei asked, pointing to his cheek. "No," Valeri replied, shaking her head. "Here," he tried again. "No, let me wipe it off," she said, stepping closer. She leaned in and kissed him on the lips, a kiss he reciprocated, lingering for a minute. When they finally pulled away, she wiped a bit of sauce off his forehead with her finger. "Hello, brats. I have a gift for you," Azazel announced, bursting into the room. Valeri squealed, "Kaiawea." Issei jumped back, startled. "Ah! What the hell is wrong with you? You almost gave me a heart attack." Azazel chuckled mischievously. "It wasn't that bad. Now let's go, I have a gift for you." "A gift? What is it?" Issei asked, curiosity piqued. "I'll take you to see familiars," Azazel revealed. "Really? I want a cute one." "What about you, Onion?" Valeri exclaimed. "Honestly, I don't know, I'll think about it on the way," Issei replied. "Well, let's go or you'll be talking all day," Azazel urged. Minutes later, in the forest of the familiars, the trio found themselves lost. "You said you knew the way." Valeri glared at Azazel. "I do know, but I got lost," he admitted, his voice taking on a comical tone. "Besides that, isn't this supposed to be demon territory?" Issei asked, looking around. "In principle, yes, but the forest also occupies part of the fallen angels' territory. Besides, it's neutral territory, so there's no problem," Azazel explained. "Does you say, Valeri replied, still uncertain. "What's wrong, Amato?" Issei asked, noticing her hesitation. "That," she said, pointing to what appeared to be eggs. "Could they be dragon eggs?" Azazel wondered aloud. "I don't think so, their smell isn't the same, and it seems their parents abandoned them a long time ago," Issei observed. "Poor things. Can we keep them, Oni-chan?" Valeri pleaded, her eyes wide with hope. "Yes, but stop making those eyes, they're too cute for my poor heart," Issei relented. "Thanks, Onion." Valeri cheered, hugging him tightly and planting a kiss on his cheek. "Okay, let's go. Whatever comes out of there is yours." "Now let's move, I'm tired," Azazel said, leading the way. They left the forest, each carrying their respective egg. A few hours later, Valeri sat next to the eggs by the stove, keeping them warm, while Azazel and Issei chatted in the living room. "Hey, old man, I have a question," Issei began. "What is it, brat?" Azazel replied, looking up. "I heard that Penemu had a boyfriend she loved very much, but according to you, she's always been single," Issei said, curious. "Yes, that's a lie she made up so that men would leave her alone. She's been a spinster since she was still a pure angel, and the old man was alive," Azazel explained. "I see, thanks for telling me," Issei said, nodding in understanding. Suddenly, a loud crack interrupted their conversation. "Onin, the eggs are hatching," Valeri exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement. The eggs cracked open, revealing 2 small cats with wings. "I call dibs on the blue one," Issei declared. "I want the white one," Valeri chimed in. "It's so cute and seems happy, I think I'll name it Happy," Issei said, grinning at the blue cat. The blue cat responded. "What an adorable thing. I love you, I'll name you." "I know. I'll call you Charles," Valeri exclaimed, looking at the white cat. "Ta-beam," the white cat replied, nuzzling against her. Azazel observed the creatures before him, noting their unique characteristics. "Those are exceeds," he remarked, surprised. "I thought they went extinct 2 years ago. They must be the last of their kind. I'll need to analyze them in detail and see if there are more exceed eggs hidden in the forest. Let's show them to Ray-chan," Issei suggested eagerly. "Yes, Onia-chan," Valeri chimed in, her excitement palpable. Azazel sighed, contemplating the implications of his discovery. "I suppose I'll have to buy cat food now. At this rate, I'll be broke. But who cares? Shimasai takes care of everything, not me. I'd better get some sleep, but first, a good glass of sake." He made his way to the kitchen, but as he entered, an explosion rocked the room. "Note to self, send the kids to cooking classes," he muttered, surveying the chaos. "Though this might be a powerful bomb. I'll think about that later. Let's see if the sake survived the explosion." "It survived? Oh, my beloved sake, what would I do without you? Never leave me." He opened the bottle, but a small spark of fire fell inside, igniting the drink. "No. My sake, no. Why, God, why do you always take the best?" The end. Chapter end. It was a appealing day in the underworld, where a silver-haired boy and a blue cat were searching for someone. "Ding Azazel. Where are you?" Issei exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. "I don't know, Issei. But why are you looking for him?" Happy replied, tilting his head. "I want to train, but no one is helping me, and I'm getting bored," Issei admitted. "What if you ask someone where he is?" Happy suggested. "I hadn't thought of that. I'll ask someone. Great idea, right?" Issei beamed. "Yeah, good idea, Issei," Happy agreed. Just then, a fallen angel happened to pass by, and Issei seized the opportunity to inquire about his godfather's whereabouts. "Azazel should be at Tom's bar," the fallen angel informed him. "And where is that?" Issei pressed. 10 blocks that way," the fallen angel said, pointing in the direction. "Thanks," Issei replied before he and Happy set off toward Tom's bar. After a few minutes, they arrived at their destination. The bar looked like any other, but a giant sign proclaimed it as the most awesome bar of all. As they entered, they found only 3 patrons inside, all of whom were completely drunk. "Hey, look guys, it's Issei," Azazel shouted, recognizing him. "Oh, you're Issei? I thought you'd be taller," Michael remarked, squinting at him. "So, you're the little nuisance Azazel spoke so fondly of," Xerxes added with a smirk. Issei's attention was drawn to a bracelet on Michael's wrist, which emitted a dark aura every time he drank. "I see. That's to avoid falling over," he murmured to himself. "What do you want?" Azazel asked, his tone casual. "I want a mission or training," Issei replied, determination in his voice. "Take one from my office. I don't care which one you choose," Azazel said dismissively. "Let the party continue," Xerxes shouted, raising his glass. "Yes," Michael echoed, clearly enjoying the revelry. "Issei, I don't like these guys," Happy whispered, his unease growing. "I wonder who these guys are," Since it doesn't sound like Azazel is friends with a demon and an angel, Issei pondered aloud. I'm just a kid, Tom, the bartender interjected. And who are you? Issei asked, curious. The bartender. Why? Tom replied, a hint of confusion in his voice. Because I didn't see you before. Changing the subject, who are those people? Issei asked, gesturing toward the trio. That's the Archangel Michael, Tom explained, pointing. And that's the leader of the demons, Zurch's Gremory, or Lucifer, depending on the case. So, Lucifer, huh? Interesting. He's the one my father left in charge while he was on vacation, Issei said, intrigued. Your father? Tom asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, my father, Edward Lucifer, Issei confirmed. Did you just say Edward Lucifer, the demon of extinction, the god slayer? Tom's face turned pale. Yes. Why? Issei inquired, sensing the bartender's discomfort. Nothing. Well, I'm off, Tom stammered, clearly nervous. At that moment, 2 magic circles appeared, and 2 figures emerged. Zurch's-sama, you have work to do. We're leaving, Grafia announced, her tone commanding. Michael Oniha, the paperwork is waiting for you, so we should get going, Gabriel added cheerfully. Suddenly, the doors swung open, revealing Penemu. Azazel, get to work. This is the last time you escape from me, she declared. The 3 leaders shouted in unison, "No!" Issei, help us. Azazel pleaded, desperation in his eyes. Please help me, Edward-sama. Zurches cried, clasping his hands together in prayer and kneeling before a picture of Edward. Please, Father, save me. Michael added, his voice tinged with panic. I'm leaving, Issei said, feeling increasingly nervous. You're not going anywhere. Aren't you going to greet your cousin? Or what? Grafia said, blocking his path. Grafiane, it's been a while, Issei said, trembling slightly. Jump. That's what I like. Now give me a hug, Grafia insisted, her smile warm. All right, Grafiane, Issei replied, embracing her awkwardly while she beamed at him affectionately. Just then, Gabriel spoke up. Lucifer, is that you? Lucifer, your Wani-chan is here. In an instant, Gabriel pushed Grafia aside and squeezed Issei tightly, exclaiming how much she had missed him. What's going on with her? Grafia asked, puzzled. It turns out Gabriel was very attached to Lucifer when he was still an angel, and it seems she thinks Issei-chan is Lucifer. I can't blame her, he looks just like him at that age. Anyway, Gabriel, let him go, he's turning blue, Penemu explained. What are you talking about? Gabriel said, looking down and realizing Issei was indeed blue. I'm so sorry. I mistook you for someone else. Yeah, Lucifer is my great-grandfather. My name is Issei Ryu Lucifer, he clarified. Nice to meet you. I'm Gabriel, she said, flashing an appealing smile and blushing slightly. Lucky brat, now Gabriel is part of your HM too, Azazel muttered, rolling his eyes. Hey, Grafia, what did you mean when you said he was leaving without greeting his cousin? Zurches asked, intrigued. His mother, Elena, is my aunt on my mother's side, and I see him and his sister as my siblings, Grafia explained. Nice to meet you all, but I have to go find a mission. Bye. Issei said, waving as he and Happy headed toward Azazel's office in search of an interesting task. Let's see what we have. Take down some rebels, hunt renegade demons, search for sacred gears. There's nothing interesting, Issei said, scanning the options. How about this one, Issei? Happy suggested, holding up a paper that detailed fishing for giant fish. No, Happy, that's really boring, Issei replied, shaking his head. All right, how about this one? Happy said, now holding a map and a paper that discussed investigating a mysterious abandoned city emitting a strange magical aura. See? That sounds interesting, Issei said, his interest piqued. Aye, sir. Happy cheered. Let's go, Happy, Issei declared, and together they set off toward the location marked on the map. Upon arriving at the ruined city, which looked at least 100 years old, they noticed one building that emitted a faint magical energy, drawing their attention. Issei, that place looks like a library, Happy observed. Yeah, let's check it out. It's the only noteworthy place in these ruins, Issei agreed. As they entered the library, they were met with a scene of disarray. Dust covered everything, and the books were either destroyed or illegible due to age. However, one shelf caught Issei's eye. Unlike the others, this shelf was in good condition, as if someone had taken care of it. Intrigued, Issei approached and began to read the titles aloud. Issei stared at the collection of books before him, each one filled with intriguing titles: Dragon Slayer Magic, Healing Magic, The History of All Mythologies, Lost Magics, Elemental Magic, Kekkei Genkai, God Slayer Magic, Life Magic, Types of Haki, Akuma no Mi, Death Magic, Forbidden Magics, Pollution Magic, Elemental Creation Magic, Division Magic, Spiritual Magic, Body Destruction Magic, Mystical Beings and Gods, Gravity Magic, Blood Magic, Legendary Weapons, Sealing Magic, Types of Curses, and How to Remove Them, All Languages, and Cooking for Prodigies. He furrowed his brow in confusion. How strange. I can't read this book, it's in another language. What's the name of the book? Happy asked, hovering beside him. It's called END, Issei replied, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. But now that I think about it, all these books are handwritten, and they all bear the same author's signature. Who's the author? Happy inquired. A certain Zerif Dragneel. That name sounds familiar, but I can't quite place it, Issei mused. What do we do with the books, Issei? Happy asked. I'll take them, but don't tell anyone, okay? Issei instructed. Aye, sir. Happy responded with a salute. As they prepared to leave, a strange aura caught their attention, drawing them in its direction. Unbeknownst to them, someone was approaching the library. This figure had black hair and eyes, dressed in dark clothing. When Issei and Happy arrived at their destination, they found a boy with blonde hair and gray eyes sitting on a rock, his clothes torn and his body marked with wounds. Hey, are you okay? Issei called out. Sort of. And who are you? The boy replied, looking up. I'm Issei, and this is Happy. What about you? Issei introduced himself. My name is Saji Genshuru. By the way, how did you get here, and what are you doing? Saji asked, curiosity evident in his tone. We're just exploring and wanted to see the ruins over there. What about you? Happy chimed in. You wouldn't believe me if I told you, Saji said, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Tell us anyway. If you haven't noticed, the cat is flying, and let's just say I'm more than an ordinary human, Issei encouraged. Saji sighed, realizing he might as well share his story. Well, you see, my parents were killed by what I was told were dark dragons and a demon named Shalba Beelzebub for opposing something called the Cows Brigade. I barely managed to escape thanks to... Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Vritra, is that you? Drag, long time no see. How have you been? Vritra responded, a note of warmth in his voice. I'm good. And you? Drag replied. Do you know each other? Issei and Saji asked in unison, confusion etched on their faces. Yes, Vritra is an old friend from when we still had our bodies, Drag explained. That's right, Vritra added. Drag and I were good friends, along with Tannen, Yulong, who was my rival, and little Fafnir, who was a big fan of ours. Wait, Fafnir? Isn't he the Golden Dragon King? Saji asked, his interest piqued. Yes, that's how he's known today, but in the past, the Dragon Kings were just Vritra, Tannen, Yulong, and Tynamit, who is the Pale One's cousin and the mother of the current Dragon Queen, Tiamat, Drag clarified. You mean she was... Vritra interjected. What do you mean she was? What are you talking about, Drag? Issei pressed. Well, you see, my friend, the truth is, Drag began. An ex-host of Drag killed her. If I'm not mistaken, his name was Sasori or Saskori. The point is, he killed Tynamit in cold blood right in front of her daughter, and she, blinded by rage and revenge, destroyed and killed everyone she loved, even those who had nothing to do with what happened. Then, after a few years, she killed her mother's murderer in the same way he had killed her mother. Since then, she has been given the title of Dragon Queen of Karma and Chaos. She hates Draig's hosts because it was he who gave power to Saskosi to kill Tynamit, Vritra explained. Apparently, she thinks all my hosts are evil and want to kill her when all those who sought her were trying to apologize for what Sasori did, but she won't let them speak and attacks them as soon as she sees or senses them, Draig added. How old was she when that happened? Saji inquired. She was only 4 years old at that time, but that was a long time ago. If we convert dragon years to human years, she should be about the same age as you now, Vritra replied. Dragons look young until adolescence, where they grow normally. The same goes for little Fafnir and Loki's son, Midgard-Sormr, or was it Jormungandr? Draig mused. It's Jormungandr. The little one is a big admirer of you long, Vritra clarified. Changing the subject, Issei turned to Saji. I suppose you don't have anywhere to live? That's right. I don't have a home, it was destroyed by that monster, Saji admitted. Then how about you come with me? Issei offered. Go with you? Where? Saji asked, surprised. Issei proceeded to tell him who he really was, his story, and where he lived. Wow, I didn't expect all that. But I guess between going with you and wandering around, I'll stick with you, Saji decided. Alright, let's go to my house. I'm sure you'll like it, it's a really nice and peaceful place. Most of the time, Issei assured him. Most of the time? What do you mean? Saji questioned, raising an eyebrow. Let's just say there's the occasional problem, but other than that, it's quiet, Issei replied with a shrug. Okay, I guess. Are we leaving now or what? Saji asked, eager to move on. With that, the three of them headed to Grigori, keeping everything about the abandoned city and the library a secret. Upon their arrival, they searched for Azazel and eventually found him chained to his desk, buried under a mountain of paperwork. Azazel, are you busy? Issei called out. Issei! Help me, I've been kidnapped. Ah, and who is this? Azazel exclaimed, his eyes widening as he noticed Saji. Issei freed him and explained everything that had happened, omitting the details about the city and instead claiming they had gone fishing but hadn't caught anything. Azazel accepted the story and allowed Issei and Saji to leave his office to explore. Phew, finally free. Now what do I do? I know, I'll go back to Tom's tavern, Azazel said, rubbing his hands together. No, you're not going anywhere, you're staying here, Barakil interjected, crossing his arms. You can't tell me what to do, I'm your leader. Azazel protested. That's true, I can't, but she can, Barakil replied, gesturing toward Valeri. Azazel, why did you send Oniai-chan so far away from me? Valeri demanded, her tone sharp. But he wanted to go on that mission. Azazel stammered, clearly intimidated. Accept your punishment for keeping him away from me and finish your work, or I'll destroy you myself, Valeri threatened, her eyes narrowing. Calm down, Valeri, don't kill him, Charles interjected, trying to defuse the tension. If he doesn't work, I'll kill him. I'm not a fallen, so I don't have to obey you, Azazel, Valeri declared. Defiantly. All right, I'll work, but can I at least take a break? Azazel pleaded. No, and if you even think about escaping, I'll tell Penemu to help me and Barakil-sensei to bring Shuri so we can punish you together, Valeri warned. At her words, both Azazel and Barakil turned pale, one because he could barely withstand the punishments from one person, and the other because, despite being SSC, his wife was a formidable SDST. How I love working, how I love working. Azazel lamented, his voice dripping with sarcasm. This is pathetic, Charles remarked, a sweat drop forming on his neck. Charles, let's go. Valeri said cheerfully. I want to see Oniai-chan and find out who he brought. The fear that women can instill is, Barakil began, shaking his head. Too high. If they can impose that at 13, imagine when they're 20, Azazel finished, a resigned expression on his face. Barakil expressed his concerns, saying, I don't know about you, but I'm worried that Aquino and Valeri will stick together. Aquino is starting to resemble her mother too much, and Valeri looks too much like Elena. Azazel chimed in. Speaking of Valeri, did you know? Barakil looked puzzled. Know what? Valeri was born with the purpose of being Issei's wife and maintaining Lucifer's pure bloodline. Why do you think Valeri resembles Elena more than Issei, even though they're twins? Azazel explained. Barakiel furrowed his brow. I don't understand your question. Azazel continued. She is, in a sense, a clone of Elena, born from her womb along with Issei. But how is that possible? Barakiel asked, bewildered. I don't know, but don't tell anyone. This is an SSS-ranked secret, Azazel warned. As you command, Barakiel replied, preparing to leave. Goodbye, Barakiel, Azazel said. 2 months had passed since Issei and Saji had met, and they had become best friends. During this time, they encountered a blonde-haired boy whom Azazel had kidnapped, the Golden Dragon King, Fafnir. Azazel had initially intended to trap him in an artificial sacred gear, but Issei and Saji, with the help of their allies, convinced him it was a bad idea since Fafnir was still a child. Reluctantly, Azazel agreed and apologized. Upon learning who Issei and Saji were, Fafnir became excited because they were the hosts of 2 of his idols, and they quickly formed a friendship. Present day. Alright guys, now I'll show you my new technique, Issei announced. With that, he unleashed his dragon roar of lightning, and a massive bolt of electricity shot from his mouth, turning some wooden mannequins located about 10 meters away into dust. Saji smirked. It's good, yes, but mine is better. He then demonstrated his dragon roar of poison, spewing an excessive amount of poison that melted the targeted mannequins due to the toxicity of the venom. That's nothing, guys, watch and learn, Fafnir exclaimed, preparing to showcase his own skill. He unleashed his holy dragon roar, and a white laser shot from his mouth, incinerating the mannequins he aimed at. I think you're getting a bit cocky, guys. Now I'll show you the power of a true dragon, Issei declared, activating lightning mode as his body became enveloped in lightning. With a fierce roar, he unleashed the god dragon roar of electric flames, an incredible amount of black and red flames surrounded by lightning shooting from his mouth. The area around them was completely destroyed, except for where his friends stood. So, what did you think of that? Issei asked, grinning. Saji held up a sign that read 9.8, while Fafnir held up one that read 9. Almost, Issei replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Saji then pondered, so what do we do now? We can't just stay here since a certain friend of mine destroyed the whole place. How about we go to my house in Asgard? I haven't shown you the place where I grew up, Fafnir suggested. Sounds good to me. What do you think, Issei? Saji asked. I'm fine with it, but are we going alone without telling Azazel? Issei replied. You're right, at least let's tell him, Saji agreed. Fafnir hesitated. Okay, but please keep that guy away from me. Are you still afraid he'll lock you up in that junk? Saji teased. I'm not afraid. I just feel uncomfortable with his presence, Fafnir insisted. In other words, you're scared, Issei teased. I'm not scared, damn it. Besides, why would I be afraid of an old drunk who lives in a lab? Fafnir retorted. Just then, Azazel appeared. Did someone call me? Fafnir yelped. Kate. Issei and Saji burst into laughter. What was that scream? Saji asked, still chuckling. That didn't sound very masculine, to say the least, Issei added. Shut up, you idiots, it's not funny. Fafnir shot back, flustered. Azazel, confused, asked, I don't understand what's going on here, but why did you call me? We're going to my house in Asgard, Fafnir replied. Asgard, the land ruled by Odin? I would oppose it, but if you're going to your territory, there's no problem. Although none of you 3 are fallen, so I really don't have power over you, Azazel said. Hey guys, I'm here, a voice called out. Happy. And where are the other 2? Issei asked. Coming. Happy replied. At that moment, 2 winged cats appeared. One had red fur and wore a blue vest. This was Lecter. The other had black fur, wore only black breathes, and had a crescent-shaped scar next to his left eye. This was Panther Lily. Hi, Fafnir-kun. Lecter greeted. Good morning, Saji. Lily added. Guys, guess what? We're going to Asgard. Fafnir announced. Awesome, Fafnir-kun. When are we leaving? Lecter asked eagerly. Right now. Saji replied. Great! Lily exclaimed. So what are we waiting for? Issei said, excitement building. And Dando, happy, declared. Aye, sir. After saying that, Fafnir sent them through a portal that led to what appeared to be a vault filled with gold, jewels, and other high-value items. Welcome to my room, Fafnir said proudly. It's appealing, Fafnir Cohen, Lecter admired. Now I understand why they call you the Golden Dragon, Issei remarked. Am I the only one who thinks you have more than enough money? Saji asked. Hee, these are just a few mementos I've collected over time, Fafnir replied with a grin. So, are you going to show us your house, or do we have to explore it ourselves? Issei inquired. Yes, just wait a moment while I remember how to get out of here, Fafnir said, looking around. Wait, are you saying you don't know how to leave your own room? Saji asked incredulously. It's just that with so many things scattered around, the exit isn't always obvious, Fafnir explained sheepishly. Don't worry, Fafnir Kuhn, I'll help you, Lecter offered. Well, since we have no other choice, we might as well help. Let's go, Happy, Issei said. Aye. Happy responded enthusiastically. That's fine, but if I find something I like, I'm keeping it, Saji declared. Saji, that's stealing and it's wrong, Lily admonished. With that, they all began searching for the door to the room, tossing mountains of gold onto the floor in their quest. In another part of the underworld, deep within a forest, a girl with black hair and golden eyes, adorned with cat ears and two tails of the same color, sprinted through the trees. She appeared to be around 16 years old and was being relentlessly pursued by a group of demons. Demon renegade, stop and face your punishment for killing your emsu, one of the demons shouted. Filthy cat. Even after killing your emsu, you refuse to accept your judgment, another demon taunted. In it, leave me alone already, the girl cried out in frustration. As she ran, she conjured a magic circle behind her, from which magical spheres erupted, striking the demons and enveloping them in a cloud of smoke. I finally got rid of those bees, she sighed, catching her breath. But I need to get out of here before more of them come. Before she could finish her thought, a laser beam pierced her right leg, causing her to collapse to the ground as blood flowed from her wound. DMN. You killed them all too. How can you be like this? They were my friends, one of the demons lamented, his voice filled with anguish. Yeah, and they tried to kill me, she retorted defiantly. That doesn't matter anymore. Kuroka Hellcat, under Article 166 of Demon Laws, it is my duty to end your life for the crimes you've committed, including the murder of your MSTR and evasion of the law. Say your last words. Kuroka closed her eyes, a resigned expression crossing her face. I guess this is it for me. I'm sorry, Chiron. I would have liked to spend a little more time with you and explain what really happened, but I don't think that will be possible. In that case, die. The demon began, but his words were cut short. Kuroka opened her eyes just in time to see a beam of light pierce the demon's chest, ending his threat. What the? Who did that? She exclaimed, bewildered. As she spoke, a figure clad in silver armor descended before her. The armor dissolved into particles of light, revealing an appealing 13-year-old girl with long silver hair that cascaded down to her knees and striking blue eyes. She wore a white blouse with a leather jacket and a dark blue skirt. My name is Valeri Karen Lucifer, the girl introduced herself. And you? I am Kuroka Hellcat. Did you say El Lucifer, like the demon king Lucifer? Kuroka stammered, still in shock. Yep. That wound must hurt. Let me help you heal. As she spoke, a green aura enveloped her hands, and Kuroka felt the pain in her leg begin to fade. Why did you save me? Kuroka asked, her voice laced with suspicion. Because you were in danger. Why else? Valeri replied matter-of-factly. But I'm a criminal. You'll be in trouble for helping me. Besides, who's to say I won't attack you now that I'm healed? Kuroka challenged. First of all, I already know your story and your reasons for what you did. Second, you don't have enough magical power to face me, and even if you did, you wouldn't be a match for me. I am the most powerful Hakuryuku in history and the Wind Dragon Slayer. Hakuyuku, you wield the white dragon? Kuroka asked, her eyes wide with astonishment. Yes, but I'm still no match for my twin brother Issei. He is the current Sekiryu and the dragon slayer of all elements, among many other things he hasn't finished telling me. Why your brother is the Sekiryu? Kuroka gasped. Yes, but we need to get out of here, Valeri urged. Get out? Where to? Kuroka inquired, still trying to process everything. We'll see. Just follow me, Valeri instructed, leading the way. Meanwhile, in Asgard, a group had successfully left Fafnir's room and was now exploring the breathtaking lands of Asgard, populated by various races, including dwarves, elves, valkyries, and hobbits. They were surprised to see humans among them, but the expressions of fear, anger, or seriousness on the faces of the inhabitants caught their attention. It became clear that those looks were not directed at the newcomers but rather at something troubling that had occurred. Hey, Fafnir, do you know why everyone looks like that? Saji asked, glancing around. I don't know, let's ask someone, Fafnir suggested. At that moment, Lecter approached a passing dwarf. Excuse me, sir, could you tell us what's happening with the people here? He asked politely. Of course, young one. The great Lord Odin has decided the fate of Loki's daughter, Hela, in Ragnarok, the dwarf explained. And who is she? Issei inquired. She will be the goddess of death and will be responsible for torturing our souls once we die. Therefore, Lord Odin has placed a curse on her so that no one approaches her, and he wants to banish her forever from Asgard and send her to Helheim, from which she will never escape. But it seems that Odin's second son, Loki, does not agree with this. Apparently, he is furious about how his father treats his children and condemns them in such a manner, the dwarf continued. But why does Odin do that? Saji asked, puzzled. He wants Ragnarok to be fulfilled to the letter, no matter what, and it is the duty of all Asgard to comply as well, the dwarf replied. Fafnir muttered under his breath, I don't like this. What's wrong, Fafnir? Issei asked, noticing his friend's discomfort. It's nothing. Thank you, sir, we'll be on our way, Fafnir said, dismissing the conversation. Goodbye, sir, Lecter added as they moved away. Fafnir led the group a little way from the city to a small forest nearby. Why did you bring us here? Didn't you want to show us your homeland? Saji asked, confused. Yes, but there's something I want to check, Fafnir replied, his expression serious. And what would that be, Fafnir-kun? Lecter asked, intrigued. Gander. Fafnir said, his voice low. What? Saji asked, puzzled. Big. Fafnir snapped back, exasperated. No, idiot. I said Gander, my childhood friend, Jormungandr, the sleeping dragon king. What's wrong with him? Happy asked, concerned. It's about what that dwarf said. Gander is one of Loki's children, which makes him Hela's brother. If Odin did that to his younger sister, he wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. Knowing him, he probably did something reckless, Fafnir explained. Well, let's go find him. Do you have any idea where he might be? Issei asked, determined. Yeah, I think I know where he could be, Fafnir replied, leading the way. They soon arrived by a small river, where they found a boy with red eyes and black hair that covered his right eye. A bleeding wound stretched from his nose to beneath his right eye, and he was crying. Demented. Hela, forgive me, but I couldn't save you from your fate, he sobbed, tears streaming down his face. Gander! Fafnir shouted, rushing toward him. That voice. Fafnir? Gander looked up, recognition dawning in his eyes. Gander, I knew you'd be here. What happened to you? Fafnir asked, concern etched on his face. It's a long story, Gander replied, wiping his tears. By the way, who are they? They're friends, but don't worry about that. Just tell us what happened, Fafnir urged. All right, it all started a few days ago. Gander began, his voice heavy with emotion. Flashback. It was a normal day in Asgard when Loki was summoned along with all his children by Odin. Why have you called us, father? Loki asked, a hint of apprehension in his voice. Odin, Loki, my son, I have foreseen the fate of your daughter Hela. At those words, Loki tensed noticeably, already fearing the worst for Hela. as he knew the fates of all his children except for her. "And what would that be?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Odin declared, "She will be tasked with torturing the souls of all the inhabitants of Asgard. She will become the goddess of the underworld and lead the undead during Ragnarok. She will take more lives than anyone else at the end of times. I'm sorry, son, but your daughter cannot stay here any longer. I have decided to banish her to Helheim for all eternity." Loki stammered, "Father? She's just a child." Odin shook his head. "No, Loki, she is not a child. She is a monster in the body of a child. As the monster she is, she must look the part. Guards, bring that monster before me." "Yes, sir," the guards responded in unison. One guard stepped forward, barking, "Come here, you monster. Don't touch her." Fenrir growled, his protective instincts flaring. 5 guards attempted to seize Hela, but Loki and his children stood firm, blocking their path. However, one guard managed to slip behind them and grabbed Hela by the arm. "Now, you monster, the great Odin wants you too," he began, but his words were cut short as a dark aura emanated from Hela, enveloping him and ending his life. Hela blinked in confusion. What happened?" "Do you see?" Odin exclaimed, his voice filled with fury. "She is a monster hiding behind the face of a child, and I will ensure everyone sees your true face." With that, Odin approached Hela and forcefully grasped the left side of her face, lifting her up. "Let everyone see that you are nothing but a miserable monster." As he spoke, a blinding light surrounded them, and only Hela's cries of pain pierced the air. Loki moved closer, desperate to intervene, but Thor held him back. "Thor, get off me. I need to help her." Loki pleaded. "I'm sorry, brother, but those are our father's orders," Thor replied, his grip unyielding. When the light finally faded, Odin stood over a weakened Hela, whose left side appeared lifeless, his expression one of hatred and disgust. "Daughter. Father, what have you done?" Loki gasped, horror etched across his face. "I did what I had to do," Odin replied coldly. "I give you 1 week to say goodbye to her, then she will leave for Helheim forever." Hela's voice trembled as she whispered, Father, help me," before collapsing to the ground. Loki's heart sank. "Hela, Father, this won't end like this." Flashbackins. Gander recounted, "After a couple of days, I tried to confront Odin, but Thor intervened and attacked me with his hammer, leaving me with this wound." "Those beasts," Fafnir exclaimed. "But why is Odin acting this way? He wasn't like this before." Issei's expression turned serious. "This aura." "Issei?" Happy asked, sensing his distress. "What's wrong, Issei?" Saji inquired. "I know what's happening with Odin." "Gander, leave this to me," Issei asserted. "What are you going to do?" Gander asked, a mix of hope and skepticism in his voice. "Save your sister, restore your honor and that of your family, and save Odin," Issei replied confidently. "Save Odin? Don't you realize what he's doing?" Fafnir questioned, disbelief evident. "Let's just say he isn't himself right now." "But you all wait here, I'll handle this," Issei insisted. With determination, Issei began walking toward Odin's castle. "All right, you heard the boss. Let's move," Saji declared, positioning himself beside Issei. "But where are you going?" Fafnir asked, confusion written on his face. "To Odin's castle," Saji answered. "Wait, we're coming with you." Fafnir insisted. "You think you're going to storm a god's castle?" Gander exclaimed. "Fafnir, I know you're strong, but you're underestimating those two if you think you can let them go." "Well, actually, Saji wields Vritrasama, and Issei wields Dragsama. Plus, Issei could take me down in 2 hits, Fafnir said nervously. "Besides, Issei knows healing magic. He can heal your wound." "Well, if what you say is true, let's go." Gander agreed, and they all headed toward Odin's castle, united like a crew on a mission. To be continued. Next chapter, Dragons vs. Gods. Chapter end. As they approached the entrance to Odin's castle, Gander noted, "The entrance is barred, and there are many guards here." Issei replied, "That won't be a problem. But come closer so I can heal your wound. All right, but how will you do that? Gander asked, curiosity piqued. You'll be surprised, Sutta chimed in. It's easy, just watch, Issei said, raising his right hand, which glowed with a green aura. He brought it close to Gander's wound, and it healed instantly. How did you do that? Gander marveled. Dragon Slayer magic of wind, Issei explained. Wait, doesn't that hurt you when you use it? Gander asked, still astonished. No. Well, yes, but there's a way to use it without getting hurt, Issei replied, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Gander's eyes sparkled with excitement. Will you teach me? Issei maintained a poker face. Yes, but later. Well, let's enter the castle, Fafnir urged. They approached the main door, but the guards blocked their way. Halt. Identify yourselves and tell us the purpose of your visit to the great Odin's castle, one guard commanded. We've come to confront Odin, Saji declared boldly. What did you say, kid? The second guard scoffed. Time to sleep, Fafnir said, swiftly knocking them out with a blow to the neck. Was that really necessary? Gander questioned, raising an eyebrow. Well, if you're trying to confront Odin, you have to be seen as a threat. Just to be safe, I knocked them out, Fafnir explained. More guards approached, shouting, Stay where you are. Aren't those the Dragon King Fafnir and the Dragon King Jormungandr? One guard exclaimed. Call for reinforcements, another shouted. This is getting annoying, I'll handle it, Issei said, raising his left hand and clenching his fist. In the main hall of the castle, Loki stood before his father, encased within a magical barrier, while the other gods remained on the opposite side. Father, Loki began, his voice steady. Loki, what does this mean? Odin exclaimed, his tone a mix of anger and confusion. This is the end, father. I can no longer stand by while you harm my family. I've asked you time and again to reconsider or to stop, but you haven't listened. Because of you, my children live in fear of their fate, and I can't bear it any longer, Loki declared, his resolve unwavering. You're an insolent brat. I won't listen to any more of your nonsense. Odin retorted, his voice rising. Nonsense, you say? You're the real impertinent one. I'll make sure to end you, even if it's the last thing I do. Loki shouted, his anger boiling over. Just as he prepared to attack, an earthquake shook the entire area, causing part of the castle and the barrier to crumble. What's happening now? Thor shouted, alarmed. I don't know, but everything is falling apart, Baldur replied, his eyes wide with fear. We need to get out of here. Heimdall urged, urgency lacing his voice. The tremors subsided moments later, but a wall collapsed, revealing shadows that appeared to be 4 teenagers, around 13 or 14 years old. Who among you is Odin? One of them, demanded, his tone serious. That would be me. I assume you are the cause of all this, Odin responded, his expression hardening. That's right. Odin, father of all, I am Issei Lucifer, the current Setirai, and my 3 companions challenge you, Issei declared boldly. At that moment, a 17-year-old girl with white hair and greenish-blue eyes stepped forward. What do you specifically want from Odin-sama? Rosweiss inquired, her voice steady. For him to stop tormenting the inhabitants of Asgard with the idea of Ragnarok and to lift the curse on Gander's sister, Issei replied, his gaze unwavering. Interesting. What do I gain if I defeat you? Odin asked, intrigued. The absolute loyalty of the current Sekirei, the wielder of the Dragon King Vritra, the Dragon King Fafnir, and the Dragon King Jormungandr for life, Issei answered confidently. That sounds tempting, but it wouldn't look good for a faction leader to fight against children, no matter who they are. I have an idea. If you and your companions pass a series of tests, I will fulfill your demands. But if you fail, well, you know what happens, Odin proposed, a calculating glint in his eye. I accept, but let's do it somewhere else. It wouldn't look good for children to humiliate you in the ruins of your own castle, Issei suggested, a smirk playing on his lips. That's disrespectful. Rosweiss interjected, her cheeks flushing. I ask that you don't interfere. I don't like the idea of hitting such an appealing girl, Issei replied, causing Rosweiss to blush even deeper. In that case, I'll see you in that clearing in an hour so I can prepare the tests, Odin said, his tone final. As you wish, Issei responded, and with that he and his companions departed. How dare that brat? Father, let me fight him, I'll give him the beating of a lifetime. Thor exclaimed, his fists clenched in anger. You can do that, my son. I have a couple of ideas for your tests, Odin replied, a hint of pride in his voice. What do you have in mind, father? Thor's curious. Remember when you and Loki went to Jotunheim and Utgard put you to the test? Odin recalled. Yes, why do you ask? Thor responded, his brow furrowing. Some of the tests will be similar to those, Odin explained. I understand, Thor said, nodding. But just in case, Thor, Baldur, Heimdall, Tyr, prepare yourselves for battle. Those kids are not to be underestimated, Odin warned, his tone serious. All the while, Loki watched from the shadows, having hidden himself when Issei entered. I need to warn Gander and the others about this. I don't know why, but I feel that this boy could be the one to end all this chaos my father is creating, he thought to himself. In the clearing near the castle, now in ruins, many gods and important figures of Asgard gathered. Odin, Thor, Baldur, Heimdall, Bragi, Hor, Vidar, Yul, Forseti, Frigg, Air, Schafen, Var, Sin, Laun, Gondel, and Rosweis, who served as Odin's Ethi, along with several important warriors and Valkyries. However, the challengers were nowhere to be seen, puzzling Odin. There they are. I see them. Heimdall shouted, pointing into the distance. In the distance, Issei's silhouette emerged, walking alongside Saji, Fafnir, and Gander, with Happy, Lily, and Lecter flying behind them. But they were not alone. Trailing behind were Loki, Fenrir, Narfi, Nari, and a multitude of Norse gods, warriors, Valkyries, dwarves, elves, Jotun, undead, talking animals, and anthropomorphic beings from Asgard, which surprised the gods surrounding Odin. Loki, what is all this? Odin asked, his voice serious. This? It's nothing. I heard there would be an event, so I brought some spectators. Is that wrong? I also thought I'd show this to the other factions. You don't mind, do you? Loki replied, a mocking smile on his face. No, Odin stammered, his nerves showing. Tell us what the first test is already so we can decide who among us four will do it, Issei said, a confident smile on his face. Sure, the first test is a food-eating contest against this man. He's a champion at this, Odin announced, pointing to a man beside him. In that case, I'll do it, I'm hungry, Issei declared, taking a seat at the table laden with food, opposite the champion. Are you ready? Begin, Rosweis called out. The man started eating at an overwhelming speed, while Issei merely watched, seemingly unfazed. What's wrong with you? Are you giving up? Rosweis asked, her brow furrowing. No, I just wanted to check something, Issei replied calmly. Something's not right, Odin whispered to himself, his instincts on high alert. Suddenly, Issei began to inhale deeply, puzzling onlookers until the man burst into flames, which were quickly absorbed by Issei. I win, Issei declared, a triumphant smile on his face. A dragon slayer? Impossible. There are no more dragon slayers left. Odin shouted, disbelief etched across his features. Loki laughed, his voice echoing through the hall. What's wrong, father? Are your tricks not working? The crowd murmured in response, a mix of shock and curiosity. Rosweis hesitated, her voice trembling. Technically, by consuming his opponent, he has consumed more, so I declare the winner to be, what did you say your name was? Issei Lucifer, son of Edward Lucifer, he replied confidently. Rosweis' eyes widened in realization. I declare Issei Lucifer the winner of this challenge. Did you just say son of Edward Lucifer? The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd as they grasped the significance of his lineage. In the underworld at the castle of Mao Lucifer, clan leaders gathered for a meeting, the four Maos present. A portal displayed Issei's victory, and gasps filled the room as they recognized the boy's lineage. Edward Lucifer, known as the god of demons, had single-handedly defeated the ancient Maos during the Civil War and expelled his father, Rizevin Lucifer, from the demon territories. The resemblance was uncanny, and Issei had even conjured the magical circle of the Lucifer family in his hand. In the sky, the seraphim and high-ranking angels in the seventh heaven watched the same portal, equally shocked, except for Gabriel. They had just learned of a direct descendant of Lucifer, the son of the strongest Lucifer of all time, said to be on par with the biblical god. Meanwhile, at the Grigori headquarters, all the cadres and many fallen angels were witnessing the same scene. While the cadres remained composed, the rest were in disbelief, staring at Azazel, who observed with his usual amused smile. Back in Asgard, Odin sat with his hat pulled low over his eyes. Heimdall remarked, "That boy is the son of the one who defeated Odin-sama in the past." "It's hard to believe," Tyr added. "Are we continuing with the challenges, or what?" Issei asked. "Of course, young man," Odin replied. Rosweiss announced, "The second challenge is to drink from this horn of beer. Who will take on the challenge?" "This time it's my turn," Saji declared. "Here you go, young man," Rosweiss said as she handed him the horn. "Hey, Issei, pass me that bucket," Saji requested. "As you wish," Issei replied, handing over the bucket. Saji attempted to pour the contents of the horn into it, but the horn never seemed to empty. "I knew it," Saji sighed. Reluctantly, he drank from the bucket. "I hate beer, but whatever." Dragon's roar of poison. He unleashed a poison that melted the horn, allowing him to drink the remnants. "Done," he exclaimed. "But what have you done?" Rosweiss asked, bewildered. "The old man said I had to drink the horn, not its contents, and that's exactly what I did," Saji explained. "Well, if you put it that way, technically you've passed the challenge. I declare the winner to be—" "Saji," he interrupted. "Saji." Rosweiss confirmed. "Move on to the next challenge," Odin instructed. "It's my turn," Gander announced. "Hey Thor, watch and weep." "In brat," Thor muttered under his breath. Rosweiss continued, "The challenge is to lift this cat." "What's the cat's name?" Gander asked. "Its name is Nidog. I mean it's called Jorge," Baldur replied. Gander thought for a moment. "All right, let me lift it." Rosweiss handed him the cat. "You can start whenever you want." "Just one question, do I have to lift it, or can I just elevate it?" Gander inquired. "Do whatever you want, but don't underestimate it. The cat is very heavy," Odin warned. "Oh please, do you forget who was turned into a cat last time?" Gander retorted. "I don't know what you're talking about," Odin replied, gulping. "Yeah, right. Here I go." Gander struck the ground with tremendous force, causing a stone pillar to rise beneath the cat. "Is this okay, or do I have to hold it?" Gander asked. "If I'm not mistaken, that's fine, but do what you think is right," Rosweiss said. Gander struck the ground again, causing the pillar to collapse and the cat to fall, but he caught it just in time. "And now?" "You've passed the challenge," Odin confirmed. In the stands, Heimdall remarked, "This is getting bad. They have 3 out of 8 challenges won, and it feels like nothing is happening." "Relax, they won't be able to pass the next ones," Baldur reassured him. "I hope so. If they pass the next one, we'll have to get serious," Tyr added. "I can't believe these kids have achieved things that neither Loki nor I could, but the 4th challenge is impossible for them. I couldn't do it, and neither will they," Thor said. Suddenly, Saji appeared among the 4 gods. "You know, Loki told us what happened in Jotunheim, and we already knew what those challenges were." "You must be lying," Baldur replied skeptically. "The next challenge is to fight an old woman who is actually deaf, right?" Saji said confidently. Heimdall's eyes widened. "So you really knew what awaited you. I understand why you chose this way." "That's right. As you probably know, the next one is Fafnir, but if he can't do it, Issei and I are more than capable of defeating her," Saji declared. "That's impossible," Thor countered. "You'll see, Fafnir will win," Saji insisted. Back to the challenges, Rosweiss announced. "The next challenge will be a battle between Mrs. Mortem and the young Fafnir. Whoever lasts more than 10 seconds without getting up will lose. Are you ready? Begin." Fafnir took a deep breath. "Okay, I need to be very careful with this." Mortem smirked. "What's wrong, young man?" Are you afraid I might kill you? Fafnir asked, a hint of challenge in his voice. More or less. Let's just say I know who you are, Mortem replied as Fafnir lunged at her, his right hand enveloped in light, ready to deliver a powerful blow. However, Mrs. Mortem dodged and attempted to knee him, which Fafnir barely managed to block before jumping back. I see your reflexes are good. The light should have blinded you, Fafnir remarked. You're not doing too badly for someone so young, Mortem shot back. I'm just getting warmed up, Fafnir replied with a grin. Huh? Mortem questioned, but before she could react, Fafnir appeared right in front of her and unleashed a flurry of punches, his fists wrapped in light, moving so fast it was hard to follow. After a few seconds, Mortem snapped out of her shock and tried to kick Fafnir, but he ducked and swept her legs out from under her, knocking her down. White Dragon's Claw, he shouted, striking Mortem in the stomach, where a seal made of light appeared. Mortem tried to get up but found she couldn't move. Why can't I move? She exclaimed. The White Dragon's Claw is a sacred attack that paralyzes the target, Fafnir explained. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The winner of the match is Fafnir. Rosweiss announced. Impossible. No one can defeat death. Odin exclaimed in disbelief. If death doesn't advance, it doesn't kill, old man, Fafnir replied confidently. Rest up, the next trial will begin in 30 minutes, Rosweiss instructed. You're amazing, Fafnir-kun. Reader cheered. You've really improved, Fafnir. To think you could stop death itself. Gander added. Hee, as I told the old man, if death doesn't advance, it doesn't kill, Fafnir said with a chuckle. I have a question. What are the next trials? Saji asked. According to Loki, Odin told Thor, Baldur, Tyr, and Heimdall to get ready to fight, which means we'll be facing them. The question is, in what order will they fight? Issei explained. They'll probably fight according to their strength. I mean, he wouldn't send the strongest of the four to fight any of us, Saji speculated. Just then, Loki approached the group. From what I heard, Thor wants to fight Issei-kun, and judging by Tyr's look when he saw Fafnir-kun fight, he'll want to take him on too. And Heimdall never liked Gander, so I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to defeat him, leaving only Saji-kun and Baldur, Loki said. I hope it's in that order. I want to hit that idiot Tyr, Fafnir declared. Yeah, Heimdall is supposed to kill my father during Ragnarok, so theoretically, I can fight him since he's trying to harm my family, Gander added. Leave the immortal to me, Saji remarked with a hint of sarcasm. I love fighting immortal people. Issei chuckled. Well then, I'll take on Odin's strongest son. Honestly, that doesn't sound too bad. It'll be like a celestial dragon facing the god of thunder. Let the final trials begin. Reader exclaimed, excitement bubbling in their voice. They will be the final battles. Lily added, her tone serious. Up between dragons and gods, Happy finished, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Issei raised an eyebrow, amusement dancing in his expression. How long have you two been coordinating to say that? 2 hours, Happy replied proudly. 2 hours to say 14 words? You've got to be kidding. Saji exclaimed, incredulous. Nope, these two don't know the appealing art of coordination, Lily said with a smirk. Happy agreed, nodding. It's not that big of a deal, right, Fafnir-kun? Reader asked, looking hopeful. The truth is, Fafnir began, noticing Reader staring at the ground, their expression downcast. But the truth is, it's not that big of a deal, he finished, hoping to lift their spirits. At his words, Reader perked up, a noticeable cheer returning to their demeanor, causing several sweat drops to appear on the faces of those present. Laughter and jokes flowed among the dragons for the next half hour. The 30-minute break is over, Rosweiss announced, her voice firm. The next trials will consist of 4 matches. These matches will follow the same rules as the previous fight, one-on-one battles. If a fighter doesn't get up within 10 seconds, they lose. If a fighter surrenders, the match ends immediately. Killing the opponent is not allowed, but all types of weapons, poison, magic, and fighting styles are permitted. Is everyone in agreement with the rules? Yes. The fighters responded in unison. Then let the matches begin. Let the first two fighters enter the ring, Rosweiss declared. Tyr and Fafnir stepped into the ring, Fafnir wearing a serious expression while Tyr exuded confidence. I hope you give me a good fight, kid, Tyr said, his voice steady. Don't worry, you'll get your battle, and as a bonus, I'll throw in a beating for free, Fafnir replied, a smirk playing on his lips. Hee, you're quite confident, kid, Tyr chuckled, amusement in his eyes. Says the one who didn't realize the fight started a few minutes ago and also didn't notice something else, Fafnir retorted. And what would that something else be? Tyr's puzzled. That you're about to lose, Fafnir declared, lunging forward, enveloped in light, and charging at high speed toward Tyr, who easily dodged by jumping back. Is that all you know how to do, kid? Tyr taunted. You should watch where you're moving, Fafnir warned. Tyr turned around but saw nothing out of the ordinary. What do you mean, brat? Ugh. Tyr didn't finish his sentence as Fafnir struck him at high speed the moment he turned, causing him to spit out blood. But don't forget to keep an eye on your opponent too, Fafnir reminded him. Demon brat, now you'll see what a god can do. Tyr shouted, raising his hand to form an energy sphere the size of a soccer ball and throwing it at Fafnir. Fafnir jumped to dodge it, but the sphere relentlessly pursued him. He tried to distance himself, but it kept chasing him until it finally impacted, creating a pillar of smoke where they collided. That'll teach you to respect a god. That attack damages the nervous system and the most vital points of your body. With that, you should have been defeated, Tyr boasted. From the smoke, a white laser shot toward Tyr, who, having let his guard down, took it full force in the chest. And you call me overconfident? You really didn't think that would defeat a Dragon King, did you? Fafnir challenged. Dimn it. I got cocky, and that attack was too strong, Tyr admitted, holding the spot where he was hit, now bleeding. Demon kid. Take this. Tyr shouted, preparing for another attack. With that, Tyr launched several spheres, larger this time, about the size of beach ball. However, Fafnir was prepared and began firing light spheres to counter Tyr's energy spheres, successfully neutralizing them. It's time to end this, Fafnir declared, his body shining momentarily as he felt his power increase. White impulse. His body glowed again, and this time his power surged even more. I'm about to finish this fight. Yeah, right? A kid like you defeating a god? Take this. Tyr shouted, hurling more spheres at Fafnir. Fafnir dodged them effortlessly, hardly moving from his spot. Notably, these spheres didn't track him like the previous ones. Stop dodging my attacks. Tyr yelled, his anger and frustration palpable. What's wrong? Does it upset you that a kid is beating you? I thought you were stronger, but I was wrong. You're not the god you claim to be, you're just a weak idiot who thinks he's the best in the neighborhood, Fafnir taunted, realizing he needed to get under Tyr's skin to defeat him faster. Tyr's attacks no longer followed him, and he wasn't hitting with as much power as before. You BSTRD. Just die already. Tyr screamed, attacking Fafnir furiously, striking everywhere but at him, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. But that all stopped when Fafnir delivered a powerful blow to the back of Tyr's neck, knocking him unconscious. Finally, you've fallen, Fafnir said, breathing a sigh of relief. This is incredible. The winner of the match is Fafnir, Rosweiss announced. In the stands on the god's side, Odin remarked, they defeated Tyr. How strange, he really worked hard to get him angry. Don't worry, I'm next to fight, Heimdall replied confidently. On the other side of the stands, among the dragons, Issei congratulated, Congratulations, Fafnir. You really shone, Fafnir-kun. Reader exclaimed. You're so strong, Fafnir. Happy added. Yeah, but I just heard Heimdall say he's up next, Saji noted. It's your turn, kid, Lily encouraged. Yeah, I know. I'm on my way, Gander replied. Good luck, son, and take care, Loki said, his voice filled with fatherly concern. Thanks, Dad. Gander smiled. The next match will be between Gander and Heimdall, Rosweiss declared. Both competitors entered the ring, staring at each other seriously. I'm not like Fafnir, I'm going to defeat you once and for all, Gander stated, determination in his eyes. "And how do you plan to do that, you little brat?" Heimdall challenged, his tone mocking. "In a very simple way," Gander replied, transforming into his dragon form. Before the immense creature, Heimdall trembled with fear. He tried to attack, but Gander shot black flames from his mouth, leaving Heimdall severely injured. Gander then struck him with his tail, sending him flying into the air, and bit him with his sharp fangs, leaving him in worse shape than before. When Gander released him, Heimdall fell unconscious from blood loss. "This is absolutely epic. The winner of the match is Gander," Rosweiss announced. In the stands on the god's side, Baldur shouted, "Enough! I'm immortal, you won't defeat me." Odin observed, "What surprises me is the look that kid, the son of Lucifer, is giving me. It's as if he—" "What father?" Thor asked, curiosity piqued. "Nothing, son," Odin replied, noticing Issei's gaze filled with a hint of hatred and analysis. In the stands on the dragon's side, Fafnir remarked that Saji might have gone a bit overboard with Heimdall. Saji responded, suggesting that overboard was an understatement. Gander chimed in, emphasizing that the faster they finished, the better it would be. Issei encouraged Saji, saying it was his turn, to which Saji affirmed he would take care of it. Loki then asked Saji if he had what he had given him, and Saji confirmed he did. "Good, you'll need it," Loki replied. Rosweiss announced the commencement of the penultimate trial, declaring it would be a battle between Baldur and Saji. As the two fighters entered the ring, both appeared confident, though Saji wore a more serious expression. Baldur declared that he couldn't feel pain or die, implying that Saji wouldn't be able to defeat him. Saji retorted that he and Issei could handle the old lady, and if he could face death, he could certainly handle a man. Baldur dismissed Saji's bravado, stating that unlike Tyr, he wouldn't win by making him angry. Saji shrugged, saying he had to give it a shot. Baldur smirked, intrigued by Saji's spirit, and challenged him to show his true strength. Thus began a fight where the outcome was uncertain. Saji initiated the battle with a punch to Baldur's stomach, but Baldur merely smiled, reiterating that he didn't feel pain. Saji shot back that he would make Baldur feel pain, prompting Baldur to taunt him to try. Saji invoked his sacred gear, launching one of Vritra's threads at Baldur to drain his energy. Baldur acknowledged the smart move but warned Saji that he wouldn't tire easily. Undeterred, Saji unleashed another 9 threads, draining Baldur's energy even faster. However, Baldur effortlessly broke the threads with a single blow, leaving Saji frustrated. As Baldur prepared to attack, he lunged at Saji with incredible speed, delivering a powerful strike that sent Saji crashing into some rocks. Saji struggled to rise, but Baldur continued to pummel him, landing repeated blows to his face until he finally stopped. Lying on the ground, Saji was covered in bruises, a large bloodstain marring his shirt. He chuckled weakly, prompting Baldur to question what was so funny given his injuries. Saji explained that his only injuries were on his face, so he couldn't see them. Baldur laughed, pointing out the blood on Saji's shirt, which led Saji to glance down and realize it was a lot of blood, but not his own. Baldur was taken aback, asking whose blood it was. With a smile, Saji pointed to his stomach, and Baldur fell to his knees, horrified to see 6 daggers made of mistletoe, each coated in a purple liquid, embedded in his abdomen, bleeding profusely. Stammering, Baldur asked how this had happened. Saji explained that what he had drained wasn't Baldur's energy but his stamina, allowing him to stab Baldur while pretending to be vulnerable. He had poisoned the daggers to ensure they would knock Baldur out. Baldur, in shock, realized he was facing a boy who had managed to inflict the only kind of injury that could truly hurt him. Despite the poison coursing through him, Baldur declared he wouldn't go down without landing a solid hit on Saji. He rose, charging at Saji with energy-infused fists. Without hesitation, Saji lunged at Baldur, his fists wrapped in poison, and a fierce exchange of blows ensued, both fighters striking and blocking with incredible speed. After a minute and a half of trading hits, Baldur delivered a powerful kick to Saji's stomach, sending him crashing against the rocks and breaking Saji's right arm in the process. "Now you're at my mercy," Baldur taunted as he charged at Saji with great speed. Issei, sensing the impending attack, sighed and moved the fingers of his left hand. Suddenly, Baldur froze in place, bewildered by the sensation of being bound. Out of nowhere, Baldur dropped to the ground, remaining there for exactly 10 seconds, long enough for Issei to be declared the winner. As Baldur fell unconscious from the poison, Rizevin announced, "The winner is Issei." In the stands on the god's side, Thor asked in bewilderment what had just happened. Odin replied that it was now just Thor left and urged him not to disappoint. Thor steeled himself, declaring it was time to end this. Meanwhile, in the stands on the dragon's side, Lili praised Issei for his performance. Fafnir playfully mocked him, saying he had gotten his butt kicked, while Gander added that Issei was the only one injured, casting doubt on his status as the second strongest in the group. Issei complained, asking Issei to fix his injuries, to which Issei responded that he hadn't expected Issei to use his Akuma no Mi. Issei shot back, questioning what he was supposed to do, let them kill him? Issei instructed him to calm down and stay still so he could heal him. Gander then asked about the technique Issei had used earlier. Issei clarified that it was the power of his Akuma no Mi, the Ito Ito no Mi, which allowed him to control threads to manipulate objects and cut, among other things. Lili remarked on the terrifying nature of that ability, prompting Gander to inquire if Issei had one too. Issei admitted he actually had two, surprising Issei, who thought one couldn't have more than one at a time. Issei explained that while that was true, he had found a way to eat more than one. Happy chimed in, revealing that Issei had read it in a book, but Issei quickly covered his mouth, insisting it was a secret. As Issei reminded Issei that he was up against Thor, his friends rallied around him, wishing him good luck and encouraging him to defeat Thor. With determination, Issei clenched his fist in front of his chest and smiled, grateful for their support. In the ring, Rizevin announced the beginning of the final trial, calling for the fighters to enter. Issei and Thor stepped into the arena, both wearing serious expressions. "Ready?" Rizevin asked. Thor raised his right hand, summoning his hammer, while Issei invoked the boosted gear. "You know," Thor said, glaring at Issei, "while my father cheated in the earlier trials, you all are cheats too." Messing with Tyr's pride, not letting Heimdall move to attack even once, poisoning Baldur. Issei shrugged, a smirk on his face. "I don't know what you mean by cheats, all of that falls within the rules. Whatever you say, it doesn't matter now. You will fall here." With that, Thor charged at Issei, aiming a powerful strike at his face. Issei dodged at the last second, bending backward, but Thor's kick connected with his back, sending him sprawling several meters away. "You're strong," Issei admitted, picking himself up. "I guess I can't play around with you." He began to make 7 boosts, dispelling the boosted gear, revealing his skin had turned black from his fists to his elbows. "I never thought I'd see someone else who knew how to use hockey," Thor remarked, surprised. "Someone else?" Issei raised an eyebrow. "In the past, I faced someone who used it," Thor replied. "That's an interesting tidbit. Shall we continue?" Issei asked, determination in his eyes. "Of course." Both warriors launched themselves at each other, Thor wielding his hammer while Issei's fists glimmered with armor like hockey. Each blow Thor delivered was met with a block from Issei's fists, creating sparks with every impact. However, the exchange of blows came to a sudden halt. Thor enveloped himself in lightning and struck Issei in the stomach with his hand, following up with a hit from his hammer to the right side of Issei's face. He then kicked Issei in the chest, sending him flying. But Issei quickly regained his footing, launching a massive fire attack at Thor. Caught off guard, Thor took the full brunt of the flames. As the fire dissipated, Issei landed a powerful punch to Thor's stomach, his fist glowing with light. He followed up with a kick from his left foot, shrouded in shadows, and then another from his right foot, surrounded by what seemed like wind. After delivering that combo, Issei stepped back and charged at Thor with a punch enveloped in poison, knocking him to the ground. He then clasped his hands into a fist and shouted, "Dragon's bite of lightning." With electrified hands, he struck Thor's back, causing the god to scream and spit blood. Thor struggled to rise, his legs trembling slightly, But he suddenly disappeared, reappearing behind Issei and attempting to strike him from behind. Without even looking, Issei blocked the attack and performed a backflip, landing behind Thor. As Thor quickly turned to face him, he swung his hammer, but Issei's arm transformed into what resembled a steel sword, allowing him to block the blows and retreat, returning his arms to normal. "If you're going to use your weapon, I'll use mine," Issei declared. "Dragon Slayer Sword, I, Issei Lucifer, command you to unleash your power, break free from your confinement, Ascalon." A sword appeared in Issei's hands, surprising everyone present. In the sky, Michael watched the scene unfold, shaking his head. "In my defense, I was drunk, and how was I supposed to know the kid could play cards so well?" Back in Asgard, Issei gripped the sword with both hands and charged at the still-shocked Thor. He delivered a horizontal cut, a downward diagonal cut, and an upward vertical cut that sliced part of Thor's face. When the last cut landed, Thor dropped Mjolnir, clutching his wound with both hands. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Issei held Mjolnir as if it were nothing, as if he were Thor himself. He delivered a powerful blow to Thor's right cheek and, with Ascalon, made a horizontal cut across his stomach. He struck Thor with Mjolnir again, this time on the left side of his face, knocking him to the ground. Thor struggled to his feet and conjured a small magic circle to his left. "You're strong, kid, and you seem like a good person, but this ends here." He reached into the magic circle and pulled out a small vial filled with liquid. "Are those tears of Phoenix?" Issei exclaimed. "Correct," Thor replied, drinking the contents of the vial. Almost instantly, his wounds healed. He then created another magic circle, from which another Mjolnir emerged. "You can keep that one, it's a replica anyway. This is the real deal." Both warriors took their stances, and in an instant, they were seen exchanging blows in midair. Issei blocked with Mjolnir and attacked with Ascalon, while Thor defended and countered with his hammer. But then, with Mjolnir crackling with lightning, Thor struck Issei, sending him flying and causing him to drop both weapons as he hit the ground. "This is my chance." Electric Storm. Thor unleashed a torrent of lightning with his hammer toward Issei. However, Issei, seemingly unfazed, absorbed the lightning and smiled at Thor, who couldn't believe his eyes. "Thanks for the meal, but next time, add a bit more salt," Issei quipped. "UBSTRD. Take this." Thor shouted, hurling Mjolnir, wrapped in lightning at high speed. But Issei simply raised a hand toward Mjolnir, and as if it were paper, Mjolnir and the surrounding lightning shattered into pieces that fell to the ground. "What did you just do?" Thor demanded. "Don't worry, it will return to normal. I just divided it a bit," Issei replied nonchalantly. "UBSTRD. Take this." Thor roared, launching a massive amount of lightning at Issei. Issei muttered to himself, "Eating them would take too long, I have no other choice." Then he shouted, "Annihilation." At those words, Thor's attack completely vanished. "Huh!" Thor exclaimed, bewildered. Issei stretched out his hand toward Thor. "Bansho Tenin." With those words, Thor's body began to fly toward Issei at high speed. "What is this? I can't move!" Thor shouted, panic rising in his voice. Standing just a meter apart, Issei noticed small purple flames flickering at the tips of his fingers. With determination, he shouted, "Soul extraction." Grabbing Thor by the head, he pulled his hand away, and it appeared as though Thor's soul was being torn from him. "No, no, you won't," Thor protested, mustering all his strength. He surrounded his left hand with lightning, forming a small sword that he used to slash deeply across Issei's chest. "Heh, how did you like that?" Issei found himself on the ground, bleeding. "You were a worthy opponent, but this is where it ends, kid," Thor declared, turning to face the audience and looking directly at Odin. "Father, I told you I would win, and I did." In the stands beside the dragons, Sui urged, "Get up, Issei." Fafnir added, "Issei, you can't lose like this." Gander cried out, "Please, get up, Issei. You promised you would win and save my sister." Voices echoed from the crowd, "Issei, Issei." In the ring, Thor shouted, "Shut up. Your friend has lost, He only has 3 seconds left and can't move. Don't be so hasty, Issei retorted. What? Thor turned around, shocked to see Issei rising to his feet, his wound miraculously closing up. Impossible. With that injury, you shouldn't be able to stand. It's called Wind God Slayer magic. It allows me to heal my wounds. I no longer feel the pain from your blows, Issei explained. What are you saying? It doesn't matter, I'll finish you off right now. Thor charged at Issei, his fist raised and ready to strike. However, Issei blocked the attack with one hand and delivered a powerful blow to Thor's chest, causing him to stagger back. In an instant, Issei stood in front of Thor as if nothing had happened and touched his stomach with the index and middle fingers of his right hand. Boom, he said simply. Chapter end. After the battle, Issei was surrounded by his friends, receiving congratulations from everyone, even those who had initially sided with Odin. He noticed Gander and his family crying yet smiling, and he could only smile back, satisfied with his actions. Gander felt a great weight lift from his shoulders as he approached Issei and said, "Thank you, my friend." "No problem, Gander," Issei replied with a broad smile. "Not that I enjoy interrupting, but where is Odin?" Fafnir inquired. At Fafnir's question, the other dragons and Loki began to look around, trying to spot Odin, but he was nowhere to be found. "Fenrir, my son, sniff out Odin's scent," Loki commanded. "As you command, father," Fenrir replied, beginning to sniff the air for Odin's scent. After a while, he stopped. "I can't find him, father. Skoll, Hattie, help me." As Fenrir finished speaking, 2 smaller wolves approached. "Understood," Skoll and Hattie said in unison. The 3 wolves began to sniff around the area. "Guys, let's help too," Saji suggested. "Hi." Gander and Fafnir responded eagerly. "Hey, I was about to say that." Issei waved his arms in mild frustration. "Don't be a crybaby and start sniffing." Saji teased. "You don't give me orders." Issei shot back. "If you start sniffing, I'll tell Valeri that you passed all the tests by staring at Rosweisan's chest," Saji threatened. Elsewhere in the area, Rosweis blushed, feeling special for reasons she couldn't quite understand. Back with the dragons, Issei began to tremble and pointed accusingly at Saji. "You wouldn't dare," he said nervously. "Or I could tell Penemu," Saji countered. Now Issei was truly nervous. He was so pale he made a certain Valkyrie's hair look dark by comparison. He was more anxious than when a mother asks for grades. The word nervous didn't even begin to cover it. In a moment of desperation, Issei began sniffing around quickly and did something that surprised many present. He extended the index and middle fingers of each hand and crossed them, causing explosions of smoke to erupt on either side of him. From those explosions emerged 4 more Isseis, each performing the same action as the original. "Are those clones? Since when can you do that?" Saji exclaimed. "Secret," Issei 1 replied. "I'd love to tell you, but I'm not in the mood," Issei 2 added. "I'll teach you someday," Issei 3 chimed in. "But only if you stop talking about. You know," Issei 4 said. "Deal?" Issei 5 concluded. "Okay." Saji responded, bewildered. The wolves and the dragons continued searching for Odin's scent until Issei dismissed 3 of the clones he had created, drawing the attention of the others. "Loki, what's in that direction?" Issei asked. "Over there? That's where the dungeons are." "Why?" Loki replied. "That's where I smell Odin," Issei stated. "There? But what would my father want in the dungeons?" "Oh no, in all the joy of knowing you saved her, I forgot that Hela is still locked up in those dungeons." Flashback. 40 minutes before the trials began, a guard announced, "Sir Odin, we have brought the monster as you ordered," referring to Hela. "Excellent. Was there any problem?" Odin inquired. "No, sir. The monster was sleeping, and we avoided touching it directly as you instructed," the guard reported. At that moment, the doors swung open violently, revealing a furious Loki, his gaze fixed on Odin. "I thought you had a deal with a kid or something," Loki accused. "I do, but do you really think those kids will win? I wouldn't be surprised if, while I give them the trials, one of them escapes with your daughter." This is just a precaution. I'll keep her in the dungeon until the trials are over, Odin explained. Loki could only watch helplessly as a guard took Hela away to lock her up. This won't end like this, father. Those kids will surely win, Loki insisted. I would love to see that happen, Odin replied dismissively. Flashback and, what kind of father are you? Issei exclaimed. I'm sorry, but I was so happy they won that I forgot she was locked up, Loki admitted. How can you forget something like that? Gander shouted. I already told you that. Loki began, but he couldn't finish his sentence. To hell with your argument, let's go get Hela. Issei declared. Issei is right, Fafnir agreed. The group, consisting of the dragons, the Exceed, Loki, Fenrir, and his children, made their way to the dungeon where Hela was held. The dungeon resembled a small, somewhat dark castle, separated from the rest of the kingdom by a large chasm, with a stone bridge connecting the entrance to the rest of the realm. However, when the group reached that bridge, it suddenly collapsed, plunging into the abyss. A loud female scream echoed from within the dungeon. That's Hela's voice. You monster! Let her go! Loki shouted. We have to find a way in, Fenrir urged. It's impossible. The bridge is the only way to access the dungeon, and we can't go around the abyss. It widens the further we get from the entrance, Loki explained. Saji, you can move the parts of the bridge that fell with your Akuma no Mi, Gander suggested. In theory, I could, but I lack practice, Saji replied. That's fine, we can find another way in, Gander said. We don't need another way in, we just need a new bridge, Issei asserted. Issei placed both hands on the ground where the bridge had once begun, and ice began to flow from his palms, spreading across the area. It formed a new bridge, this time made entirely of ice. Ready? Let's go, he exclaimed, rallying the group as they entered the dungeon. They quickly encountered numerous guards attempting to block their path. However, the guards were no match for the heroes, who dispatched them with ease and pressed onward. Then, something unexpected happened. The cell doors swung open, releasing the criminals inside. Odin's voice echoed throughout the dungeon. To whoever kills the intruders, I will grant complete freedom and a large sum of money. And if you longing, I will also provide you with all the women you wish for. A smile that promised trouble spread across the faces of the criminals, who turned to attack the heroes. This is bad, Loki said, his expression grave. There are over 3,000 people in this dungeon, at least 300 of whom are S-rank. Skoll, Hattie, will face them, Fenrir declared, his voice steady. The rest of you move ahead, we'll buy you some time. But, son, Loki began, concern etched on his face. No buts, father. You have to save Hela, Fenrir insisted. All right, but be careful, son, Loki replied, a hint of worry in his tone. You don't need to say that, Fenrir assured him. With that, Loki and Team Issei advanced among the inmates, shielded from attacks by the trio of wolves. They soon found themselves entering what appeared to be the courtyard of the dungeon, where a silhouette loomed over one of the walls. Who is that? Fafnir asked, squinting into the shadows. I don't know, but their power is overwhelming, stronger even than Thor, Issei replied, his brow furrowed in concern. Do you remember me, Loki? The figure called out, the last word dripping with disdain. The silhouette leaped down from the wall, revealing itself more clearly. Akainu! Loki gasped, recognition dawning. Do you know him? Gander asked, looking between them. Yes, and I'll never forget him. Thor and I fought against him for 4 days to defeat him. He's an SSS plus rank criminal. But how could he have been freed too? Loki explained, his voice tense. Odin freed me specifically to take you down, which pleases me, as I spent 30 years in a cell because of you. Do you have any idea what 30 years is like for a human? Akainu retorted, his lava arms glowing ominously. Kids, you keep going. I'll handle him, Loki instructed, determination in his eyes. But Dad, you said Thor and you fought him together for days. You can't take him on alone, Gander protested. I know, but that was 30 years ago. He's not as strong now, and besides, I know how to fight him, Loki replied, his confidence unwavering. Even so, Gander began, But Issei interrupted. Trust him. All right, Loki, we leave him to you, Issei said, giving a nod of approval. That's something I should be saying, Loki smiled, feeling reassured. He watched as Issei and the others ran ahead toward where they believed Odin was. You have faith in them, Akainu remarked, his tone mocking. What kind of father doesn't trust his son and his friends? Loki shot back defiantly. Whatever you say. So, shall we begin? Akainu asked, transforming his arms into molten lava. Whenever you're ready, Loki replied, taking a fighting stance. Meanwhile, the three wolves found themselves surrounded by the bodies of the captured inmates, but they weren't in much better shape themselves. Fenrir had a broken back leg and was missing a few teeth, Hati was covered in wounds and staggering, and Skoll was in a similar state to his brother. There are too many, Hati gasped, breathing heavily. I have no strength left, Skoll admitted, his voice strained. Wait a minute, I'm out of energy. Fall back, kids. Fenrir commanded, desperation creeping into his tone. The wolves found themselves cornered by the dungeon's inmates. If this is my end, I'm just glad to have had you two by my side, Fenrir said, his voice filled with emotion. I love you too, father, Hati replied, tears welling in his eyes. Me too, father, Skoll echoed, leaning against his siblings. The three wolves huddled closely together, closing their eyes. After a few seconds of silence, they opened their eyes to see all the missing Norse gods, Baldur, Tyr, Heimdall, and Thor, completely unharmed. What are you all doing here? Fenrir exclaimed, astonished. The boy Lucifer asked us to come, Freya explained, stepping forward. But when? Hati asked, bewildered. He sent a clone to heal us, Baldur replied, a smile breaking across his face. By the way, he told us why Odin has changed so much, Freya added, her expression serious. And Loki? Thor inquired, his brow furrowing. Well, he is, Skoll began, but then they felt the auras of Loki and Akainu rising. That aura belongs to Akainu. In it, Loki, you always get into trouble when I leave you alone, Thor muttered, frustration evident in his voice as he took off in the direction of the auras. Well, Thor always goes at his own pace, Baldur remarked, shaking his head. Tyr approached the three wolves, holding a wooden box in his hands. Take this, he said, offering it to them. What is it? Fenrir asked, curiosity piqued. Tears of Phoenix. It's to help you heal, Tyr explained, handing the tears to each of them. Thank you, Hati said gratefully. Thanks, Skoll echoed. I'll save mine. I'm not as bad off as they are, Fenrir decided. As you wish, flea-ridden one, Tyr teased, a playful glint in his eye. I do what I want, you third-rate cripple, Fenrir retorted, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Ha ha. Tyr and Fenrir laughed together, the tension easing momentarily. Stop reminiscing and move, the boy Lucifer needs us, Freya urged, a nostalgic smile on her face. He started it, Aunt, Fenrir protested. He provoked me, Freya, Tyr added, defending himself. Freya pulled them by the ear, dragging them along as they complained, and those present laughed at the scene. Nearby in the dungeon courtyard, Thor was running in search of his brother when suddenly the wall to his left collapsed, revealing Loki, who was getting up with a few minor injuries. Akainu stood in the center of the courtyard, his lava arms poised and serious as he faced both Loki and Thor. Finally, you decide to show up, Thor, Akainu sneered. For the first time in my life, I agree with Akainu, Loki said, his expression serious. Hey, don't get mad at me, I was in the hospital. Thor replied humorously, trying to lighten the mood. Loki positioned himself beside his older brother, looking serious yet somewhat confident as he faced their opponent. Shall we do what we did last time? Loki suggested. You mean getting practically schooled by him? Thor asked, embarrassment creeping into his voice. Actually, I meant the part where we figured out how to beat him and left him in a coma, Loki corrected, shame washing over him. You mean the moment you used me as a shield to avoid getting burned? Thor said, annoyance evident. Yes, exactly. I mean when we won by working as a team, Loki replied, on the verge of hitting Thor for being so insistent. Ahem. Are you going to keep fighting like kids, or are you going to fight me? Akainu interrupted, his patience wearing thin. Shut up, this is a sibling fight, both brothers retorted in unison. A drop of sweat appeared on the back of Akainu's neck as he thought, seriously, this pair of idiots left me in prison. In a moment of frustration, Akainu tried to shoot lava at Odin's sons, only for them to dodge the attack and stop bickering. Both brothers looked seriously at their opponent, and after a few seconds, they took their stances, only to disappear from sight and reappear on either side of Akainu. Loki leaped toward him with a black dagger in hand, ready to stab, while Thor crouched with Mjolnir in his right hand, poised to strike. At first, Akainu didn't move, thinking that simply being intangible would protect him from harm. However, upon seeing Loki's dagger, he visibly panicked. How is it possible that he has a weapon like that? Akainu thought, dread settling in his stomach. Akainu glared at Thor, his agitation intensifying. Why is that hammer like this too? He thought, frustration bubbling within him. Before the brothers could land their attacks, Akainu moved with remarkable speed, dodging their strikes effortlessly. What's wrong, Akainu? Thor called out, concern lacing his voice. I think he's figured it out, Loki replied, his tone suggesting a mix of admiration and worry. So I was right, those are weapons designed to hunt Logia fruit users, Akainu said, his voice steady despite the chaos. But the hammer? I asked the dwarves to enhance Mjolnir with properties to fight against guys like you, Thor explained, determination in his eyes. And this is the same dagger I used to defeat you that time, Loki added, a smirk creeping onto his face. In short, Thor began. You're in trouble. Loki finished, both brothers charging at Akainu with incredible speed, launching a coordinated assault. Akainu struggled to evade their strikes, his lack of training and 30 years spent in a cell leaving him vulnerable. The brothers exploited the openings in his defense, inflicting numerous wounds upon him. It seems I'm out of practice, Akainu admitted, grimacing. 30 years ago, I could have taken them down in no time, but now, his voice trailed off, a hint of defeat creeping in. Summoning his power, Akainu lifted lava from the ground and began launching a barrage of lava punches in all directions. Some struck the brothers, who jumped and ran in every direction to avoid the onslaught. Realizing their predicament, Akainu elevated the lava beneath the ground, trapping them. Dimenities trapped us? Loki exclaimed, panic rising in his voice. Let me handle this, Thor replied confidently, throwing his hammer toward a corner of the area. It struck the ground, creating a large crack that slowly filled with lava. Interesting, Akainu remarked, observing the brothers. But when he looked again, Thor had vanished. Loki shot Akainu a defiant glare before launching himself at his opponent at high speed. With a horizontal slash from his dagger, Loki attacked Akainu, but Akainu dodged by moving backward, eliciting a smile from Loki. Suddenly, a magical circle appeared beneath Akainu's feet, increasing the gravity around him. What is this? Akainu gasped, struggling against the force. It's a seal of gravity and paralysis. Now, Thor! Loki shouted. Akainu strained to lift his gaze, spotting the stormy sky filled with lightning. There, high above, was Thor, spinning Mjolnir as he charged it with the lightning. Akainu's attention shifted back to Loki, who stood with a gigantic magical circle aimed directly at him. Heh, you forgot about my intangibility, thanks to my fruit, Akainu taunted. And you forget what these weapons are for, Loki countered, his eyes narrowing. Akainu's eyes widened as he realized the implications of Loki's dagger at the center of the circle. You're going to shoot me with those energy-charged weapons? He exclaimed, panic setting in. He attempted to move, but it was futile. He was completely immobilized, forced to accept his fate. The god of deception's arrow. Loki shouted. The god of thunder's hammer strike. Echoed. Both gods unleashed their attacks simultaneously, Loki's striking first. The impact created a tremor and a blinding light visible from any point in Asgard. As the light faded, Akainu's severely injured body fell lifeless to the ground. We did it, Loki gasped, breathing from exhaustion as he sank to the ground. Yes, we did it. We gave him a beating, Thor replied, lying down beside his brother, equally fatigued. Just then, the brothers noticed the rest of the Norse gods arriving through the door. You guys only know how to cause destruction, don't you? Baldur remarked, shaking his head. I'm not the least bit surprised, Freya added, crossing her arms. Changing the subject, where are the kids? Heimdall inquired, scanning the area. Loki lay back on the floor and pointed in a direction. Over there. Are they coming? Freya asked, her voice filled with concern. Go ahead, Thor encouraged. I want to catch my breath a bit, Loki replied, still trying to recover. I'll join you, Baldur said, attempting to lie down next to Thor. However, Freya grabbed him by his right ear. You're coming with us, she insisted firmly. I'll just… All right, it was a joke. Baldur exclaimed, wincing. Freya released his ear, leading the way in the direction Loki indicated. Women, the brothers muttered in unison, sharing a knowing glance. With the dragons. Prison corridors. The seven were running, guided by the dragon's keen sense of smell, while the three Ixcede flew behind them. They soon reached a peculiar area resembling a courtroom, complete with a grand throne where a judge would sit. On that throne sat Odin, his legs crossed and chin resting on his right hand. Beside him on the floor lay a chestnut-haired figure that Issei believed to be Hela. I was starting to get bored waiting for you, Odin said, his tone serious and threatening. Odin, Issei began, his voice steady. So, you're here, huh? Saji added, glancing at Odin. Finally, Fafnir remarked, relief evident in his voice. Is that Hela? Gander shouted, his eyes widening in shock. Shoo, the kid is resting. Let her sleep, Odin replied dismissively. Gander clenched his teeth, growling as he glared at Odin. You be so to let her go. Let her go? Let me think, should I let her go or not? Nah, I really don't feel like it, Odin said, a smirk playing on his lips. Gander assumed a wild combat stance, growling fiercely. You're dead. He attempted to leap toward Odin but was stopped by Issei. Gander, calm down. Watch where you're about to step. Issei warned, pointing to some black markings on the floor and walls of the area. Are those paralysis seals? Fafnir asked, his eyes narrowing. Yes, if you step on them, you'll be in serious trouble, Issei confirmed. Gander calmed down, sheepishly looking at his friend. Thanks, I almost didn't make it. Issei smiled at him but quickly shifted to a serious expression as he turned his gaze back to Odin. Chapter end. Moment when Issei activated Dragon Force. No. Location. In a completely black space, darkness enveloped everything. Suddenly, blood-red eyes with slit pupils opened, and beneath them, a smile formed, revealing sharp teeth. Interesting, my liberation might be fun, a voice echoed, filled with anticipation. Unknown location, cave. Deep within a cave, a figure with long, bluish-gray hair, blue eyes, and bronzed skin adorned with strange blue markings wore a black cloak that covered one arm and revealed part of their torso, along with blue breathes torn at the knees. The figure lifted their gaze toward the source of Issei's power, a broad smile spreading across their face. Ha! It's getting closer every time. In a few years, I'll come for you, and you better give me a good fight. The unknown figure began to laugh uncontrollably. Unknown location island. A boy around 18 or 20 years old, with black hair and eyes, dressed in a black tunic with yellow details and a white toga draped from his left shoulder to beneath his right arm, contemplated the situation. Maybe you're right, Edward. Present day. Issei's house. Azazel demanded, explain to me what all this talk about a war in Asgard is. Valeri looked incredulously at her brother and his friends after hearing her godfather's words. Oni-chan, explain what Azazel means. Imato. Issei began, but Valeri interrupted. Speak, Issei. You called me by my name. Yes. But you only call me that when you're mad at me, he stammered. If you don't talk, you'll see what I'm really like when I'm truly angry. Valeri threatened. Everyone present trembled behind Valeri, while Issei sat on the floor, fearfully gazing at his sister, who radiated an intimidating aura. What happened was that Odin was being controlled, so I had to do some things to free him from mental control, he explained, trembling with fear. What things, Issei? Valeri pressed. Fight him and other gods, he replied, terrified. Wow, Oniachan, you're really amazing, she exclaimed, her tone lightening. At that moment, Gander recalled what Issei had said to his sister. Flashback. You're appealing. Hela opened her eyes, staring intently at Issei as tears streamed down her cheeks. Are you serious? She asked. Yes. Don't you believe it? Don't try to fool me. It's impossible for anyone to think I'm pretty. Don't you see my left side? Well, to me you're still appealing. But if you don't like looking that way, I can help you. Flashback and Gander smiled slyly and approached Valeri. And don't forget that you tried to hit on my sister. Silence filled the air, and the temperature dropped several degrees, making everyone visible breath. A sweet smile formed on Valeri's face as a dark aura surrounded her. I see. Onin, come with me to the room so we can talk privately and calmly. Issei, pale with fear, said nothing and simply followed his sister to her room. In the room. Valeri, I can explain everything you want, just don't hit me. Issei pleaded, nervous and waving his hands in front of him. When he opened his eyes, he saw Valeri looking at him with a sad expression and tears streaming down her face. Valeri? Tell me, Oniachan, was that true? It's a half-truth. Half-truth? So you don't love me anymore? No. You see, I told her she was pretty, but that doesn't mean I don't love you. On the contrary, every day I love you more. Really? Of course. After all, you're my reason for living. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do. That was really sweet. Issei smiled at Valeri, who now had a determined look on her face. Alright, I've made up my mind. I'll let you have a HRM as long as I'm the first. Huh. Come on, let's go outside. I want you to tell me everything you did in Asgard. Valeri, what do you mean by HRM? Answer me. The next day, Issei woke up to another day, and beside him in the same bed was his beloved sister Valeri. They slept together, but that was all. There were no misunderstandings. He gently nudged Valeri to wake her, but she simply hugged him. Valeri, you have to get up, or rather, we have to get up. No, Oniai-chan, I don't want to move. I want to sleep a little longer. Alright, but let me go make breakfast. I'll wake you when it's ready, okay? Okay, Oniai-chan. Valeri released Issei, who went to the bathroom. After a few minutes, he came out and retrieved a book titled Cooking for Prodigies, heading to the kitchen to start making breakfast. About 15 minutes later, Issei went to wake Valeri, who finally got up. Upon entering the dining room, he found the other members of the household seated at the table, having breakfast. Issei sat at the head of the table, with Valeri next to him, along with Charles, Kuroka, and Lily. On Issei's left sat Saji, Fafnir, Gander, and Lecter, while Happy was at the opposite end. Breakfast varied for each person present. Some, like Fafnir, Saji, Gander, and Issei, had coffee with toast, while Valeri enjoyed orange juice with pastries. Kuroka and Lecter had milk with toast. The other cats had their preferences too. Charles had tea, Happy was eating fish, and Lily was enjoying a kiwi. Everything was peaceful and calm at the table. Everyone had to admit that Issei's cooking tasted great, and he mentally thanked himself for finding the book. The tranquil atmosphere could have continued if it weren't for the sudden appearance of Azazel. Hey kids! Kaya! Fafnir screamed, instantly hiding behind Issei, who, like everyone else, looked at his friend with an anime-style sweat drop as he trembled. What's wrong with him? Azazel asked. He still hasn't gotten over it, Issei replied. What are you doing here, Azazel? Valeri inquired. Well, I have a mission for you too, he said, pointing at Valeri and Kuroka. For us? Kuroka asked. Exactly. And I have another one for you, he added, pointing at Saji and Fafnir, who had finally emerged from behind Issei. I'll go with Valeri, Charles volunteered. I'll go with Saji, Lily chimed in. I'll go with Fafnir-kun, Lecter added. After that, the named individuals left, leaving only Issei, Happy and Gander. So, what now? Happy asked. No idea, Issei replied. How about you show me around? I mean, I've only been here for a night and a morning, Gander suggested. Good idea. Issei agreed. The three of them left the house so Issei could show Gander around, only for Shimasai to appear a few minutes after they stepped outside. Hi, Shimasai. Issei greeted. Hi kid. How have you been? Shimasai asked. Good, and you? Issei replied. As always, forcing Azazel to work or doing his job. Who's that? Issei pointed at Gander. This is Jormungandr, a friend. Nice to meet you, Jormungandr-kun, Shimasai said. Nice to meet you too, Shimasai-sama, but just call me Gander, he replied. All right, Gander-kun. Could you accompany me? I'd like to see your skills. Sure, as you wish. In that case, let's head over to that open area over there. She pointed in a direction. All right, bye guys, see you later. Gander called out. Bye, Gander. Issei and Happy replied in unison. The white-haired boy and the dragon left, leaving Issei and Happy alone. Well, it's just you and me again, Happy, Issei said. But Issei, what are we going to do now? Happy asked. I don't know. Let's take a stroll while we look for something to do, Issei suggested. Issei and Happy wandered aimlessly for an hour until they stumbled upon Barakil, who was dragging Azazel, bound tightly with ropes. Hey, Barakil! Issei called out. Barakil turned, searching for something other than Azazel. Hey there, kid, he replied. What are you doing? Happy asked. Trying to escape, Azazel said, his voice laced with frustration. Trying to make him work, Barakil added. And let me guess, he escaped 8 times? Issei ventured. 9 times, but close enough. By the way, Barakil trailed off. What's up? Issei inquired. Shuri wants to know if you could come over for dinner at our place tonight. Well, I don't have anything planned, so why not? It's been a while since I've seen Akino and Shuri-san, Issei responded. Great, I'll let her know. See you later. Barakil said, turning to leave. Art, see you later. Oh, and by the way, Issei began. What? Barakil asked, pausing. Azazel escaped, Issei said, a smirk playing on his lips. Huh. Barakil looked around, suddenly realizing that Azazel had indeed vanished. Diamenit, he exclaimed. Later that evening, at Himejima Temple, Issei and Happy climbed the long stairs leading to the entrance. Whose brilliant idea was it to make such long stairs? Issei complained, breathing. I don't know why you're complaining, I have no problem with it, Happy replied cheerfully. But you're flying, you cheater. Issei shot back. Happy exclaimed as they reached the top, where Shuri and Akino awaited them. Shuri was dressed in her usual priestess outfit, her hair tied in a high ponytail, while Akino wore a appealing purple kimono with white edges, adorned with delicate light purple flower designs. Her hair flowed freely down her back. It's been a while, Issei-kun, Shuri greeted him warmly. Hi, Issei. Akino chimed in, her joy evident. Hello, Shuri-san. Akino. Issei replied, smiling broadly. Happy echoed. Come in, dinner will be ready shortly, Shuri invited, gesturing for them to enter. Once inside the temple, Shuri headed to the kitchen while Akino and Issei engaged in conversation. Are you serious? You were in Asgard? Akino asked, her eyes wide with surprise. Yeah, I went with some friends to check the place out and ended up fighting Odin, Issei explained. You fought a god? Akino exclaimed, astonished. 2, to be more precise, Issei corrected. 2 gods. And here I was wanting to show you that I can now use Oto-san's lightning, Akino said, her expression turning downcast. Really? Show me. Issei encouraged. All right, Akino agreed. Standing before Issei, Akino summoned her wings, which sprouted gracefully from her back. She spread her arms wide, her left hand crackling with lightning while her right hand glowed with radiant light. Raising her hands above her head, she clapped them together. Holy lightning, she declared. In her hands, a brilliant white bolt of lightning, infused with sacred energy, took shape. Incredible! Issei exclaimed, his eyes shining with admiration. Akino dispelled her technique, her cheerful smile returning. Thanks. It took me a bit to learn, but I managed, she said proudly. As Issei stood up to approach Akino, he tripped and, in a flurry of motion, found himself landing on top of her. Akino stared up at him, wide-eyed and blushing. Akino, I'm so sorry. No. Issei stammered, scrambling to get off her. Era. Shuri's voice chimed in, causing Issei to leap away from Akino as if propelled by divine speed. I didn't think you two would be doing that kind of thing while I was cooking, Shuri teased. Oka-san, it's not what you think. Akino protested, her face flushed with embarrassment. What happened was that I tripped, nothing else happened. Don't think anything weird. Issei added, equally flustered. It's true, Issei is a pervert, but he wouldn't do that, Happy chimed in. Who are you calling a pervert, you fish-addicted cat? Issei shot back. Foo, and here I thought my daughter had found a good man, Shuri laughed. Oka-san! Akino exclaimed, mortified. You two keep doing your thing. Dinner will be ready in a, Shuri started, but a magic circle appeared near her ear. Darling. Barakiel's voice came through. Hi love. I'll be a bit late for dinner, he said. And why is that? Are you cheating on me? Shuri teased. Barakiel, trembling, replied, what's happening is that Azazel escaped again, and according to the tracker Shimasai set up, he's in Las Vegas. In that case, I'll wait for you, Shuri said, smiling. What's going on, Oka-san? Akino asked, curious. Nothing, just that your father will be a little late, Shuri replied. Let me guess, Azazel escaped? Say guess. That's right. How did you know? Shuri asked, raising an eyebrow. Let's just say it's a common occurrence, Issei said, smiling awkwardly. Really? Shuri and Akino asked in unison. You have no idea, Happy added. Well, as I was saying, dinner will be ready in a few minutes, Shuri continued. Hey Issei, why don't you show us some of your skills? Akino suggested. I'm not sure, Issei replied hesitantly. Come on, I showed you my holy lightning. You should show us something too, Akino urged. Hee daughter, are you hinting at Issei-kun? Shuri teased. Oka-san, enough already. Akino exclaimed, flustered. All right, I'll show you something I can do, Issei said, raising the index and middle fingers of both hands and crossing them. Two clones of himself appeared. Clones? Akino asked, intrigued. And that's not all, Clone 1 said. The first clone vanished, and Akino appeared in its place, mirroring the position she had been in. I can substitute myself with things around me, Clone 1 explained. I can also do other things like this. Clone 2 added, its right hand covered in ice, which took the shape of a rose that Issei then handed to Akino. Thank you, Akino stammered, touched by the gesture. I can do all sorts of things with almost any material, and I would show you more, but most of my magic is offensive, so it's destructive, and I don't want to destroy your house, Issei explained. Don't worry, Shuri reassured him. Is something wrong, Oka-san? Akino asked, noticing her mother's expression. I thought I saw something outside the window, Shuri replied, her brow furrowing. Something like what? Happy inquired. I don't know, but dinner should be ready soon. I'll go get it, Shuri said, heading to the kitchen. Let me help you, Shuri-san, Issei offered. All right, you can set the table while I take the food out of the oven, Shuri agreed. A few minutes later, the four of them were enjoying dinner peacefully when Issei's eyes widened as he scanned the surroundings. What's wrong, Issei-kun? Shuri asked, concerned. We're surrounded, Issei said seriously. Surrounded? Akino echoed, alarmed. There are about 40 armed people hiding around the house. I can smell their weapons and their intent to kill, Issei explained. But who are they? Shuri asked, her voice trembling. I don't know, but what I do know is that it's best for you to hide, Issei urged. And what will you do? You can't face them alone, Akino said, worry etched on her face. Issei smiled, looking Akino in the eyes, instilling a sense of security in her. Who do you think you're talking to? I'm Issei Lucifer, the current Security. I won't fall to anyone, he declared confidently. All right then, we'll hide, Shuri said, nodding. I'll stay with you in case something happens, Happy added. Fine, I'll go outside, Issei said, steeling himself. Stepping out of the Himejima house, Issei scanned the area, finding it eerily quiet. Come out already. There's no point in hiding. I can hear your breathing, smell you, and sense your presence, he called out. After a few seconds of silence, men dressed in black with white masks resembling animal faces emerged from the trees surrounding the house. Who are you and what do you want? Issei demanded, his voice firm and authoritative. The unknown man replied, Who we are is not important. What we want is the cursed girl. Issei frowned. Cursed girl? The daughter of the fallen angel who violated Shuri-sama, the man explained. Sama? Issei echoed, realization dawning on him. So, you're members of the Himejima clan who still believe that Barakil-san violated Shuri-san. When will you understand that they are truly in love and that this cursed girl, as you call her, is their beloved daughter? We don't care what you say, we have orders from Kyo Himejima-sama to kill the cursed girl, the man retorted. Issei's mind raced. Kyo Himejima? Isn't that Shuri-san's younger brother? He narrowed his eyes. And you think I'll let you do that? It's your choice, move aside or die, the man threatened. Issei smirked. In that case I choose to turn you all to ash. With that, he unleashed a massive burst of fire from his mouth, incinerating several of the men. What was that? One of the men shouted in disbelief. He's a monster, another cried. Monster? Did you really think you could take on a dragon like me? Issei laughed, his confidence soaring. Dragon? The men gasped, their faces pale with fear. I don't believe you, you cursed mage, one man shouted defiantly. Mage? Fine, I'll show you. Issei spread his arms wide, and from his back emerged 10 demon wings and 4 dragon wings. Impossible, the men gasped, their eyes wide with shock. How much power does that kid have to have so many wings? Do you believe me now? Issei challenged, surrounded by flames. Those present could swear they saw Draig's silhouette looming behind him. Some onlookers attempted to flee, only to find roots gripping their feet, holding them in place. You're not going anywhere, Issei declared. No way. Take this. One man shouted, launching a beam of light from a magic circle. The beam struck Issei, creating a massive cloud of smoke. The onlookers relaxed, believing they had defeated him. But when the smoke cleared, Issei stood unharmed, an imposing dragon made of pure gold looming behind him, shielding him with its wings. Is that all? Issei taunted. Why didn't I use this in the battle against Odin? He thought, a surge of determination coursing through him. If that was all, then it's my turn. With a swift motion, Issei lightly cut one of his fingers, letting a few drops of blood fall onto the golden dragon behind him. The dragon absorbed the blood, its eyes shifting from gold to blood red, and it began to move as if it were alive. Attack! Issei commanded. The dragon took flight, launching itself at the masked men, who barely had time to react before they fell, gravely injured from the dragon's onslaught. Issei looked up at the sky. It's almost here. Meanwhile, inside a nearby house, Shuri and Akino were hiding in a basement, as Issei had instructed them. Oka-san, do you think Issei is okay? Akino asked, her voice filled with concern. Shuri glanced at her daughter, a calm smile spreading across her face. Of course, remember, he has faced gods, mages, and who knows what else. Issei is a very strong boy, you don't need to worry. Thank you, Oka-san, Akino replied, feeling reassured. Suddenly, the sound of applause echoed through the area. Who's there? Shuri exclaimed, startled. It's been a while since we last met, a voice called out. A figure stepped from the shadows, revealing a young man with black hair and brown eyes, looking to be about 2 or 3 years younger than Shuri. Her eyes widened in recognition. Kyo, she exclaimed. That's right, Nei-san, Kyo replied with a nod. What are you doing here? Shuri asked, surprised. Akino, who had been sitting on the floor, rushed over and hugged her mother tightly. Chapter end. 3 months had passed since the incident with the Himejima family, and Valeri had recruited 2 more members for her team. One was a yokai named Biko, a descendant of the great yokai Buddha Sun Wukong, and the other was a boy named Arthur Pendragon, who, as his surname suggested, was a descendant of King Arthur. Additionally, Gander had acquired his own Exceed, a green-haired cat with a big smile who loved to dress up like a pink frog. Although the cat was not very bright, Gander adored him and decided to name him Frosh. Present time. Issei and Valeri stood in Azazel's office, facing him. You're probably wondering why I called you here, right? Azazel began. Yes, are you going to tell us, or do we have to wait for an epic moment like before? Valeri replied, crossing her arms. My motto is right. You've been staring at us for 2 minutes, Issei added, raising an eyebrow. Alright, I called you for 2 reasons. The first, and most important, is that I want you to closely observe Kokobeel's actions, Azazel explained. And why is that? Issei asked, intrigued. I've received reports stating that Kokobeel is ordering the assassination of sacred gear users and recruiting fallen angels from other divisions for a purpose I'm unaware of, Azazel said, his expression serious. Both twins and Azazel wore serious expressions. Don't worry, Azazel. We'll handle it, Valeri assured him. And what will you do while we keep an eye on him? Issei inquired. Nothing, Azazel replied simply. The twins exchanged incredulous looks. Seriously? Valeri asked, disbelief evident in her voice. Yes, Azazel confirmed. In the minds of the twins. Now, the second reason I called you is that I have a mission for both of your teams together, Azazel continued. What kind of mission? Issei asked, curiosity piqued. As you probably know, the familiar forest is incredibly vast, Azazel began. Aha, the twins replied in unison. Well, a few days ago, an immense amount of magic was felt in one part of that forest, and since that power was sensed, the temperature in the forest has dropped significantly to the point where a large part of it has frozen. I need you to find out what's causing these changes and, if possible, resolve it, Azazel explained. Hi. The twins responded eagerly. After that, they left the office, leaving Azazel alone. I just hope he doesn't go too hard on you, Azazel muttered to himself. Minutes later, at the twins' house. Guys, we have a very important mission. Get ready quickly, Issei called out. The first to arrive were the Exceed, each carrying a small backpack. A few minutes later, the dragons showed up along with Arthur, and about 15 minutes after that, the 2 yokai arrived. Alright, if everyone is ready, let's head to the familiar forest, Issei announced. The Exceed chorused except for Charles. And what's the deal over there? Saji asked, looking puzzled. Valeri explained, a strange magic appeared there a few days ago, and since then, the forest has been freezing. Freezing? Impossible! Fafnir exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. The familiar forest is supposed to be an indestructible fortress. It can't freeze. Gander added, shaking his head. I agree with you all, it's impossible for something like this to happen. That forest has existed since before the demons rebelled against the biblical god, and nothing has ever happened to it, Saji said, crossing his arms. I understand if you don't believe me, and to be honest, I don't believe it either, but the mission says we need to go investigate, Issei replied, determination in his voice. It's hard for me to believe that a forest that withstood the great biblical war is now frozen, Arthur remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. Biko nodded in agreement. Same here. What or who could possibly freeze that forest? Kuroka wondered aloud, her brow furrowing in concern. That's why we're going, Valeri stated firmly. Is anyone else going to complain or doubt Azazel's judgment? Then let's go, Issei declared, his voice filled with determination. With that, both teams set off toward the familiar forest. Familiar forest. As they arrived, the eyes of those present widened in disbelief at the sight before them. The great familiar forest, which had existed since time immemorial and had survived both the Great Biblical War and the Demon Civil War, was now completely frozen. Let's keep moving, Issei stammered, clearly nervous as he glanced around. I don't like this at all, Valeri said, her anxiety evident as she surveyed the eerie surroundings. As the twins took a few cautious steps forward, two of the dragons observed them with curiosity. Hey, Fafnir, don't you think they're a bit too nervous? Gander asked, tilting his head. I was just about to ask you the same thing. It's like they're afraid of something, Fafnir replied, his gaze fixed on the twins. I understand they're anxious about the state of the forest, but they look like cornered animals, glancing around in fear. But why? Gander pondered aloud. No idea, but, Fafnir began, only to be interrupted by a tremor that shook the entire forest, followed by a powerful roar that echoed throughout the area. What was that? Biko exclaimed, his eyes wide with alarm. How should I know? Kuroka shot back, her voice tinged with irritation. Whatever it is, it's strong, Arthur noted, his expression serious. Drake thought to himself, oh no, I recognize that roar. Albion mused, this power is similar to my cousin Tynamit's, could it be her? I've felt this power before, Fafnir said, his expression growing grave. It's a familiar power, Gander added, his brow furrowing. Familiar? Saji asked, confusion evident in his voice. Yes, it's a power I know, but I can't remember from where, Gander explained, scratching his head. Saji's sacred gear manifested in his left hand, its presence a stark reminder of the situation. Tynamit? Vritra questioned, his tone curious. Who? Valeri, Kuroka, Arthur, and Biko replied in unison, their expressions a mix of confusion and concern. The late Dragon Queen, the most powerful one, said to be nearly on par with a celestial dragon. Issei clarified, his voice rising with urgency. Huh? Yeah? The others exclaimed in shock. Wait, are you telling me that such a powerful being is here? Biko asked incredulously, his eyes wide. Late? Arthur echoed, his voice laced with disbelief. Yes, you see, a few years ago, a former host of Drake killed her, Issei explained, his tone somber. So she's dead? Kuroka asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Great, now we have to fight against the vengeful ghost of the strongest dragon queen in history. How lovely! Biko said, sarcasm dripping from his words. Don't be such a coward, Fafnir retorted, rolling his eyes. Do you all think the same as I do? Gander asked, his gaze shifting among the group. Facing what is possibly the most powerful dragon of all time after the Dragon of Infinity? Saji replied, his voice tinged with apprehension. Exactly, Gander confirmed, nodding. Sounds good to me, Fafnir said, his enthusiasm contrasting with the tension in the air. I'm in. What do you think, Issei? Saji asked, turning his attention to him. I'm not sure, Issei pondered, his uncertainty surprising the dragons, who knew he enjoyed fighting. Oniai-chan, are you feeling okay? Valeri asked, concern etched on her face. I'm not sure that power belongs to Tynamit, Issei replied, his brow furrowing. At that moment, a green gem appeared in Issei's left hand. I agree with my partner, it's impossible for Tynamit to still be alive. I was there when she died, Drake added, his voice steady. Metallic wings manifested on Valeri's back, a sign of her growing tension. Of course you know that, after all, it was your host who killed her. Albion snapped. I understand you're angry, but I wasn't the one who killed her. It was that BS Drake countered, his tone defensive. Even if he was the one who killed her, it was thanks to you giving him your power. Directly or indirectly, you are the murderer of my cousin, Albion stated, his words heavy with accusation. Albion's statement astonished everyone present, except for Issei, Saji, and Vritra, who were already aware of the truth. Yes, you're right. It was because of my power that she died. But think about it. Did I have any other option? I couldn't do anything. I don't control when my power is used. I can only watch their actions and give them my power without resisting. And don't play innocent. It's exactly the same with you. Should I remind you of Drago, Spectra, and Charizard? Drake argued, his frustration evident. Albion fell silent, unable to respond. That's what I thought. Sai, listen, I understand you're angry, but you can't spend your whole life blaming me when you know I wasn't the one who did it, Drake concluded, his voice softening. The wings on Valeri's back dematerialized, just like the gauntlet on Issei's hand, leaving Albion and some of the others deep in thought. Issei and Valeri, who had calmed down since the roar was heard, exchanged glances for a few seconds before nodding and continuing forward. So tell us, Issei, who do you think made that roar? Fafnir asked, curiosity piqued. If my suspicions are correct, then Albion won't be the only one who needs to understand that the blame doesn't lie with Drake, Issei replied, his tone serious. Gander's eyes widened as he realized who Issei was talking about. Are you referring to her? He exclaimed. Her. Fafnir echoed, his disbelief evident. Just like Gander, Fafnir's eyes opened wide in shock. Are you really referring to her? He asked, astonishment coloring his voice. Who? Saji inquired, still confused. Yes, say, who is she? Valeri asked, releasing her killing intent as tension filled the air. Chapter end. 3 years had passed since our silver-haired duo met Silver, and during that time, several things had happened. First, Azazel continued to evade work as usual. Whenever he was found, he resorted to taking animals from the area to buy time for his escape. This wasn't so bad at first, but the problem arose when he ended up with over 70 different animals inside his house in just 1 week. It was unhealthy for everyone, neither for the poor animals nor for Issei and Valeri, who were the ones taking care of them. In response, Issei came up with a solution. Instead of returning the animals to their natural habitat, something Azazel would always thwart, he decided to open a zoo with all the animals Azazel had rescued. This not only solved the problem of the animals living in poor conditions but also provided jobs for some fallen angels and helped fill Issei's wallet. Second, one day, just like any other, after training with Silver, our favorite twins ran into one of Azazel's drinking buddies. This was none other than Surzek's Gremry, the eldest son of the Gremry family and the current Mao Lucifer, who was looking for the twins. Remember that Loki had shown what Issei did in Asgard to almost all factions. Flashback. The twins entered Azazel's office, finding him in front of a man with crimson hair and aquamarine eyes, dressed in a white suit and a dark blue cape. Beside him stood a very familiar person to the twins. Rizevin. Issei and Valeri exclaimed in unison. Upon hearing their voices, the maid turned toward her cousins, and moments later, they embraced each other affectionately. The red-haired man looked taken aback, as it was uncommon for his wife to show affection to anyone other than him or their son. It's been a long time since we last saw each other, Wanisama, Valeri said, her eyes shining with joy. It's true, it's been quite a while since we last saw you, Rizevin, Issei added, a smile spreading across his face. I missed you, little ones, Rizevin replied, her voice warm and inviting. At those words, Issei pulled away from the embrace, annoyance flickering across his face as he looked at Rizevin. Hey, I'm 13 now. Stop calling me little, he protested. Rizevin met his complaint with a challenging expression. I'll stop calling you little when you measure the same as I do. And tell me, do you still sleep with a stuffed animal, or have you outgrown that? Valeri chimed in, No, Wanisama. Now the stuffed animal is me. Rizevin burst into laughter, as if she had just heard the best joke ever. I knew it. Issei can't sleep without hugging something. At her cousin's laughter, Issei retreated to a corner, drawing circles on the floor with a gray cloud hanging over his head, muttering about evil cousins and traitorous little sisters. If Surzek had been confused before, he now hardly recognized his wife. Azazel cleared his throat, drawing the attention of the silver-haired trio. Kids, this is a friend of mine. His name is Surzek's Gremry. He is Rizevin-san's husband and the star pupil of Edward. It's a pleasure to meet the children of Edward-sama, Surzek said, offering a warm smile. Likewise, Issei replied. Nice to meet you, Valeri added. By the way, Rizevin, did you know them? Surzek asked. Yes, they are my cousins, my mother and theirs are sisters. I told you once, but you were drunk, so I doubt you remember, Grafia explained. That sounds familiar, Surzex admitted. So, what brings you here? Issei inquired. I almost forgot. This is Valeri. I ask you to come with me, Surzex said. Where to? Valeri asked, curiosity piqued. I would like to show you everything you inherited from your father, Surzex replied. What we inherited? Issei echoed, puzzled. You don't think Mao Edward Lucifer-sama would leave without leaving anything for his descendants, do you? Surzex questioned. Well. Issei hesitated. Yes. Valeri agreed. Yes. Grafia added. Yes. Azazel chimed in. Yes. Draig and Albion echoed in unison. These are the moments when I hate that Edward-sama is a professional prankster, Surzex muttered. Changing the subject, when are we leaving? Valeri asked. Whenever you want, Grafia replied. So what are we waiting for? Issei exclaimed. Let's go. Grafia declared, forming a magic circle beneath their feet. In an instant, the 4 demons vanished. What about me? Azazel called out, left behind. With the demons, the 4 found themselves standing before a gigantic mansion, nearly twice the size of any of the other Mao's residences. The enormous house, predominantly white and silver, evoked a sense of familiarity in the twins, as if they had known this place for years. Come in, this is your home, literally, Surzex said, gesturing for them to enter. As Surzex and Grafia showed the twins around the mansion, they uncovered several intriguing facts, including that Surzex was a temporary Mao, holding the position until one of the twins came of age. Like their father, he had become a Mao after defeating nearly the entire army of the former Maos. Flashback within a flashback. Destruction lay everywhere. The capital of the demons, the city of Lilith, had become a battlefield. The situation was dire for those demons who wished to live in peace. Initially, the civil war had favored the revolution led by Edward Lucifer, the eldest son of Rizevin Livan Lucifer, until the former Maos, Leviathan, Asmodeus, Beelzebub, Rizevim, and his younger son Kalo, formed an alliance with the Dark Dragons. This alliance, known as the True Maos, began to gain ground, leaving the resistance nearly obliterated. A young boy, around 12 or 13 years old, with crimson hair and aquamarine eyes, raced through the devastated streets of Lilith. This was Surzex Gremory, and by his side was his best friend, Grafia Lucifuge, a girl of the same age with silver hair and eyes. They were heading toward the enemy army to buy time for the few survivors left in the city to escape. Do you think we'll make it? Grafia asked, her voice tinged with worry. No, I'm sure we'll die here. But if I can get the others to escape, at least I'll die knowing my friends made it out. You don't have to come with me, you know? Surzex replied, determination in his tone. If I don't go with you, who will take care of you? Grafia countered. You mean you? Surzex asked, a hint of a smile breaking through his seriousness. Grafia pointed behind them, where 3 people their age were running after them. One was a boy with green hair and blue eyes, Ajuka Astroth. The second was a pale-skinned boy with a shaved head, Falbium glaciolabilis. The last was a short girl with long black hair tied in a low ponytail, aquamarine eyes, and a figure that was somewhat developed for her age, Seraphal Citri. All 3 bore various wounds and bandages across their bodies. Guys, Surzex began. Did you think we would abandon you in this situation? Ajuka said with a friendly smile. I just hope that when this is over, I can get a peaceful nap, Falbium added, his expression tired. We won't leave you until the end. Seraphal declared cheerfully. A small tear rolled down Surzex's cheek at the thought of his friends standing by him, even knowing they would likely die soon. Thank you, he whispered, and the other 4 simply smiled back at their friend. As they turned a corner, they found themselves facing a massive army of over 100,000 demons and 80,000 dark dragons. At the forefront stood Rizevin Lucifer alongside his younger son Kalo, Zira Leviathan with his 6 siblings, Delphox Beelzebub with his 3 sisters, and Grey Asmodeus with his 2 sons. Behind them loomed formidable creatures. Upon seeing the 5 young ones, Rizevin began to laugh maniacally. Is this all the stupid revolutionaries can send? Pathetic, he taunted. We are all that's needed, Surzex declared defiantly. We know we can't stop you, but at least we'll buy enough time, Grafia added, her voice steady. Enough time? Don't make me laugh. Zira scoffed. I just hope you don't die in one hit. Delphox remarked, a smirk on his face. You won't need to buy more time, you'll die here, Gray said ominously. I think we finally agree on something. There's no need for you to buy more time, a voice echoed from behind the five. Suddenly, 5 immensely powerful presences surged forth. A portal made of darkness appeared behind them, and from it emerged 5 figures. One was a man in his late teens with blue eyes and shoulder-length silver hair, styled down. He wore a long-sleeved black shirt with a jacket that flowed into a cape reaching his knees, along with black trousers and dress shoes. This was Edward Lucifer. To his right stood a woman of the same age, with blue eyes and silver hair. She wore a black strapless dress that exposed her left leg and high heels of the same color. This was Elena Lucifuge. On her right was an 18-year-old boy with dark brown hair, one red eye and one blue, and 2 small fangs protruding from his mouth. He wore a white shirt with a high-collared jacket that ended in a black cape, along with matching trousers and brown dress shoes. This was Rido Kuran. To Edward's left stood a 17-year-old boy named Silver Fullbuster. He had black hair and eyes, and a scar marked his forehead. Dressed in a long-sleeved white shirt, a gray vest, black trousers, and shoes, he wore a sword-shaped necklace that hung from his neck. To Edward's left was another 17-year-old boy, Rogue Cheney. His long white hair was tied in a high ponytail, and a black streak covered the right side of his face. With striking red eyes and a tattoo on the left side of his face, he wore a white shirt and a black cape with yellow edges, complemented by black trousers and shoes. The power of the newcomers was undeniably superior to that of anyone facing them. Edward Sama, Surza called out. Edward smiled at his disciple, his expression a mix of excitement and hope. You all can step back, we'll take care of this, he said confidently. Kalo smirked. I see you finally decided to show up. Edward's gaze sharpened as he turned to his younger brother, who instinctively took a step back. Rizevin chuckled darkly. Kukuk, I suppose you've come to surrender. Edward's expression remained unchanged as he faced his father. No, actually, I've come to defeat your entire army and leave you traumatized for life. And how do you plan to do that? Rizevin challenged. Edward stretched out his right arm and snapped his fingers. A cut appeared on Rizevin's left cheek, and he turned to see over 10,000 of his soldiers engulfed in black flames. I call dibs on the Leviathans, Silver declared. I don't think I need to say who I'm going for, Rogue added. I'll take the Belzebu, Rido chimed in. Well, I'll take the idiots from Asmodeus, Elena said with determination. As Silver faced Zira, she confronted him. You're very brave to face all 7 of us. And you're all very foolish for not running. Silver retorted. Who do you think you are? Zane demanded. Who do I think I am? Simple. I'm the one about to wipe out the entire Leviathan clan. Silver replied confidently. You be yesterday. Dex shouted as the 7 demons charged at Silver, launching him away from the capital with ice spells. Silver-sama. Grafia cried, spreading her wings and flying swiftly to where Silver had landed. To her surprise, he stood unscathed before the shocked Leviathan family. What a disappointment! I expected much more from one of the most powerful clans in demon society, Silver sighed. Impossible. Raftel stammered in disbelief. With those attacks, he should be frozen. Krauk exclaimed incredulously. Who is this guy? Klain asked fearfully. Silver unleashed his overwhelming aura, causing the temperature to plummet and the ground to freeze. He's a monster. Line gasped. In an instant, Silver appeared behind them, wielding an ice sword. A second later, the bodies of Dex, Krauk, and Line fell to the ground, headless. Raftel and Klain were sliced into pieces, Zane was impaled by 8 ice spikes, and Zira knelt on the ground, deep cuts covering her body. Who are you? No, better yet, what are you? She gasped. clutching her throat as blood seeped from her wounds. Me? I'm Silver Fullbuster, the Devil Slayer, he declared. Zira's eyes widened in terror at this revelation. Suddenly, a large number of demons arrived, led by Mal Leviathan. Zira tried to warn them to flee, but the words wouldn't come out. This is boring. I think I'll end this now, Silver said, gathering power in his hands as the demons charged at him. Demon of Ice Cemetery, he shouted, placing his hands on the ground. A massive amount of pink ice erupted, towering high and wide, eliminating all the demons except Graphia. 5 minutes. It only took him 5 minutes, Graphia observed, stunned. Unbeknownst to Silver, that area of the underworld would soon be known as Cocytus, the ice hell, the coldest and most dangerous part of the entire underworld. Meanwhile, Rido stood before the 4 members of the Belzebu family, who regarded him warily due to the immense aura he radiated. Are you sure you can handle us? Delphox asked, skepticism lacing his voice. Please, Onyai-sama, do you really think a mere vampire like him could do anything to us? Liza challenged. I agree with One-chan, Ruka added. Rima laughed mockingly. A mere vampire against the Belzebu family. Haha. I don't feel like moving to fight a trio of brainless brats, Rido replied dismissively. What did you call us? Rima shouted angrily. You might as well kill each other, Rido suggested. His eyes glowed red for a moment, and seconds later, Liza, Ruka, and Rima's eyes lost their luster, and they began to attack each other. What have you done to them? Delphox exclaimed in horror. Just what I said, I made them kill each other. Don't try to stop them, or they'll turn on you, Rido warned. You be a sturdy. Delphox shouted, furious. For a Mao, you're not as strong as I thought. Any faction leader is much stronger than anyone in your family or the Leviathan and Asmodeus families, except for the first Maos, Rizevin and Edward, Rido remarked. Delphox attempted to attack Rido, but his sisters, still in a trance, restrained him. What do you think you're doing? Let me go, he demanded. The 3 sisters continued to strike their brother, who seemed bewildered by their actions. This is the same fate that awaits those who think they're gods despite being less than scum. I have the ability to control anyone weaker than me through their blood, Rido explained. I've had enough of this. Delphox shouted. He conjured a magic circle in his right hand, unleashing a powerful blast of energy that incinerated the upper bodies of his sisters, leaving them lifeless on the ground. I didn't think you were capable of killing your own blood, Rido said, surprised. More deaths, fewer deaths, it doesn't matter, Delphox replied coldly. In that case, I suppose you won't mind if I do this, Rido said, moving his fingers slightly. A cross made of darkness appeared behind Delphox, and before he realized it, he was affixed to it. Rido raised his left hand, and the blood from the bodies of Delphox's sisters floated up, forming a spear. Tell me, how does it feel to be pierced by the blood of those you killed? Rido asked. No. Stop, miserable vampire. I am Delphox Belzebu, one of the 4 Maos of the underworld, he protested. What interests me is what I asked you, Rido replied, moving his hand toward Delphox. The spear shot toward him. Stop please. I'll give you whatever you want, but don't kill me. Delphox begged. Too late. Rido said as the blood spear pierced Delphox's heart, ending his life. Damn it, Edward, you told me this would be fun, and the only one having fun is Rogue. Rido mused. He lied. Elena was also having fun with Rogue. Rogue was running at high speed among the dark dragons, sword in his right hand. With every step he took, hundreds of dragons fell, covered in wounds. It was worth mentioning that Rogue had a small smile on his face. One of the nearby dragons unleashed a powerful blue flame aimed directly at Rogue. To the astonishment of the dragons, he merely moved his left hand slightly, redirecting the flame toward another dragon. In a swift motion, Rogue leaped onto the head of a dragon, and with a single slash of his sword, he split it in half. There are so many, he muttered, puffing out his cheeks. If I rely solely on my sword, this will take me more than 30 minutes. He then expelled a massive surge of light. Roar of the light dragon. The attack was so devastating that it claimed the lives of over 24,000 dragons. With a powerful swing of his sword, Rogue sent a wave of wind slicing through the air. Slash of the wind swordsman dragon. Once again, his attack decimated a large number of enemies, totaling 16. Suddenly, a horde of dragons dove toward Rogue, intent on crushing him. Roar of the Dark Dragon, he shouted, and the attack pierced through the dragons above him, eliminating them in seconds. Emerging from the mountain of corpses, Rogue showed no signs of injury, which only fueled the dragon's annoyance. If I tally up the ones I've killed with my sword and those taken out by magic, I've eliminated around 60,000 dragons. It was fun, but I think it's time to finish this. Concentrating immense power in his mouth, he launched his next attack. Roar of the Fire Dragon. A torrent of blood-red flames erupted from him, incinerating the remaining dragons, or so he thought. In an instant, he found himself slammed to the ground by a blow from Apophis, the powerful dark dragon, who unleashed a fierce flame at Rogue. He barely managed to evade the attack. That was close, he muttered, looking up to find himself face to face with the 6 most formidable dark dragons, Yamada no Orochi, Krumkruch, Azidahaka, Apophis, Layden, and Grendel. Rogue took a defensive stance, carefully observing the 6 dragons before him. This could be dangerous, I need to be cautious, he thought. You're quite skilled, human, Yamada no Orochi remarked. The fact that you've taken down so many of our kind makes me eager to face you. Grendel added. Not many can defeat a dark dragon, there's no doubt you possess great strength, Layden observed. I wonder how long you can endure, Azidahaka mused. Seeing so much death has made me hungry, perhaps you will serve as my meal, Apophis taunted. Silence. You, human, tell me who you are, Krumkruch commanded. I am Rogue Cheney, and I am a dragon slayer. Rogue declared boldly. I've faced many of your kind in the past, but none have wielded as much power as you, Krumkruch replied. It's an honor for the most powerful dark dragon to praise me like that, Rogue said with a grin. I propose this. If you defeat all 6 of us in battle, I, Krumkruch, the strongest celestial dragon, will name you the strongest dragon slayer of all. In that case, let's get started. Rogue replied, a challenging smile spreading across his face. In a flash, Rogue appeared among the heads of Yamada no Orochi, sword in hand, ready to decapitate the dark dragon. He had to hide in its shadow to avoid a powerful bite from Layden, only to reappear behind Apophis, poised to return the earlier blow. Fong of the lightning dragon, he shouted, and the attack struck the giant serpent, sending it and the multi-headed dragons crashing to the ground. In a blur of speed, Rogue soared above the 3 dragons, about 10 meters high, cheeks puffed out. Roar of the electrified hot steel dragon. A torrent of superheated steel surrounded by lightning erupted from his mouth, impacting the 3 dragons still on the ground and ending their lives. A powerful blow sent Rogue crashing back to the ground. When he turned to see where the attack had come from, he found Grendel and Azidahaka glaring at him with bloodthirsty eyes. Both dragons lunged at Rogue, clawing and whipping their tails, which he blocked with his sword. Seizing a moment of carelessness from Grendel, Rogue escaped his position and delivered a flurry of cuts to both dragons, leaving them severely injured. You yesterday, Grendel shouted. Oh, sorry, but you were the one who wanted to fight, Rogue replied. In mere seconds, the heads of the 2 dragons lay severed on the ground, courtesy of Rogue's sword. All right, there's just one left. Rogue turned to find Krumkruch sitting back, watching everything unfold. I must admit, you're very strong, even stronger than I am. So let's end this battle with a single attack, shall we? Krumkruch proposed. Perfect. Rogue agreed. Krumkruch opened his mouth, and a small purple flame flickered to life, gradually growing larger. 5 magical circles, each larger than the last, appeared before Rogue, who began gathering energy in his mouth. So he's going to use magical circles to enhance his attack. Interesting, Krumkruch thought. Both opponents unleashed their respective attacks. A torrent of purple flames, with hints of blue from Krumkruch, and a mix of elements from Rogue, including fire, water, light, darkness, earth, wind, iron, gold, steel, lightning, poison, acid, and more. As the attack passed through the magical circles, both its size and power increased dramatically. At first, it seemed that both attacks were evenly matched, but moments later, Rogue's attack began to gain ground, completely overpowering Krumkruch's assault and ultimately destroying the Dark Dragon, who wore a satisfied smile on his face. Rogue gasped for breath. That was tough. I used a lot of magic on that. I think I'm going to rest for a while. Meanwhile, Elena, the appealing girl with silver hair, watched the three members of the Asmodeus family with amusement as they glared at her, barely containing their fury. "This is ridiculous," Shin exclaimed. "An insignificant servant like you has no right to stand before us, who possess the royal blood of the demons." Yaila shouted, her voice dripping with contempt. "You heard my brother. Kneel and beg for mercy." Her tone was sharp and commanding. Gray thought to himself, why are all younger siblings so foolish? Don't they sense the power of this woman? Meanwhile, Elena's mind raced, fixating on the words that echoed in her head, "Insignificant servant. Beg." With a low, menacing voice that could strike fear into even Edward Lucifer, she asked, "Do you want to die? Didn't you hear me? Get on your knees and beg for mercy, you wretched creature." Yaila screamed. Gray's eyes widened in horror as he turned to his sister, paralyzed by the sight of Elena with her hand piercing Yaila's chest, holding her heart from the other side. "You wretched creature! Die!" Shin yelled, lunging at Elena, only to realize too late that he had been sliced in half by a sword of ice in her hand. "Yaila! Shin!" Gray cried out in despair. Elena turned to Gray, a calm smile on her face. "Do you want to die too?" she asked. "Why, you're a monster," Gray stammered, fear evident in his voice. Elena contemplated the word monster for a moment before replying, "Yes. You want to die." Slowly, Gray's body began to freeze, terror gripping him. He raised a hand toward Elena, a magic circle forming in his palm as he unleashed an energy attack. With a simple snap of her fingers, Elena froze both Gray and his attack in an instant. She lightly tapped the frozen magical energy, obliterating both it and its creator. "Done," she said, smiling as if she had accomplished something good. Meanwhile, Edward faced a daunting assembly of the Lucifer family, Rizevin, his youngest son Kalo, and 90,000 demons. "I'll say this only once. If anyone wants to live, leave now," Edward declared, his voice firm. Kalo chuckled. Sorry, Nissen, but—" "Shut up," Edward interrupted, his voice laced with palpable hatred that sent shivers through his family. Rizevin laughed. Do you really think you can take us all on by yourself?" Edward pointed his fingers like guns, unleashing a barrage of small black fireballs that exploded on impact. "Fire God's fusillade," he shouted. The sheer volume of attacks decimated another 10,000 demons and ravaged the terrain. Rizevin, crouched to dodge the onslaught, smirked. "Let's see if this is to your liking," he whispered, his right hand enveloped in darkness as he slammed it against the ground. "Black hole," he proclaimed, the darkness rapidly expanding toward Edward, erasing everything in its path. "Like it? It's my new acquisition. The Yami Yami know me. I still can't control it very well, but I think it's enough to finish you off." Rizevin taunted. As the darkness reached him, Edward's feet sank into it. "There's no doubt you're an idiot." "Fire God's roar," he countered, unleashing a massive black flame that obliterated the darkness, threatening to consume him. Rizevin, engulfed in flames, rolled on the ground in a desperate attempt to extinguish them, ultimately shedding his Mao Lucifer suit. Nearby, Kalo hid among the rocks, plotting a surprise attack on his brother. But what happened next was unexpected. Edward's left hand transformed into a black fire sword, and he stabbed Kalo directly in the heart. "This is for murdering our mother," Edward declared, yanking the sword from Kalo's body and cutting him in half. "I'm done with this. I will finish all of you now," Edward shouted, raising his arm and bringing it down forcefully, unleashing a torrent of black fire. "Divine annihilation of the fire god," he cried, the attack annihilating everything in its path, including Rizevim's remaining demons. When the flames subsided, only Rizevim remained, severely wounded and bloodied. He lifted his gaze to Edward, terror gripping him. His son was not alone. The Lucifer team was complete. But what frightened him most was the cold gaze in Edward's eyes, reminiscent of the original Lucifer. "Get lost. And never come back. Or I will kill you," Edward commanded. The 5 members of the Lucifer team turned to leave, unaware that Rizevim still had the strength for one last attack. Or so he thought. He raised his right arm, a spear of darkness forming in his hand. The spear shot toward Edward's chest at great speed, but just 10 centimeters away, it was halted by 2 of Edward's fingers, who merely glanced at it. "Now that you're out of energy, can you leave?" Edward asked, his voice cold. Rizevim's face reflected pure terror, a feeling that intensified as Edward took a few steps toward him. Overwhelmed by pain and fear, Rizevim struggled to stand and fled desperately. "Are you going to let him escape?" Rido asked. "Right now, he can't do anything, and we have no place to trap him," Edward replied. "Then why don't you kill him?" Rogue suggested. "I've spilled enough blood for one day," Edward said, clenching his fists tightly, the weight of having killed his own brother evident. No matter what he did, whether a murderer or not, Kalo was his only brother. Silver remarked. Elena nodded, understanding the complexity of the moment. And now, her only living relative was a criminal. What a family trait they had for destroying everything. The voice caught the attention of Lucifer's team and the 5 young demons, who turned toward the source and widened their eyes in recognition. The speaker was a woman in her 50s with white hair. Everyone except Edward exclaimed, "Lilith Sama." Edward added, "Oba Sama." Indeed, the person was none other than Lilith Lucifer, the wife of the original demon and the first human. In short, she was the first queen of the demons and the mother of Rizevim. Lilith said, "So, who else were you expecting?" Edward replied, "I didn't expect you to come, Oba-sama. What are you doing here?" Lilith responded, "What do you mean, what am I doing here? That psychotic brat Rizevim is my son. And you're my grandson. So don't ask me what I'm doing here. Now, where is that idiot of my son?" Elena spoke up. "He left." Lilith fixed her serious gaze on Elena before softening her expression. "Oh, Elena, dear, how you've grown." "Thank you. I see you're looking as well as ever," Elena replied. Edward thought, why does she treat her well and not me, her grandson? It's always the same. It's fine that she wanted a daughter, and since she couldn't have one, she wanted a granddaughter, but please, treat me better than any other woman. Well, changing the subject. Edward Lucifer. By the power granted to me by my late husband Lucifer, I hereby name you the new Mao Lucifer. Congratulations, you are now the supreme authority of the underworld. I have nothing more to say. Goodbye. This announcement left everyone in shock, especially Edward and Elena. Obasama, Edward called out. Good luck and goodbye, Lilith said, vanishing in a magic circle. Surzek explained that for several years, Issei's father had been the only Mao until he and others were ready to assume the position. That's incredible! Valeri exclaimed, her eyes wide with amazement. Issei added, it's hard to believe my father killed so many people in a single attack. Well, believe it, Surzek replied, his tone firm. Grafia then interjected, and now, there's someone who wants to meet you. Who? Issei and Valeri asked in unison, curiosity piqued. Grafia opened a door, revealing a woman who appeared to be around 60 years old, with white hair and dressed in a white blouse and a long skirt that covered her feet. Wow, you really resemble your parents, she said, her voice warm and inviting. The twins' eyes widened in disbelief. Why you are? Valeri stammered, struggling to comprehend the moment. Lilith Lucifer. Issei exclaimed, recognition dawning. The one and only, so shut up and hug your great-grandmother. Lilith commanded, her tone playful yet authoritative. The rest of the day unfolded in the company of family, including Grafia, Lilith, and Grafia's young son, who was part of the family as he was married to their cousin. However, after that lovely day, Issei was left with a lingering question. If his parents were so powerful, how could Rizevin have been capable of killing them? This question continued to haunt him. Flashback and, for real this time. During the following 3 years, Issei grappled with a heavy burden. Valeri, Fafnir, Gander, Saji, and Tiamat had managed to master their dragon force, or at least an incomplete version of it in the case of the last two, while Issei had been unable to activate it since the battle against Odin. Despite this, he remained more powerful than any of the 5. Since Silver specialized more in magic than physical combat, Issei had another teacher in addition to him, the former Dragon King, Tannen. Thanks to both mentors, Issei grew significantly stronger, albeit through considerable suffering. After a conversation with Surzek, Issei successfully had Kuroka removed from the criminal registry, ending her status as a renegade demon. Unbeknownst to him, this act caused Kuroka to develop feelings for him, while her sister, Chiron, began to question why someone like Kuroka had been forgiven by the underworld. In an effort to maintain peace among factions, Michael handed over the Dragon Slayer sword Ascalon to Issei, at least, that was his claim. Azazel assisted the angels in creating a space where they could interact without becoming fallen angels. On the demon side, they began trading Phoenix tears with the other 2 factions. As a gesture of gratitude towards the demons, the Fallen shared some of their scientific advancements and entrusted the daughter of one of their cadres, Aquino, to their care. Meanwhile, the angels allowed those who had been reincarnated as demons and still believed in God to pronounce his name without fear of repercussions. You might remember Golden, Issei's artificial dragon. Well, this is related to that. Issei became somewhat obsessed with it. Just as he had created Golden's body, he made more, not just dragons but also dinosaurs, golems, and various monsters. The problem was that it wasn't just 1 or 2 but a staggering 4,738. You might wonder where he found enough souls for so many bodies. Does the extinction of the dinosaurs ring a bell? Or the dark dragons? And to top it all off, they were all absolutely loyal to Issei. In short, Issei had his own personal army. Regarding Azazel's request for the twins to keep an eye on Kokobil, Issei enlisted some acquaintances to infiltrate Kokobil's troops. A prime example was Shemisai's daughter, Rainier, a close friend of Issei and Valeri. Just in case that wasn't enough, Issei hid some of his creations in various locations and sent others to spy on Kokobil. You might be wondering why. The answer is simple. Issei's creations were capable of performing magical attacks and using magic, yet they emitted no magical aura, scent, or heat, making them extremely stealthy. Most of them could camouflage themselves, rendering them nearly undetectable. If you didn't know they were there, you would never find them. This ability helped uncover Kokobil's true intentions, which were to incite a war between the biblical factions. To achieve this, he began killing humans in both demon and holy territories to sow discord among the factions. However, his plan failed as Issei thwarted many of his attempts, including that of a young nun named Asia Argento, whom he and Rainier decided to leave in the territory of the Gremory and Citri heirs, knowing they could protect her there. One day, while talking with Silver, Issei recalled something he had almost forgotten, the bookend. He learned that this book was tied to a wizard named Zeruf, who was cursed with immortality, which caused him to kill everything he loved. In his quest for death, Zeruf created a group of incredibly powerful beings called Aetherius, and the book end was where the souls of the Aetherius went upon death. It contained not only their souls but also their power, the souls of the people they had killed, and their abilities. In short, the book was a reservoir of unlimited power in the hands of a teenager. Additionally, Issei discovered that the death magic from one of his books was an incomplete version of Zeruf's curse, lacking the immortality aspect and the ability to harm everything the user loved. On one of those days, he overheard Silver talking with Azazel about life and matters that Issei didn't really care about until he heard something that caught his attention. Silver mentioned to Azazel a battle that Team Lucifer had lost in the past, but Issei didn't ask about it, thinking it was a personal matter for Silver. To keep this from getting too long, both Issei and Valeri asked Silver for help in using ice magic, as they were the children of Elena Lucifuge, the strongest ice mage. They needed to learn the magic they had inherited from their mother. Silver wanted to teach the Devil Slayer magic to the twins but only taught it to Issei, as Valeri was afraid of that magic. Upon discovering who Kokobiel's targets were, Azazel decided to enroll Issei in the same academy that Surzek and Serafal's sisters attended. However, Issei wouldn't go down without a fight. If he fell, he would take everyone with him. So, he arranged for his group and his sister's group to attend as well, and that's how it happened. Now, all 10 of them were at the same academy, almost all in the same classroom. This was because Kuroka and Arthur were in their 3rd year, while Lufei, Arthur's sister, who joined Valeri's group, was in 1st year, and the rest were in 2nd year. It goes without saying that they were the most sought-after group in the school, very handsome guys according to the girls, and very appealing girls according to everyone. Valeri's beauty had made more than one person question their preferences. To ensure the heirs wouldn't bother them, Issei formed his own club, the Mythology Club, led by himself and Valeri, all without raising any suspicions. To avoid drawing attention, they all decided to move to the human world, living in a massive mansion with 3 floors above and 3 below. Present day. Issei and Saji sat in their living room, engrossed in a game of Pokemon. "Hey Issei," Sei began, a spark of excitement in his voice. "Want to hear something interesting about these games?" "Sure, tell me," Issei replied, intrigued. Saji leaned in, eager to share his knowledge. "This game is called Alpha Sapphire because Kyogre created the waters. It's said that in the beginning, the world was made of pure water. Alpha means beginning, so in short, Kyogre represents the start. On the other hand, this one is called Omega Ruby because Groudon evaporates the waters and floods the world with lava and destruction, which is how people believe the world will end. Omega means end, so Groudon represents the conclusion." Issei's eyes widened in surprise. "I didn't know that. Where did you find that out?" "On YouTube. You wouldn't believe what you can find there." "Believe me, I've seen things that would traumatize anyone." "Like what?" Saji asked, curious. "Once, I saw Azazel shaving his legs with a potato peeler. He was drunk, but it's still chilling to think about." At that moment, a hologram of Azazel appeared before Issei. Unlike his usual demeanor, Azazel appeared serious, though still relaxed. "Hey, old man," Issei greeted. "Issei," Azazel replied, his tone urgent. "The day Kokobiel's plan is set in motion is today. You need to stop him as quickly as possible." The atmosphere shifted as the 2 dragons exchanged serious glances. "Understood, I'm on it," Issei said, determination in his voice. "Good luck," Azazel replied, and with that, the hologram vanished. "Are you coming with me?" Issei asked Saji. "You bet." Saji responded enthusiastically. Together, they left the house and sped off toward Kuo Academy. At Kuo Academy, the Gremory and Citri factions had gathered, accompanied by 2 injured exorcists. In front of them sat Kokobiel, lounging on a throne of gold, with the lifeless body of a man dressed as a priest, Valpergelu, beneath him. Beside Kokobiel stood a teenager with gray hair and a psychopathic glint in his eyes, Fried Selzen. "I'm truly surprised that even after losing your leaders, you still have the strength to fight." Kokobiel taunted. "Lose our leaders? What do you mean, Kokobiel?" Zenobia demanded, her voice filled with disbelief. "Oops, my mistake. I wasn't supposed to say that, but since I'm about to start a war, I can say it freely," Kokobiel replied with a smirk. "Say what?" Irina exclaimed, bewildered. "The truth is that," Kokobiel began, but he was abruptly interrupted. "Kokobiel," shouted a voice from above. "What's wrong with you? Don't you know it's forbidden to talk about that?" Kokobiel's face drained of color, shifting from pride to sheer terror. The onlookers turned to see 2 young boys, no older than 16, standing on the roof of the academy. Saji wore blue breathes with black shoes, a short-sleeved purple shirt, and a black leather jacket, while Issei was dressed like Vali from the canon. Most of the crowd murmured, Lucifer-kun/senpai, Genshura-kun/senpai, using Luke Iger instead of Lucifer to protect their identities. But among them, too knew the truth. Akino, Issei-kun, she called out. Kokabeel, what are you doing here? He stammered. Issei, Azazel sent us. Issei declared. Saji, it's over, Kokabeel. This is where it ends for you. Saji added, his voice steady. Kokabeel, die. Kokabeel shouted, raising his arms to conjure the largest lance of light he had ever created, hurling it toward the two boys, alarming everyone present. Issei, magic nullification. Issei shouted, and the powerful attack vanished, along with Kokabeel's ability to use magic. Saji moved his fingers slightly, and an almost invisible thread shot toward Kokabeel at high speed, severing his legs and causing him to collapse to the ground in pain. The expressions of the Gremmery and Citri factions, along with both exorcists, were pure shock as they witnessed the one who had caused them so much trouble lying on the floor without his legs. Kokabeel, his face a mask of terror, flapped his wings in a desperate attempt to escape. Just as he was about to flee, Issei appeared beside him, his hand transforming into a massive claw of darkness that sliced through Kokabeel's wings, sending him crashing back to the ground. What if we just finish him off now? Saji suggested. Most likely, we need to interrogate him, so we have to take him with us, Issei replied. Why didn't you tell me that before cutting off his legs? Saji exclaimed. Calm down, just watch this, Issei said, extending his hand toward Kokabeel. A blue aura enveloped both his hand and Kokabeel's wounds, healing them in an instant. With a swift blow to the back of Kokabeel's neck, Issei knocked him unconscious. And just in case, Issei muttered as black chains erupted from the ground, wrapping around the fallen angel. He then slung Kokabeel's unconscious body over his shoulder and began walking with Saji toward the academy's exit. Rias, watching as the two boys passed by without acknowledging her, felt irritation bubbling within her. Hey, who do you think you are? She called out. Saji glanced at her with a disinterested expression. The ones who took down the guy who almost killed all of you, he replied coolly. Upon hearing Saji's tone and noticing that Issei didn't even look at her, Rias grew angrier. She was about to demand answers when she saw her queen rush over to the silver-haired boy and give him a tight hug, surprising her companions, except for Saji. Akino, hi, Issei-kun. Akino exclaimed. Issei, who had let Kokabeel's unconscious body drop, returned the embrace. Hi, Akinchan, he said warmly. Akino, as always, you arrived just in time to save the day, she said, her eyes sparkling. Issei, it's not that big of a deal, Saji and I just had to hit him, and he went down, Issei replied modestly. Akino, that's true, but that doesn't take away from the fact that you saved us, she insisted. Issei, fine, you win. I'd love to keep chatting, but I need to take this traitor to Azazel. Tell the Gremmery and Citri heirs that if they want answers, they should come to my club tomorrow, and I'll answer whatever they want. Akino, all right, I'll let them know. It was great to see you, Issei-kun, she said, her smile brightening. Issei, likewise, he replied, and they parted with a kiss on the cheek before both dragons left. Rias, Akino, Rias began, but was cut off. Akino, he'll be at the Mythology Club tomorrow. Well, goodbye. Akino said, vanishing in a magic circle, leaving everyone staring at her in surprise due to the blush on her cheeks after kissing Issei. Sona, well, Rias, I'm leaving too. Today was exhausting, and my servants need to rest. Besides, that boy said he would answer us tomorrow, Sona stated. Zenobia, we're leaving as well, we need to report what happened to our superiors, she added. And so, everyone went their separate ways. Streets of Ko. A gray-haired teenager dressed as a priest sprinted through the empty streets of the city when suddenly, his path was blocked by a silver-haired boy with blue eyes. Demenit! Get out of the way, you filthy demon! Fried shouted, frustration evident in his voice. Azazel said it wasn't necessary to interrogate you and that I could do whatever I want with you, Issei replied calmly. Screw you! Fried spat back defiantly. With a wave of his right hand, Issei encased Fried in a pillar of ice. He snapped his fingers, and the ice shattered, leaving Fried trapped inside. One less problem, Issei remarked, a satisfied smirk on his face. With those words, Issei exploded in a cloud of smoke, revealing that he was actually a clone. Temple of Shikigami. The self-proclaimed goddess of Brstis was at the temple, going about her day, when something unusual caught her attention. About 8 meters away, a portal opened, releasing a thick cloud of smoke. As the smoke cleared, it revealed a teenager, around 16 years old, with black hair and striking red eyes. His clothes were torn, exposing parts of his well-toned body, which bore numerous wounds, though none appeared to be serious. "We made it," he coughed, his voice strained. "That's right, my friend," another voice responded. "For now rest. We'll figure out how to deal with the other half later, but first, you need to regain your strength. The journey here has left you very weak." "You're right," the boy admitted. The end. Asia was a character whose love for God surpassed that of anyone else. It was easy to imagine that if Elohim were still alive in the canon and had the choice to abandon her demon form to become an angel, she would willingly leave her friends behind to be closer to her Lord. While this might be an exaggeration, it was clear that Asia's devotion would complicate any relationship with her. I don't have much more to add. Who could that mysterious figure be? What was the battle that Edward's group couldn't win? All these questions and more will be revealed in 10 episodes. Just kidding. I don't even know when you'll find out. With nothing more to say, I love you all and goodbye. Chapter end. Before we begin, I want to mention that I had to fill this chapter as best as I could since the battle between Issei and Vali didn't take place, leaving a lot of space to fill. If I wanted to create a chapter of at least 8,000 words like I usually do, I had to add a bit of filler. Without further ado, let's start the chapter. Protagonist's house. Issei sat in the living room with Kokabeel perched on his shoulder and Suji nearby. They had just returned home after informing the Gremmery and Citri heirs that they would discuss matters the following day. Now, they only had to wait for Azazel to arrive and take Kokabeel away for interrogation and imprisonment. While they waited for their favorite crow, Issei decided to inform the rest of the household about their upcoming meeting with the guardians of the city. "I still don't understand who was foolish enough to put 2 teenagers in charge of what is probably the most problematic city in the world," Issei remarked. "No idea," Saji replied. "But it must be someone incredibly unwise to assign Gremmery's whims and Citri's stoicism to oversee this city. Somewhere in the underworld, Gremmery. 'Cause I'm a genius," Surzek suddenly shouted, startling his parents, wife, and child, who were with him. They looked at him in confusion. Protagonist's house. "Anyway, it doesn't matter, let's go find the others," Issei said. "As you say," Saji replied. "I'll go look for Fafnir, Gander, Arthur, and Biko. Then I'll search for Valeri, Tiamat, Kuroka, and Luffy." Issei first headed to the kitchen, where he found his sister attempting to cook. Valeri was completely covered in flour, and in front of her sat a rather unfortunate-looking cake. The dessert had a gaping hole the size of a head in the middle of its chest, making it look more like a disaster than a treat. "Are you okay?" Issei asked, concerned. Valeri turned toward him, her face obscured by flour, making it hard to discern her mood. "Oniai-chan. Sorry for the mess, I still can't cook well." "It's fine, I understand that. But how did you end up like this?" he inquired. "You see, I was trying to make a cake, but when it was time to add yeast, I accidentally poured in some magical powder that Luffy left here this afternoon. When I took it out of the oven, that happened," she explained, gesturing at the cake. "Okay, but how did you end up covered in flour?" Issei pressed. "It's simple, I killed it, and it spat flour at me," Valeri replied with a grin. "All right, clean yourself up a bit and then come to the living room. I need to tell everyone something important," Issei instructed. "Okay," she agreed. Afterward, Issei returned to the living room, where he found Saji still waiting. The two of them then headed upstairs to the second floor, where everyone's rooms were located. Upon reaching the second floor, Issei went down the left hallway while Saji took the right. Saji walked a few steps before reaching the first room, which belonged to Gander. He entered without knocking and found the sleeping Dragon King, true to his title, fast asleep. "He's been asleep for 5 hours," Saji noted, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. I think it wouldn't be a bad idea to wake my friend up a bit. Saji pulled out a black marker and began to decorate Gander's sleeping face. Once he finished, he decided it was time to wake him up. He tried shaking him and calling out to him, but nothing worked. So he moved on to plan P, slap him until he wakes up. Saji began to slap Gander repeatedly, but after the 50th slap, he realized it wasn't effective. He switched to plan M, lie to him. Gander, wake up. Frosh has been kidnapped, he exclaimed. Gander's eyes flew open, and he quickly grabbed Saji by the collar of his shirt. Who did it? No one, I was just trying to wake you up, Saji replied, trying to suppress his laughter. Gander released Saji, his expression shifting to one of boredom and fatigue. And why should I care? Issei has an important announcement to make. Go to the living room, Saji urged. Fine, Gander muttered, and both left the room with Gander heading downstairs. As he descended, Sa barely managed to contain his laughter before knocking on the door of the next room. Standing in front of Tiamat's room, Issei knocked on the door like a true gentleman. A few seconds later, he heard a voice call out, "Come in." Upon entering, he found the Dragon Queen of Karma and Cows lounging on her bed, watching a movie on the television. This would have been unremarkable if not for her outfit. A sleeveless light blue top, dark blue mini shorts, and black stockings that accentuated her pale skin. Hi, Issei, Tiamat greeted. Hi, Tia-chan, he replied. Did something happen? She asked, pausing her movie. I wanted to ask you to come down to the living room. I need to tell you something, Issei explained. All right, I'll go, Tiamat said, rising from her bed. As she left her room, she swayed her hips in a way that caught Issei's attention, causing a slight blush to creep onto his cheeks. With Saji. Meanwhile, Saji had been knocking on a door for a few minutes, growing increasingly impatient. The room belonged to Fafnir, and after a moment of frustration, he decided to simply enter. As he stepped inside, he squinted slightly at the bright array of colorful lights illuminating the room. The room was a vibrant tapestry of shelves filled with video games, manga, consoles, and figurines from various series, movies, and games. The walls sparkled with colorful lights and were adorned with posters of anime and games. In one corner stood a desk with 3 monitors, where a blonde young man with blue eyes and black headphones sat. Well folks, that's it for this week's stream. Fafnir announced, pressing a few buttons before removing his headphones and turning to Saji. What's going on? Fafnir inquired. Nothing much. I've just been banging on the door for 8 minutes, Saji replied. Sorry, I didn't hear you. It's fine. Come down to the living room. Issei has something important to say. All right, I'll head down. After leaving the Golden Dragon King's room, Saji approached the last 2 rooms he needed to enter. He found a blonde guy with glasses brandishing a sword in each hand, facing off against a brown-haired guy wielding a staff. Both stood in defensive stances, their expressions serious. I told you to give it back. Biko exclaimed. I'll give it back when you stop bothering me. Every single night, you make noise and don't let me sleep. Arthur shot back. It's not my fault you have such a light sleep. Besides, who told you to pick the room to my right? I had no choice. I'd rather sleep in the living room than spend another night near your room. Guys, calm down. Saji interjected. Shut up. Arthur and Biko shouted in unison. In an instant, Saji had them both on the floor, lying on their backs with their own weapons pointed at their necks. He regarded them with a gaze colder than Tiamat's ice. Biko, you're going to stop snoring. Arthur, you'll return his stuffed gorilla, you'll stop fighting, and you'll come down to the living room because Issei has something important to say. Both nodded, a hint of fear in their eyes. All right, I'll be waiting for you downstairs. Saji left the area and headed toward the stairs. He's scarier than my mom, Biko muttered. You can't expect less from Issei-san's right-hand man, Arthur replied, pulling a stuffed gorilla from a magic circle and handing it to Biko, who accepted it with great joy. Mr. Kong! Biko exclaimed. Come on, I don't want the boss himself to show up instead of his right-hand man. Meanwhile, Issei stood in front of Lu Fei's room. Before he could knock, the door swung open, courtesy of a spell from the blonde mage, who was sitting on her bed, engrossed in a large book. "Is there something you need, Issei-sama?" Luffei asked. "I just wanted to tell you to come down to the living room. I have some things to share with everyone." "I'll be there in a second, Issei-sama." "Alright, see you there." After speaking with Luffei, Issei made his way to Kuroka's room. Upon reaching the door, he found it slightly ajar. Curious, he peeked inside to see what the Nekasha was up to. What he saw left him in shock. Kuroka was captivated by a video featuring Issei, shirtless and working out. Issei stood frozen. He knew spying on her was wrong, but he couldn't look away. The shock was so intense that he felt paralyzed. After a moment, realizing he had lingered too long, he stepped back from the door and gently knocked to get Kuroka's attention. It took a few seconds, but finally, Kuroka opened the door. She looked a bit flustered, but Issei pretended to be oblivious. "Is something wrong, Issei-naya?" she asked. "I just wanted to tell you to come down to the living room. I'm going to give everyone some news." "Okay, for a moment I thought you were coming to claim me." At Kuroka's comment, Issei blushed. "What are you talking about?" "I thought you were bored with Valeri and wanted to have some fun." "That's not happening." "What if I do this?" Kuroka teased, beginning to slowly take off her kimono. Issei turned completely red. "You should have seen your face." Kuroka laughed, but she received no response. "Issei-naya?" she called. The next thing Kuroka knew, she was pressed against a wall, and Issei was looking directly into her eyes, one hand against the wall beside her and gently holding her chin to make her look at him. Slowly, Issei leaned closer, and Kuroka closed her eyes, expecting a kiss. Instead, he moved his head to the side of her face and leaned closer to her ear. "You should have seen your face," he whispered. Kuroka opened her eyes, her face flushed, but before she could say anything, Issei stepped away. When Issei came downstairs, he wore a bewildered expression, mirroring the looks on everyone else's faces. Gander, in particular, resembled a member of KISS, completely unaware of it. "Attention!" Issei called out. All the members of the house turned to face him as he sat on a sofa with Valeri perched on his lap. "Tomorrow after classes, I need everyone to be present at the club." "And why is that?" Gander asked. "Well, Kokabeel tried to start a war by killing the Gremory and Citri heirs with fragments of the Excalibur sword, and Azazel sent Saji and me to stop him. In the process, we ended up with the Guardians of the City to let them know we're not enemies." "Let me see if I understand. The Gremory heir and the Citri heir want to know who we are?" Fafnir asked. "That's right," Issei confirmed. "And we have to answer all their questions?" Fafnir pressed. "Aha. And why do we have to do that? They have no power over us to make us answer anything." Fafnir exclaimed. "If you have any questions, just ask Surzek," Issei suggested, acknowledging the tension in the room. "I understand it bothers you. Believe me, it annoys me too to explain things to those prideful beings. However, if we want to keep things calm, we should reveal who we really are." Saji chimed in. Besides, Kokabeel's actions could have ignited another war. It's likely that the three factions will convene to discuss the matter. Valeri proposed, "I assume the meeting will take place at the academy since that's where the events unfolded." Gander added, "If that happens, it's probable that the heirs of Gremory and Citri will need to be witnesses." Fafnir remarked, "And we must be there since it was Issei and Saji who stopped Kokabeel." Tiamat interjected, "If everything goes well, they might officially sign a peace treaty." Arthur pointed out, "If that happens, the factions will need a pillar or someone to keep the alliance united." Lu Fei concluded, "I wouldn't be surprised if that pillar turned out to be Issei-sama. After all, he's the current Sekyuryai and has been the one maintaining peace among the factions." While most of those present engaged in conversation, the two yokai observed, somewhat confused as they rapidly drew conclusions. Issei interrupted their thoughts. "For now, let's not jump to any hasty conclusions. By the way, where's Kokabeel?" The others looked at him, puzzled by the question, and soon became agitated over the cadre's disappearance. Issei urged, "Quick, we need to find him." Fafnir suggested, "Let's sniff him out like in Asgard." The dragons began to sniff around, realizing that Kokobil's scent lingered in the house, accompanied by another unfamiliar smell. They followed the trail, which led them to Fafnir's room. The 10 inhabitants of the house stood before the door, their expressions serious and ready for any action from the cadre. However, all that seriousness vanished when laughter erupted from inside the room. It was a voice they recognized, not Kokobil's, but a much calmer one. Issei opened the door to reveal 2 figures sitting in front of a television, engrossed in a video game. The duo was none other than Kokobil and Azazel, who were laughing heartily at their friend, the cadre. "Azazel, what are you doing here?" Issei exclaimed. Fafnir whispered, "I'll have to burn that game later." Gander remarked, "Seriously? You're over 100 years old, and even after 4 years, you're still afraid of Azazel." He noted this not only because he had overheard Fafnir but also because Fafnir was hiding behind Issei. Fafnir protested, "I'm not afraid of him." Azazel replied, "Really? That's good to hear." In an instant, he appeared beside Fafnir and placed a hand on his shoulder. Fafnir yelped, "Keh!" and jumped in fright, hiding behind Arthur. Azazel laughed, "Relax, I came to take Kokobil and to inform you that in a week, there will be a faction meeting at your academy, and all of you must attend. There's also a possibility that a peace treaty will be officially signed, so I ask you to behave." Issei countered, "The only one here who needs to behave is you. Knowing you, you'll probably say something like, 'How about we go straight to the peace treaty?' After all, that's what you all want too." Azazel replied, "I hadn't thought of that, thanks for the idea." Issei retorted, "You're welcome, hey." Azazel chuckled, "Hee, see you in a week. Let's go, Kokobil." With that, he hoisted the now-awake Kokobil onto his shoulder and vanished in a magic circle. Issei sighed, "We should probably get some sleep, tomorrow is going to be a hassle." With that, everyone headed to their respective rooms, except for Issei and Valeri, who shared a room and embraced, resting peacefully for now. The next day dawned beautifully in Kuo City. Birds sang, businesses opened, and students made their way to school. At Kuo Academy, the city's most prestigious preparatory school, students from various grades entered the institution. Among them was a notable group. This group consisted of 10 individuals aged between 15 and they included Arthur Pendragon, known as the Knight of Kuro, his sister Lu Fei Pendragon, dubbed the Genius Girl, Biko, also known as Wunking, referred to as the Clown of Kuro, Kuroka Hellcat, the Black Cat, the older sister of Kaneko Chiron Hellcat, Tiamat Gotch, the Ice Girl, known for her cold demeanor, Gander Ashar, the Emo Sleeper, Fafnir Golder, the YouTuber, Saji Genshuru, the anti-bullying advocate, and at the center were Issei and Valeri Lukaiger, known as the Silver Twins. This group was none other than the Mythology Club, or as they were known in the supernatural world, the Lucifer Group. As they entered the academy, they were met by Sona Citri and her queen, Tsubaki Shinra, alongside Rias Gremory and her queen, Akino Himejima. Sona and Tsubaki wore serious expressions, while Akino greeted them with a smile. "Hello, Akino-chan." Issei called out. "Hi, Issei, Valeri, everyone." Akino replied cheerfully. The other 3 girls were taken aback, suspecting that the group with Issei and Saji were not who they claimed to be, and Akino's casual demeanor suggested she knew them well. "Let's go to the occult club room so you can answer our questions," Sona instructed. "No," Issei replied firmly. "You're not in a position to refuse," Rias countered. "First of all, I said I would see you in MY club after classes, and secondly, you have no power over me. It's you who aren't in a position to demand anything from me. I could have defeated Kokobil effortlessly while he nearly defeated you, so swallow your pride and listen." Akino interjected, "He's right, Rias. You owe your lives to Issei-kun and Saji-kun. And you don't?" Tsubaki asked. "I owe my life to Issei-kun from long ago," Akino replied. "Are you on his side?" Rias exclaimed. "Akino, I've told you many times, just because you're my king doesn't mean we're friends or that I have any affection for you. With each passing day, I respect you less." The three demons stared in astonishment at Akino for her bold words. Fine, we'll see you in your club after classes, Sona conceded. With that, everyone headed to their classes, where different events unfolded. In the first-year classroom, Kaneko was intently watching Lu Fei, having discovered that the blonde was part of the same club as her older sister. In the third-year classroom, the two heiresses and Queen Citri shot cold looks at the duo from Valeri's group, who occasionally returned their gazes. Rias had long known who Kuroka was, but since Kuroka was neither a criminal nor a demon anymore, Rias couldn't act against her. She had once tried to recruit Kuroka, but her older sister's strength had thwarted her efforts. Next to Kuroka sat Akino, who occasionally threw annoyed glances at both heiresses for their insistence. Akino thought, their problem is with Issei-kun and Saji-kun, not with Arthur-san or Kuroka. Meanwhile, in the second-year classroom, everything seemed relatively normal. The boys were distracted, flipping through magazines, while the girls from the kendo club looked on in disgust. Kiryu Aika stared at the boys with a silly expression, while others admired Valeri and Tiamat as if they were the most appealing sights in the world. A few minutes later, the teacher arrived, and class began. The lessons unfolded as they did on any other day: math, literature, history, languages, and sports. Interesting. Let's take a look at what happened in gym class. The male students from Issei's class gathered in front of a large swimming pool for swimming class. The teacher instructed them, everyone, head to the locker rooms and put on your swimsuits. Following the directive, the students entered the locker rooms one by one, emerging to find a large group of girls on the other side of the pool watching with anticipation. Most of the boys wore blue Bermuda-style swimsuits, while a couple opted for thong-style swimsuits, which elicited disgust from some of the girls who felt they were merely trying to show off. All attention shifted to the locker room door when four boys stepped out. They were no older than 16, clad in the school's Bermuda-style swimsuits, and their well-toned, muscular bodies were just enough to indicate they were in good shape. These boys were Gander, Fafner, Saji, and Issei. As they emerged, cheers erupted from their fans. Some boys felt small in comparison, and the cheers grew louder as the four began to stretch. Notably, Issei bore the Devil Slayer mark on his right arm and a tattoo of a red western dragon with its wings spread across his back, covering nearly his entire back. The rest of the class followed suit. Girls praised the dragons, and the dragons made some of their classmates feel inferior. Now, let's get to the important part. Classes had ended, and students attending clubs were gathering in their respective places. However, in two locations within the school, members were preparing to confront the invaders. These places were the Student Council and the Occult Club. In the Student Council room, Sona Citri stood before her council with a serious expression. Now we need to go speak with Rias about Lucifer-kun, if that's really his name, she announced. Kaicho, why do we have to do what he said? This is his territory, not ours, Momo protested. I agree with Momo-san, Tomo added. As much as I would like to demand answers from him, he is right that he is infinitely more powerful than Rias and me combined, Sona replied. Considering that Akino-san is the strongest among both nobility and she couldn't do anything to Kokabeel, while Lucifer-kun and Genshiro-kun defeated him almost effortlessly, it's nearly impossible for us to do anything against them, Tsubaki observed. It's best to go and talk to them peacefully. I don't want any trouble, especially now that the situation between the factions is tense, Sona concluded. In the Occult Club, Rias said, once we meet with Sona, we'll head to the Mythology Club. Nei-sama, Kaneko whispered. If you don't mind, I'll head over first, Akino interjected. Before Rias could tell her to stay, Akino left the room, leaving a frustrated Rias and confused Kiba, Asia, and Kaneko behind. Rias thought to herself, that idiot not only took away a sure victory against a Grigori cadre but also robbed me of my queen's respect. I'm sure that if Akino-senpai is so calm around Lucifer-san, it's because he's a good person, Asia reassured. I agree with Asia. If Akino-san acts that way with him, there must be a reason, Kiba added. These comments reassured Kaneko, who couldn't stop thinking about her encounter with her sister, and made Rias shift her focus away from Issei. Anyway, we need to go see Sona, Rias said. Hi, Bucho. Kaneko, Asia, and Kiba replied in unison. Thus, both groups set out from their respective rooms toward each other. In just a few minutes of walking, the two factions met in a hallway. The two queens exchanged glances. Sona's was serious, while Rias's was annoyed and somewhat anxious. Sona noticed that Aquino was not with Rias and her group, sensing that she had gone ahead to the mythology club. Both groups walked together toward the room where Issei and the others were waiting. After a few minutes, they reached a room with a wooden door, which both heirs knocked on simultaneously. A moment later, they heard a voice from inside, and the Citri heir opened the door. The room was the opposite of the occult club room. While the latter was dark and highlighted the nature of demons, the mythology club room was well lit, with white furniture and walls, featuring 3 sofas arranged in a square. On these sofas sat Valeri's group, Issei, and Aquino. The room had large windows that offered a lovely view of the sunset and the greenery surrounding the school. As in any other room, there was a white-painted wooden desk, behind which sat Issei, with Valeri on his right and Saji on his left. "You've arrived," Issei said in a relaxed manner, his legs crossed and a carefree smile on his face. "It's a pleasure to see you again, Lucifer. I apologize for how we spoke to you at the entrance. I was a bit upset about having a stranger in my territory," Sona said, surprising not only Rias and her nobility but also her own group. "Don't worry about it, number 2, it's understandable," Issei replied casually. A tick appeared in Sona's eyebrow at the mention of number 2. It still bothered her that the boy in front of her had scored 120 out of 100 on his entrance exam, while she had scored 100 out of 100, making her the second smartest in the school, just below him. "You can start talking now. Who are you, and what do you want in my territory?" Rias demanded, her tone direct. Sona flinched slightly at Rias's approach. "Rias, you idiot," Sona thought, recalling how she had left Kokabeel. Despite Rias's tone, Issei's expression remained unchanged. "I'm just a person, and I really don't want anything to do with your territory. I was ordered to watch over Kokabeel, and that's what I did. He was going to kill them, so I decided to protect them and avoid further problems," Issei explained. "You didn't fully answer my question. Who are you? And who ordered you to watch over Kokabeel?" Rias pressed. The temperature in the room dropped, but Rias didn't seem to notice. Issei wore a more indifferent expression than before. "As I said, I'm just a person, and my name is Issei. The one who ordered me to watch over Kokabeel was none other than Azazel Grigori, the Governor-General of the Fallen Angels. He personally asked me to investigate Kokabeel's actions and subsequently defeat him to be interrogated and imprisoned for his failed attempt to start a war." At this revelation, the demons widened their eyes in disbelief, with a hint of fear flickering in Sona's gaze. If someone like Azazel had personally tasked him with taking care of Kokabeel, it meant this man was more than capable of dealing with a cadre or even a Mao. Not only that, if Azazel had asked him, it was clear they knew each other well. The way he spoke about the leader of the fallen angels suggested a close relationship. Could he be a fallen? No, he didn't exude sacred power. He was probably an ally of theirs, Sona thought. "Azazel, so you are a fallen," Rias stammered. "Is the blood in your brain rushing to your hair or something? Just because I know Azazel doesn't mean I'm a fallen. Do you even think about what you're saying?" Issei shot back. "If you're not a fallen, then what are you?" Rias asked. Issei's expression turned playful as he stood up and revealed his dragon wings. "I'm a dragon, or rather, a hybrid of dragon and human." "And what about the others? What races do they belong to?" Sona inquired. "I'm her twin sister, so I'm also part dragon and part human," Valeri said. "I was born human, but thanks to my sacred gear, the prison dragon gear, I became completely dragon," Saji added. "I'm a dragon," Fafnir declared. "Me too," Gander chimed in. "Same story here," Tiamat said. "I used to be half fallen angel and half human, but now I'm a reincarnated demon," Aquino explained. "I'm human," Arthur stated. "Same here," Lufei agreed. "I'm a Nikometa, more specifically, a Nekashu," Kuroka introduced herself. "I'm," Biko started. "He's a monkey and our pet. His name is Bananas," Kuroka interrupted. Shut up. I'm a yokai. Biko protested. Sona and Rias observed the group closely, realizing they were indeed telling the truth. Sona was surprised to learn what kind of Nikomata Kuroka was. Remembering Rias had mentioned that Kuroka and her tower were sisters, she quickly connected the dots and figured out that Kaneko was also a Nekashu. A small, mischievous smile formed on her face. Tell me, would you like to join my entourage? Rias asked. A deathly silence fell over the room for a few seconds before it was shattered by the loud laughter of the entire mythology club. Even Akino joined in. This annoyed Rias, and her noble demeanor slipped as she unleashed her destructive power. What's so funny? Akino, just to give you an idea, Luffy is the weakest in the group and is much more powerful than you. It would be completely impossible for you to recruit them, Akino explained. Rias. Akino added. Rias, your queen is right. They're all on a completely different level than us, Sona affirmed. But, Rias began. Rias, I know you're acting this way because you need strong servants to help you break your engagement with Razor, but you have to understand that your spoiled attitude is what's preventing you from doing so, Sona advised. Rias's eyes widened as she listened to her best friend. Since your brother is the temporary Mal Lucifer and you're the heir of the Gremory clan, you've always had everything you wanted, which has given you a spoiled complex. When you were engaged to Razor, you thought that throwing tantrums would break the engagement. The day you were told that your engagement couldn't be broken was the worst day of your life, not because it couldn't be broken, but because you realized you can't have everything in this world. As Sona spoke these hard truths to Rias, Issei pulled out some papers from one of the drawers of his desk. When Sona finished speaking, Issei began to read the documents. Since the Gremory heiress is practically incapable of doing anything without resorting to giving orders or throwing tantrums, the leaders of the Gremory clan decided to engage their daughter to a demon who has shown great potential for combat and politics. This engagement will take place when the Gremory heiress comes of age. To break this engagement, the Gremory heiress must demonstrate sufficient maturity and skill to inherit the title of leader of her clan. Until then, the engagement will remain in effect. Rias looked at Issei and Sona in disbelief, realizing they were right. Ever since she was little, whenever something didn't go her way, she resorted to throwing tantrums or abusing her position as the heir of a demon clan. Rias glanced at her servants, noticing they were avoiding her gaze. Guys, tell me, what do you think of me? You are my lady and the person I respect the most, Kiba said. But, Rias prompted. But the truth is, sometimes your behavior as if you were the only person in the world is a bit annoying, Kiba admitted with a sigh. Honestly, I don't like how you talk about others as if they're less than you, Kaneko added. Rias-sama took me in with her nobility and gave me people to call friends, but the way you treat those who help you isn't right, Asia said. Rias, I'll be honest, I don't like you, and that's because you're incapable of stepping out of your spoiled bubble and being a good person to anyone other than yourself, Akino stated. A memory flashed through Rias's mind. In the memory, a blonde girl dressed in the female uniform of Kuo Academy stood before Rias, tears in her eyes and a few scrapes and bruises on her body. Rias looked at her with a serious and somewhat indifferent expression. I'm fed up, the girl said. What are you talking about? Rias replied. I can't stand you anymore, the girl exclaimed. What do you mean? Apologize. Rias demanded. No, the girl shouted. I won't keep obeying your orders. Rias replied. If that's what you want, you'll remain sealed until you apologize. With those final words, Rias left the room and the door closed behind her, glowing red. End of the memory. Other memories flooded Rias's mind. Memories from the early days after she had reincarnated Kiba, watching him cry alone while calling out the names of his murdered friends. But she had never felt inclined to help him. He needs to get over it to help me break my engagement with Razor. She recalled the time she reincarnated Kaneko, wanting to give her a different name because she didn't like Chiron, as if Kaneko were a pet to her. When her brother told her Kaneko's story, the only thing that mattered to her was that she was a yokai, which meant she could use senjutsu. If she can wield that power, she could be a very strong piece. If only she'd stop crying over her sister. I know. If I eliminate her sister, she'll be so grateful to me that she'll be completely loyal. The memory of reincarnating Aquino as part of a peace treaty lingered vividly in Rias's mind. She recalled the moment they found themselves in the office of the Gremry clan leader, surrounded by 5 individuals, 3 adults and 2 girls no older than 15. Among them were Surzek Gremry, Rizevin, Barakiel, Aquino, and herself. Rias had looked at her brother, confusion etched on her face, and asked, "Why have you called me Oniai-sama? And who are they?" Surzek had explained, "They are the Governor-General of the Fallen Angels, Azazel, the cadre of Grigori, Barakiel, and his daughter, Aquino Hymenma." Astonishment washed over Rias as she processed the identities before her. Surzek continued, "To maintain peace between the factions, Azazel decided to leave young Aquino in the care of a young demon, and I thought it would be a good idea for her to be under your care." Rias turned her gaze to Aquino, who met her stare with an expression of pure boredom. A sense of pride swelled within Rias as she retrieved her set of pieces and approached Aquino. "As you wish, Oniai-sama," she declared, taking out her queen and placing it before Aquino. "In the name of Rias Gremry, I order you to reincarnate as a demon and live to serve me as my queen." A crimson glow enveloped the piece, but nothing happened. "Why isn't it working?" Rias asked, her brow furrowing in frustration. Azazel replied thoughtfully, It seems the evil pieces take the king's strength into account for reincarnation." "What?" Rias responded, bewildered. Azazel explained, "The reason you can't reincarnate Aquino is that her power is greater than yours." Rias felt a surge of annoyance. Not only was she being denied a new piece, but she was also being deemed inferior to the girl before her. Anticipating her frustration, Surzek took a pawn piece from his pocket and repeated his younger sister's words. This time, the piece entered Aquino's slightly fuller chest. "Now you just need to exchange pieces with me, and she will be part of your nobility," he said. With renewed confidence, Rias exchanged pieces with her brother, officially making Aquino a part of her nobility. "All right, now you're my servant," Rias declared. Aquino raised an eyebrow. "Well, are we leaving?" "What are you talking about?" "You're my servant. Your duty is to be with me at all times," Rias insisted. Aquino countered, "You can be my justice, but that doesn't mean I'll be with you like a pet. I have my own life, and that's something you can't interfere with." "As your empress, I order you to stay with me," Rias commanded. Aquino replied coolly, "According to the rules of demon reincarnation, Article 74, every reincarnated demon has the right to continue living their life as they did before being reincarnated, and the king has no right to deny that. I read it in a book before coming here." "Oniai-sama, she's lying, she's opposing her king," Rias exclaimed, her voice rising in desperation. Surzek looked at his sister with a hint of annoyance. "I'm sorry, Rias, but what young Aquino says is true. You have no right to forbid her from being with her family," he stated firmly. "But," Rias started. "Enough, Rias. Go to your room," Surzek ordered, cutting her off. As the memory faded, Rias glanced at her servants and childhood friend, lowering her head slightly. "I haven't been a very good person, to say the least. I really disgust myself," she whispered. "Thank you," she added, her voice barely audible. Sona, puzzled, asked, "Guys, I apologize. I promise I'll be a better ace and a better person," Rias declared, bowing to her nobility, who looked at her in surprise. In that moment, something almost unnoticed occurred. Rias's eyes glowed faintly red for a second before returning to their normal hue. The only one who noticed was Issei, who narrowed his eyes slightly at the sight. In an unknown location, a large library housed 3 individuals. One was a Gothic girl indulging in a sweet, while the other 2 were silver-haired men. One of them, dressed like a butler with long hair tied in a braid, was Euclid Lucifuge, Graphia's younger brother and thus Issei and Valeri's cousin. The other was Rizevin Livan Lucifer, a man with spiky hair clad in the ceremonial attire of Mao Lucifer. He was the grandfather of the twins and father of Edward Lucifer. Both men watched the girl before them, waiting for her to finish eating so they could speak. Suddenly, Rizevin stood up and looked in a certain direction. Who would have thought you'd break another one of my spells, brat? It doesn't matter, the Gremory girl stopped being fun a long time ago, he remarked. Euclid inquired, is something wrong, Rizevin-sama? Rizevin replied, no, just my grandson causing trouble. Ophis interjected, so, your grandson, huh? I think I'll pay a little visit, Rizevin said, and with that, the infinite being simply vanished. In the mythology club, Issei addressed the group. Well, if there's nothing else you want to know, you can take your leave. I just have two things to say. First, I have no intention of being on bad terms with you, and I want you to know that I come in peace. And second, there will be a faction meeting at this school in a week, and you all must be present. That said, I'll just let you know that the school will close in 15 minutes. Goodbye. He then began recounting a legend. Legend has it that in the beginning, there was nothing, only darkness. Suddenly, from the infinite void, two beings of unlimited power emerged. They took the form of gigantic reptiles with 4 legs and 2 wings. These were the first dragons, Alpha and Omega, who initiated creation. Alpha was a massive dragon with white scales, while Omega was slightly smaller, with black scales and a purple stripe along his back. The two beings roamed through space for an indeterminate time until one day, Alpha decided to fill that void. With a single roar, the white dragon created the universe, galaxies, planets, stars, living beings, everything. In just a few seconds, all that is known today came into existence. But just as there was creation, there was also destruction. Omega did not like Alpha's decision to create other beings. While Alpha was capable of creating everything, Omega could only destroy, which filled him with hatred and resentment, feelings that eventually led to a longing to obliterate anything he disliked. Alpha didn't care much. He believed his brother would eventually accept that creating life was a good thing and that there was no need for destruction. Time passed. Every so often, Omega would destroy one of Alpha's creations, and Alpha did nothing. But one day, Alpha created a species that brought him great joy. He created the dragons. For a long time, Alpha had tried to create a being in his own image, and he had finally succeeded. But while Alpha took pride in his creation, his brother reached his breaking point. Omega could tolerate his brother creating beings inferior to them, but when Alpha created the dragons, he brought forth beings with the potential to challenge them, and that terrified and enraged Omega like nothing else. Blinded by fear, Omega abandoned not only the dragons but also nearly all of Alpha's creations, leaving them on the brink of extinction. He would have destroyed them completely if not for his brother. Upon witnessing Omega's actions, Alpha could no longer stand idly by and confronted him. Their battle was unparalleled. Two colossal beings with nearly limitless power engaged in an almost eternal combat. With each blow Omega dealt, the universe itself was destroyed, and with each strike from Alpha, it was rebuilt. It is said that when the two beings clashed, their roars gave birth to a dimensional rift. After about 1,000 millennia of fighting, Alpha emerged victorious, having defeated his brother. However, in doing so, he became severely weakened. With his last efforts, he decided to reconstruct the universe and everything within it. From a drop of his blood, he created Grat Red and Ophis to guide the dragons, and from a drop of his sweat, he created all the other gods we know today. With that, his body disintegrated into particles of light, sowing life throughout the universe. It is believed that from Omega's remnants, a being with power comparable to Grat Red was born, named Trihexa, who inherited Omega's destructive ideology. Saji turned to Issei, his curiosity piqued. Hey Issei, what are you reading? The silver-haired boy lifted his gaze from his book to meet his best friend's eyes. A book that tells the story of every race. Have you talked to Shimasai about Kateria yet? Yeah, Saji replied. He said she'll be interrogated and that we should stop by the interrogation room one of these days. All right, Issei said. Should we head back to the meeting? As you wish, Saji responded. It's likely they've already finished and are talking about something else. That's possible, but we don't have anything better to do than see what they're up to, Issei said, and with that, both dragons left the house and sped toward Kuo Academy. Upon their arrival, They noticed that the barrier was gone and that the troops from each faction had withdrawn. Without further ado, they made their way to the room where the leaders were gathered. When they entered, they were met with a rather curious scene. On one side, the male members of the Lucifer groups were engrossed in a game on a PlayStation 4, while on the other side, the female members, along with Aquino, were chatting in a corner. Across the room, both noble factions were engaged in conversation. Running around was Sona, being playfully chased by Serafal. At the table sat Azazel, Michael, and Surzek, apparently left alone by their respective SOs. I'm telling you, Roy Mustang is the best supporting character of all time, Azazel declared. And I'm telling you that the best supporting character is Yoko Karama, Michael countered. Stop arguing. We all know that the best supporting character is Sesshomaru, Surzek interjected. This discussion is going nowhere, Azazel said. How about we settle it over some drinks? Sounds good to me. Surzek agreed. I'm all set. Michael added. Azazel then pulled out a bottle of sake from seemingly nowhere and poured it into some glasses of unknown origin. Hey guys, don't you want some? He asked. At the angel's question, the 4 dragons turned pale. No! They shouted in unison. The shout caught everyone's attention in the room. Why not? Azazel asked, raising an eyebrow. The 4 dragons swallowed hard at the question. Let's just say that the last time we had alcohol, it didn't end well, Issei admitted. Or rather, we did some things I'd prefer not to mention. Really? Azazel asked, intrigued. What happened? Gander chimed in. I was responsible for setting Notre Dame on fire. I also carried out 8 attacks and burned Kim Jong-un's house 3 times in a row. Should I keep going? I launched an American missile at Syria, became the 3rd most wanted trafficker in America, and targeted the leaders of 11 countries. Should I continue? Fafner added. I released a virus in China, ruined the economy of half of South America, kidnapped Queen Elizabeth, raised Atlantis and then sank it again, blew up a military base, and blamed the Americans. Should I keep going? Saji chimed in. I set the Amazon on fire, accelerated the melting of the poles, resurrected an army of zombies, killed the 2nd most powerful person in Iran, almost started World War III, freed 70% of the prisoners from Alcatraz, revived a historical figure and then killed him, traveled back in time, and wiped out the dinosaurs, among 67 other things I'd rather not mention, Issei concluded. Wow. You guys really know how to have fun, Surzek remarked, astonished. It's true, we should celebrate and see what happens, Azazel suggested. Let's do it. Michael exclaimed. Come on. Surzek urged. Don't you have the feeling that something really bad is going to happen? One of the others asked. I think I'm going home. Issei said, feeling uneasy. I'll go with you. Saji, Fafner, Gander, Tiamat, Valeri, Kuroka, Biko, Arthur, and Lu Fei all chimed in. I'm leaving too, Aquino added. According to my father, when those 3 start celebrating, it's best to be far away. I agree, let's go home, Rias said. Hi. Kiba and Kaneko echoed. The group left the room, followed by Sona's nobility, Sona, and Serafal. 3 days later, at the Grigori Maximum Security Prison, 3 figures stood at the entrance. Kadre Shimasai, the bearer of Vritra Saji, and the current Security Issei. The 3 entered the prison while discussing the matter of Kateria. Has she spoken yet? Issei asked. Not much, Shimasai replied. She only mentioned a few things about what the Cows Brigade is, but not much more. Didn't she say who her leader is or what their intentions are? Saji inquired. I'm afraid she didn't reveal anything about her leader's identity, Shimasai said. Regarding the other matter, she said the same thing we already know, to cause anarchy. Sai, this doesn't make much sense, Issei said. Theoretically, the leader of the Cows Brigade is Ophis, but if that's the case, what would she gain from that anarchy? As far as I know, she lived in the dimensional gap, but one day she just left, and then the Cows Brigade suddenly appeared, Saji explained. Let's see if we can get some information out of her, Issei suggested. I highly doubt you can, Shimasai replied. She's completely loyal to the Cows Brigade. Well, there are things you don't know, Issei said, his tone turning cold. This made Shimasai stop in his tracks, watching as Issei and Saji continued on their way. Kateria Leviathan was a young woman whose age belied her appearance. Born as the daughter of the last surviving member of the Leviathan family, she belonged to a lineage of demons renowned for their immense potential. Unfortunately, like many others of her kind, her abilities had stagnated due to a lack of training. From a young age, she had been raised with the belief that she and the other true Maos were destined to lead the demons, that they were the only beings of true significance in the world. Surrounded by luxury and wealth throughout her life, she now found herself confined in a cell, her body marked with anti-magic seals, handcuffed, and dressed in the tattered remnants of the clothes she had worn during her attack on the leaders. With a heavy sigh, she wondered aloud, "How did I end up like this?" The sound of approaching footsteps drew her attention. She looked up, expecting to see one of the leaders or an interrogator, but instead, she was met by a boy who was no older than 16. He had blonde hair and blue eyes, dressed in a purple shirt layered with a black jacket, blue breathes, and black sneakers. It took her a moment to recognize him, but when she did, her expression shifted from confusion to disbelief. "Sasaji," she stammered. "The one and only," he replied, his tone serious. "You're alive," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Did you doubt it?" he shot back. "You were supposed to be killed by Shalba, along with those who—" As she spoke, Saji's fists clenched in anger. "Silence! Don't you dare speak about my parents like that," he snapped. "They weren't your parents. They were just people who stuck their noses where they didn't belong." Kateria retorted. Saji could no longer contain his fury, directing it solely at Kateria, who fell silent under the weight of his emotions. "Tell me everything you know about the Cows Brigade now," he demanded. Kateria lowered her gaze, sadness etched on her face. "I knew it. You're with them. I just chose the right side. I chose to follow the one who will bring peace," he asserted. "Ha, peace? If you think I'll betray my own, you're wasting your time. Besides, I would never tell anything to someone hiding behind Lucifer's skirts. First of all, I'm not hiding behind anyone, and second, you're not in a position to say that. If you don't want to talk, that's fine. Enjoy your life sentence. You're Jericho. Are you going to leave me here, rotting in a cell while you live your carefree life?" she shot back. Saji ignored her and turned to leave. "What would she began, but before she could finish, Saji unleashed a small burst of energy, leaving a tiny wound on her cheek. "Never, and I'll say this only once, never mention that man in my presence. Unlike you, all I've received from him is suffering." With that, he exited the room, leaving Kateria alone, tears streaming down her face. "If only things had been different. If only I had helped you, then things would be different," she lamented, crying inconsolably. "Forgive me, Saji, please forgive me." Outside the prison, Shimasai asked, "Are you sure he can make her talk?" "If Saji can't do it, no one can," Issei replied just as Saji emerged from the prison, his expression serious. "And?" Issei prompted. "She won't talk." Saji said, "I understand. Shall we head home?" Issei suggested, noticing the shift in Saji's demeanor. "Well, since you mentioned it, I just remembered that you owe me from that bet we made last time," Saji said. Yes, I already told you I'd pay you back tomorrow," Issei replied. "You better," Saji warned, and with that, the two dragons left, leaving a confused Shimasai behind, bewildered by the unfolding events. A few days later, at Rias's house, Rias Gremory, the heir to one of the 72 pillars of the Demon Society, stared intently at her older brother, who returned her gaze with equal intensity. Both were dressed more casually than usual. Surzek wore a white shirt and blue breathes, while Rias donned a pink blouse and blue trousers. "Rias, because an enemy infiltrated your territory, the Demon Council has decided to expedite your engagement," Surzek announced. Rias maintained her expression, surprising her brother. "I understand, but if I'm not mistaken, I can challenge him to a rating game, and if I win, my engagement will be annulled." "That's correct." Razor-kun will come to your club this afternoon to discuss your engagement, Surzek confirmed. All right, Onie-sama, Rias replied. If you challenge him to a rating game, you'll be at a numerical disadvantage. You know that, right? He cautioned. I do, but I think I have a chance if I make peace with Gasper, she countered. Maybe, but the odds of you defeating Razor are low. Do you still want to challenge him? Surzek asked. Yes, I do. Are you okay with that? If you lose, you won't get another chance to break your engagement. I know. If I lose, I'll have no choice but to marry him. Are you okay with that? He pressed. I only have to marry him if I lose, so I won't lose, Rias declared confidently. Surzek stared at her in disbelief. Seriously? Not even a moment of doubt. I admit I've acted like a spoiled child my whole life, but I realize that if I continued like this, I would only hurt those around me. Concerned, Surzek placed a hand on Rias's forehead. Rias, are you all right? Confused by his actions, Rias asked, Yes, why do you ask, Onie-sama? Suddenly, Surzek jumped back and conjured a magic circle in his hands. Who are you, and what have you done with my sister? Rias looked at him with a poker face. Was my attitude really that bad? A silver magic circle formed next to the red-haired duo, and from it emerged Grafia. Grafia, quick! Someone has impersonated Rias. Surzek exclaimed. Grafia regarded her husband with the same expression as Rias before, moments later, grabbing him by the left ear and pulling it. Rias-chan, I'll come by your club later to clarify the rules of the rating game. For now, I need to take care of something else, she said. Surzek began to shed tears in an exaggerated manner as he looked at his wife in fear. Grafia, you're hurting me. Don't be a baby, tough it out, she replied. Sniff sniff meanie, he whimpered. Sigh, sometimes I wonder how I fell in love with you, Grafia mused. Surzek managed to free himself from her grip and stepped a few paces away. That's because... He then took off his shirt, revealing his toned torso. Because I'm extremely handsome, and you couldn't resist wanting me all to yourself. Grafia paused, lost in thought. Now that I think about it, it was your personality. Rias sighed, a hint of embarrassment creeping into her voice. Sometimes I'm embarrassed to be your sister. In a corner of the room, Surzek sat drawing circles on the floor with his finger, murmuring about feeling unappreciated by both his wife and sister. Surzek, Grafia said, breaking the silence, we need to go. Remember, you have a lot of paperwork to do. Surzek paled at the reminder, but before he could respond, he and Grafia vanished in a flash of magic. Issei was in his office at the Jungle Dragon, just having signed some papers regarding food for a few animals. He pondered to himself, should I keep going to Kuo Academy? If the Kokabeel issue is over, I don't have to keep attending. After all, I already know everything they'll teach me, even in college. Suddenly, his phone rang, cutting through his thoughts. Hello, he answered. Hi, Issei, came Surzek's voice. Surzek? It's unusual for you to call me. You usually just show up in front of me. True, Surzek chuckled, but today I'm a bit busy, so I couldn't come in person. Let me guess, paperwork? Yes, it's a hassle. You have no idea how annoying it is. I can imagine, Issei replied. But don't worry, it's only 2 years until I'm of age and can become the new Mao. Surzek sighed. It seems like a short time, but in 2 years, I'll probably have committed suicide. Don't be like that, it's just 2 years. Besides, I need to start learning how to do my job, so I'll come by from time to time to help out. Surzek paused. That was probably the sweetest thing I've heard in a long time, but I didn't call just to complain about work. So why did you call? I want to ask you for 2 favors. I'm listening. As you probably know, my sister is engaged to Razor Phoenix. Aha. Obviously, she doesn't want to marry him, so I'm more than sure she'll end up challenging him to a rating game. And where do I come in? I want you to train my sister's nobility or at least help Rias train them. Sure, I can do that. What's the second favor? Since it's likely that Rias will challenge Razor to a rating game, I decided to look into some of the rating games Razor participated in, and I found something suspicious. What is it? Apparently, when Razor or his queen fight, their opponents either get tired very quickly or their attacks are weaker than usual. This always happens when Razor or his queen are the ones fighting, and it just so happens that they are the only ones with a phoenix tear among Razor's nobility. Do you think they're cheating? Don't think so, I'm sure of it. I see. I have a plan. A plan? Can you tell me what it involves? Issei smiled and began to explain his plan to the Mao, who mirrored his expression on the other end of the call. In an unknown location, deep within a forest, a young man sat on a rock. He stood about 1.75 meters tall, dressed in a long-sleeved black shirt, breeches, and shoes of the same color. His pale skin suggested he hadn't spent much time in the sun. With hair as dark as vantablack and blood-red eyes, he exuded an air of mystery and intensity. "It's time," he murmured. "Time?" A voice echoed, though he was alone. "If I want to destroy the other half, I'll need all my power. But coming here has left me very weak. I don't even have 7% of my full power." "And you still plan to look for the other half?" "No, if my assumptions are correct, there's another book here." "Do you think there's a book of END?" "It's very likely. If I manage to get it, I'll be able to recover my power completely and even become stronger. Whatever you do, you'll always have my support." "I know, my friend, and I'm glad. Right now, you're the only one I have left. Come on, buddy, let's find the book." Meanwhile, at Kuo Academy, the occult club was in disarray. Razor was supposed to arrive in an hour, and Rias's group was preparing for his visit. However, he showed up an hour early, eager to see his beloved Rias. As soon as he arrived, he acted as if he owned the place. Rias was sipping tea with her servants, enjoying a peaceful moment. Since the incident in the mythology club, she had been treating everyone more like friends. But that tranquility shattered when a magic circle of fire appeared in the room, and Razor stepped through. "Hello, my dear Rias Gremory," he greeted, his voice dripping with confidence. Rias stood up, glaring at him. "Razor, what are you doing here? You were supposed to come in an hour." "Oh, my dear Rias, what kind of way is that to greet your fiancé? Come and give me a hug." Rias remained rooted in place, her expression demanding an explanation. "Don't look at me like that. Besides, you're my fiancé, so when we get married, this will be my territory, and I can come whenever I want." He sauntered over to an armchair and reclined, hands behind his head and feet on the coffee table. "Now, why don't you sit next to me like a good girl?" Rias sat back down, visibly annoyed, while Razor frowned at her reaction. "Would someone be so kind as to bring me at least a cup of tea?" he called out. Aquino approached and set a cup in front of him, filling it with the same tea Rias had been drinking. Razor took a sip. "Ah, your queen's tea has always been so delicious." He turned his gaze toward Aquino, his attention more on her appearance than her presence. "I know," Aquino replied, her tone laced with disdain. In an instant, Razor appeared next to Rias, playing with her hair and caressing her thigh. Rias immediately stood up, putting distance between them. "I'll ask you to keep your distance, Razor. I've told you many times that I have no intention of marrying you. But Rias, I doubt your family will tolerate your selfish behavior forever. Rejecting me is like rejecting my family." "I'm not rejecting your family, I like them very much. But I'm the one who decides whom I marry." After the Civil War, the number of pure-blooded demons decreased, affecting all demons. Your father and brother thought about that when they arranged our marriage. "You're mistaken. My family made that decision because I had a problem that made me less capable of fighting or leading a clan, but that problem has been resolved, so there's no need for us to marry." Razor stood up and grasped Rias by the chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "Listen, Rias, I'm the heir of the Phoenix clan. I can't allow you to do this." His expression hardened. "I will take you with me to the underworld, even if it means burning all your servants in the process." The tension in the room escalated as both demons began to release their auras, clearly signaling their intentions. "Stop right there," a commanding voice interrupted. Everyone turned to see Graphia, dressed in her maid outfit, her demeanor serious. Razor, I'm here on the orders of Mal Lucifer. If you don't cease this conflict, I will be forced to incapacitate both of you. Razor smirked, his confidence unshaken. For your precious wife to say that. I must admit, you scared me a little. Grafia clarified, I'm not here on Surzeka's orders. The revelation widened everyone's eyes. I'm here on the orders of my cousin, the son of Edward Lucifer and the next Mal Lucifer. Razor raised an eyebrow. And why would Edward Lucifer's heir involve himself in an arranged marriage discussion? That's none of your concern, Grafia replied coolly. He anticipated this situation and instructed me to execute a plan if it arose. Rias interjected, instructions? Yes. If you truly wish to break your engagement, you have every right to challenge Razor to a rating game. If you win, the engagement will be permanently dissolved. Razor laughed heartily. It's clear that Mal Lucifer knows how to solve problems. I've participated in numerous rating games and won most of them, while you lack both experience and the necessary pieces. Rias bristled visibly at his words. Rias, I need to confirm something. Are these all your pieces? Razor asked. I have one more, but he's not here at the moment, Rias replied. Just one more? Haha. Razor laughed, snapping his fingers. A large magical circle of fire appeared behind him, and from it emerged 15 women. His nobility. They are my 15 pieces. In other words, I have a full team, Razor declared proudly. That doesn't matter. I prefer quality over quantity. Grafia, inform Mal Lucifer that Razor and I will have a rating game, Rias commanded. As you wish, Grafia responded. Razor approached his nobility, hands in his pockets, still laughing. I'll give you 2 weeks to prepare. Until then. With that, the magical circle reappeared, and Razor and his nobility vanished. The club door swung open, and Issei, Valeri, and Sona entered. Great response, Rias. In fact, I liked your answer so much that I'll help you train for the rating game, Issei said enthusiastically. Wait, were you listening? Rias exclaimed. Yes, Rias, we heard everything. And let me tell you, if I were in your position, I would have done the same, Sona added. I don't think she heard what I said, Issei noted. I think the news that we were listening was too much for her, Valeri chimed in. So, Rias, I said I'd help you train for the rating game, Issei reiterated. Rias's face registered pure surprise, then flushed red as she realized they had mentioned it before, and she hadn't even noticed. Are you serious? She asked. Of course. Besides, it was your brother who asked me to help, but I would have done it even if he hadn't. Rias bowed slightly, lowering her head. Thank you very much, Lucifer-sama. Please don't do that. Seriously, don't, Issei replied awkwardly. Sona smirked. I understand you want to reform yourself, but don't go overboard. Rias blushed at her friend's words. So how will you help me train? First things first, where is your other bishop? Issei asked. He's sealed in one of the rooms in the old building, Rias explained. Well, let's go find him. I suppose if you want to ask for his help, you'll first need to apologize. You're right. Follow me, I'll guide you. Followed Rias through the hallways of the old academy building, walking for a few minutes before arriving at a large wooden door covered in security tape. I guess it's here, Issei said. That's right, the seal is only active during the day. I did it that way because I thought he would feel guilty and come to apologize, but he never did, so I left him there. Rias placed her hand on the door, and as she did, a magical circle appeared, cracking and breaking moments later. Done, the seal is broken, Rias announced. Kiba approached the door and removed the security tape, entering without any issues. Rias slowly opened the door, revealing a completely dark room that contained only a computer and a coffin. Let me guess, a vampire? Valeri speculated. I bet it's a guy, Issei added. What makes you say that? Sona asked. First, the scent is distinctly male, and second, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is playing on the computer. Valeri moved closer to the computer to confirm her twin's claim and saw that indeed, an episode of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure was playing. But not only that, There was another tab open with dresses for sale. Wait, don't tell me he is. Valeri began. Aquino opened the coffin, revealing a girl about 15 years old, with blonde hair and purple eyes. A rag? Issei, Valeri, and Sona exclaimed in unison. The girl looked annoyed upon seeing who had broken the seal and entered her room, her irritation growing when she spotted Rias. Hi, Gasper, Rias stammered. What are you doing here? Get out. Gasper shouted. Gasper-kun, calm down. Rias-sama just wants to talk to you, Kiba said gently. I don't want to hear anything you have to say. Gasper retorted. Gasper, I wanted to ask you too, Rias began. No. I'm not going to listen to you. Gasper interrupted, activating his sacred gear, Forbidden Baylor View, which stopped time in the room and paralyzed everyone inside. Gasper began to walk toward the door, intending to leave, but before he could step outside, he was halted by Issei, who was unaffected by Gasper's powers. How can you move? Gasper exclaimed, panic rising in his voice. It's not hard. Besides, I'm not the only one, Issei replied. Gasper looked around and saw that Valeri and Grafia could also move. Who are you? Gasper asked, fear creeping into his voice. I'm Issei Lucifer. This is my sister Valeri Lucifer, and this is my cousin Grafia Lucifuge. Issei introduced himself. Gasper tried to flee the room upon realizing he was facing demons from the original Mao's family, but he was stopped again by Issei, who created an ice wall to block his path. You know it's rude not to introduce yourself like that, right? Issei said. Gasper threw a magic sphere at the ice wall, but it had no effect. That won't work. My Oni-Isama's ice is by far the most resistant among demons, Valeri remarked. Would you be so kind as to tell me your name? Issei asked politely. The others already said it before, Gasper replied, still trying to escape. Yes, but I introduced myself, so the most courteous thing you can do is introduce yourself as well, Issei insisted. My name is Gasper Vladi and goodbye, Gasper declared, attempting to transform into a bat and fly toward a window in the hallway. However, Issei intervened, gripping him firmly by the neck. Let me go! Gasper shouted, struggling against Issei's hold. Trust me, you'll like what Rias has to say, Issei assured him. I don't care what she wants to tell me. Gasper protested vehemently. Could you at least return everyone to normal? Issei pleaded. I'll do it when I'm far away. Gasper replied defiantly. What if I told you that? Issei began, but Gasper interrupted. Just let me go, he insisted. Valeri sends her regards. Issei finished, hoping to appeal to Gasper's better nature. Gasper's eyes widened, and with that, his power deactivated, returning everyone to normal and reverting them to their usual forms. What happened? Asia asked, looking around in confusion. It's Gasper's ability. He can stop time in a specific area for a limited duration, Rias explained, glancing outside to see a wall of ice slowly disappearing, with Issei still holding Gasper by the shoulder. Are you finally willing to listen? Issei asked. I'll hear what you have to say, but that's it, Gasper replied, walking over to Rias and the others, closely followed by Issei. So, what do you want? Are you going to seal me away somewhere I can never escape from? Gasper questioned, his skepticism evident. No. Quite the opposite, actually. I came to apologize for everything I put you through, Rias said earnestly. Apologize? Do you think just saying you're sorry will make me forget everything I endured because of you? Gasper retorted, his voice rising with anger. I know, Rias started, but Gasper cut her off. Do you have any idea how much pain I went through because of you while you were busy with your own life? You know what I suffered before I became your servant, and yet you treated me like I was worthless. His frustration was palpable. Gasper, Rias tried to interject, but he continued. You haven't changed at all. You're still the same spoiled girl. You think that just by saying you're sorry, people will forgive you, but guess what? I'm not like that. I've been through enough to not have to put up with someone like you. Gasper's voice was filled with bitterness. Issei sighed. Tell me, Gasper, would you like to stop being a demon? Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Yes. Gasper replied hesitantly. In that case, I propose this. Help Rias in her raiding game, and when the game is over, I'll take you out of the bishop piece, Issei offered. So, to be free, I have to help her fight against a high-class demon? Gasper asked, skepticism evident in his tone. That's right, Issei confirmed. Fine, I'll do it, Gasper said reluctantly. But now, I'll say this only once. Tomorrow morning, I want all of you at the back of the school. I'll take you to where we're going to train, and I warn you now, I won't be the only one making you suffer. Do you hear me? Issei declared. Hei. Everyone except Grafia, Valeri, and Sona responded in unison. All right, get your things ready, because anyone who isn't on time will be left behind, Issei added before the trio with silver hair left the room in a magic circle. All right, Rias, I'm heading out. Good luck with your training, Sona said as she prepared to leave. Okay, you heard Issei-san. Let's get our things ready. Rias replied, determination in her voice. The next morning, behind Crow Academy, all the members of the BGMI entourage were gathered, including Gasper, who was dressed in training clothes and carrying bags with their belongings. Notably, Rias was not among them. Is Rias coming or what? Akino asked, glancing around. Don't worry, Akino-senpai, Ria-sama should be arriving soon, Kaneko reassured her. This is so she can break off her engagement, and she still hasn't shown up. I'm already regretting coming here, Gasper sighed. Just then, they saw Surzek arriving, dragging Rias along, who was clearly distressed. And oh, I don't want to go, Rias cried. For the 11th time, Rias, you have to go there to train, Surzek insisted. But why do I have to go there? Rias protested. Because Issei is the one who will train you, and he decides where you'll train, Surzek explained. Rias's noble companions exchanged worried glances. So, where are we going? Kiba asked. Issei said you'll be going to, Surzek began. We're going to the territory of the Western Dragons, Issei announced, joining them. Please tell me we're not going there. Rias exclaimed. Oh, Rias-san, you don't have to worry. I'll just make you suffer until you can't move anymore, Issei said with a grin. Good luck, Rias, Surzek added, smirking. Before Rias could respond, a large magic circle appeared beneath them, transporting them to the training location for nearly 2 weeks. The area was mountainous, with sparse vegetation and rivers of lava, while the sky was covered in volcanic ash. Welcome to the territory of the Western Dragons. This is where we'll be spending the next few days. Now, you'll need to climb to where we'll be staying, Issei said, pointing to the tallest mountain, where a wooden cabin was situated. But you won't just be climbing up there, you'll have to carry these rocks with you, Issei instructed, gesturing to some large boulders nearby. Each rock weighs just enough for each of you to struggle with. You have 30 minutes to get up there, and oh, I didn't mention it, you can't use magic to move the rocks, you have to carry them by hand. That said, we'll be waiting for you at the top, Issei added. With that, Issei and his companions flew off toward the cabin. See why I didn't want to come? Rias muttered. I say we hurry, it's getting hotter by the minute, Akino urged. Girls. Kiba said, looking concerned. What's wrong, Yudo? Rias asked. Kiba pointed behind them, where the river of lava they had been standing near was starting to rise. Demenit. Grab the rocks and run. Gasper shouted. The 6 quickly picked up their respective boulders and began to run, chased by the lava. Minutes later, the exhausted members of the BGMI group finally reached the summit of the mountain, where Issei and the others were waiting alongside a massive dragon. The dragon was roughly the same size as Tannin, with brown scales along its back and yellow scales on its belly, appearing as if lava flowed between its scales. You arrived 3 minutes early. You can rest for a bit, Issei said, catching his breath. So these are the kids you have to train? The dragon asked, eyeing them curiously. That's right, Issei confirmed. Rias gasped. And who is he? That's right, I haven't introduced you yet. Guys, this is the leader of the dragons in this territory, Issei announced proudly. Fiery volcano dragon, Magmor. The dragon let out a powerful roar to the sky as it flapped its wings. Kiba spoke up, Wait, when you said we were going to the dragon territory, I thought we were heading to the underworld, but this doesn't look like what I heard about the dragon territory. Issei turned to Kiba, curiosity evident in his voice. Kiba, do you really think all dragons live in the underworld? Kiba shrugged, a hint of confusion on his face. Isn't that the case? Let me ask you this, Issei continued, do you know how Kyoto is divided? Kiba nodded slowly. If I'm not mistaken, there's a barrier that separates the area where the yokai live from where humans reside. Exactly, Issei affirmed. Well, that's how this place works. Right now, we're in the supernatural part of the Philippines, one of the 15 dragon territories in the world. Rias's eyes widened in surprise. Are you telling me there are 15 places the size of a faction inhabited solely by dragons? Dragons are the oldest beings, Issei explained. In the past, they roamed all worlds as one pack, but one day they decided to separate, and now they live apart. About 2 years ago, the territories of Tannin, Magmor, and 8 others allied with the goal of rebuilding what was once the dragon population. However, some territories have conflicts with each other, making it complicated for them to unite. Rias blinked, processing the information. Okay, that was a lot to take in. Yes, and that was your break, Issei said, shifting gears. Now I'll tell you the training regimen each of you will follow. Asia, you're great at healing your teammates, but you need improvement in combat. You'll train with Lefei to enhance your healing skills and expand your repertoire of techniques. Kiba, you're probably the fastest in your group, but that's all you have. If someone surpasses your speed, you won't be able to defend yourself. You'll train with Arthur. I'm telling you now, there's no swordsman who can match him. Issei thought to himself, well, Silver is better than almost anyone I know. He'll train you to improve your technique and agility, Issei continued. Kaneko, your brute strength is incredible, but you have a lot of untapped potential. That's why I've decided you'll train with Kuroka. Both sisters' eyes widened in disbelief. Kuroka had expected to help someone train, but she never imagined Issei would make her personally train her sister. Kaneko, on the other hand, felt a mix of fear and a flicker of happiness at the thought of working with Kuroka. She'll help you harness your powers, and besides, Issei added with a knowing smile, I think you two have a lot to talk about. Kuroka was taken aback, understanding exactly what Issei meant. Akino, you're probably the most skilled in the group, and your level is quite high, Issei continued. That's why I decided you'll train with your father. No one knows your abilities better than he does. Gasper, from what I saw, your use of your sacred gear is pretty good, so I decided to focus on training your body. You're skilled with your powers, but if someone lands a hit on you, it could be fatal. We'll work more on your physical endurance than anything else. Rias, you have talent, but I think you won't be very effective against Razor. Rias frowned, confused. What do you mean? To put it simply, Issei explained, the phoenixes are the opposite of the Baal. While the Baal have the power of destruction, the phoenixes possess the power of regeneration. So no matter how many attacks you throw at him, it won't matter. The best you can do is touch his pride to make him angry. And why would you want me to do that? Rias exclaimed. When a member of the Phoenix clan loses their temper, they set aside their regeneration to unleash their flames, Issei clarified. What do you mean, unleash their flames? Rias asked, intrigued. You see, Issei continued, when the Phoenixes lose control, they enter a sort of berserker mode. They shut down their regeneration and feel as if their flame power intensifies, but their attacks don't get stronger, they remain just as powerful. However, shutting off their regeneration has a side effect. They believe they're stronger, even though they're only weakening themselves. Rias's eyes widened as she processed his words. So what you're suggesting is that I make him furious so that when he enters that berserker mode, I can take him out in one hit? Exactly, Issei confirmed. But even so, I'll train you to enhance your destructive capacity and improve your control over your magic. Thank you, Issei-san, Rias said, a smile breaking across her face. No problem, Issei replied. Well, with all that said, let the training begin. As he contemplated how to summarize the next nearly 2 weeks, Issei decided against detailing every moment. He had already mentioned that if he did, the chapter would become excessively long. Plus, he wanted to write as much as he could before his vacation ended. So, he would simply mention the following. At first, Kaneko had been reluctant to speak with her sister, but after Issei's encouragement, she began to reconsider. In one scene, Kaneko wandered through the area, lost in her thoughts. Suddenly, she almost stumbled into a lava pit. Her eyes widened in shock as she realized the danger, but before she could fall, a hand caught her and pulled her back. Turning to see who had saved her, she found Issei looking at her with his arms crossed. "Is your opinion of Kuroka so bad that you try to put yourself in danger?" he asked, concern lacing his voice. Kaneko hesitated. "No, it's not that. I just—" "Listen," Issei interjected gently, "I know you think Kuroka is a killer, and she is, but try to understand both sides of the story before judging someone. Why don't you talk to her?" Kaneko considered this for a moment. I'll think about it." With that, Issei left her, leaving Kaneko deep in thought. A few minutes later, Kaneko entered the cabin where they would be staying for the next few days. Despite the volcanic conditions outside, the cabin felt perfectly fine. While it was unbearably hot outside, inside, it was as if the external climate didn't exist. She walked through the hallways until she reached a room. Without knocking, she entered and found Kuroka, transformed into a cat, lounging on her bed. "Chiron!" Kuroka exclaimed, surprised. "Hello, Ne-sama," Kaneko replied softly. "Ii-senpai mentioned that I should talk to you," Kuroka said, her tone light yet curious. "Don't worry, if you don't want to talk to me, you don't have to," she added, glancing away. From beneath the sheets of the bed, two chains emerged, wrapping around the catgirl. Issei's voice called from outside, "You two are going to talk, and you know exactly what about Kuroka?" Kuroka's eyes widened. "Ayasinaya?" "No. I'm the ghost of Christmas past from the future present," Issei replied playfully. Kaneko chimed in, "Don't you think you're being a bit obvious?" Suddenly, the sound of someone running echoed from outside. Kuroka sighed, "Do you really want to talk to me?" "Yes," Kaneko replied earnestly. "I want to know why you did that." "Well, I just ask that you listen to everything before asking anything," Kuroka said, her expression serious. That afternoon, Kaneko learned the reasons behind her sister's actions. Discovering everything Kuroka had endured before meeting Valeri broke her heart. That night, the two sisters slept together as they had in their younger days, with Issei resting by the door since the room belonged to him. With that settled, let me summarize everyone's training. Kuroka trained Kaneko to control her powers, and Kaneko learned quickly, proving to be a prodigy almost equal to her sister. Arthur trained Kiba in the art of the sword, adding weights and seals to enhance his speed. Kiba, already possessing his balance breaker, found his training a bit easier, as he could now create swords capable of severely harming demons. Lu Fei taught Asia how to heal from a distance, quadrupling her healing speed, and Asia was now able to use some low-level offensive spells. Thanks to training with Barakil, Akino improved her command of light, lightning, holy lightning, and her magic in general. Issei focused on strengthening Gasper, training him just as Tannen had trained him. As for Rias, Issei ensured she increased her destructive power, improved her fighting precision, and expanded her magical reserves. One notable development was that during training, Gasper slowly began to forgive Rias, although he would never admit it to anyone. Now we find ourselves in the occult club, just 2 days before the raiding game. Issei allowed everyone to rest during these final days. "It feels so good to be back in the club," Rias sighed, a smile on her face. "I feel the same way, Rias," Akino agreed. "I never thought we'd become this strong in such a short time," Kiba remarked. "It almost seems like a miracle," Asia added. "According to Ne-sama, we're now more than 3 times stronger than before," Kaneko stated matter-of-factly. "Now that we're done training, I'm going to my coffin. I'm feeling sleepy," Gasper announced. "That's fine, Gasper. Rest," Rias replied. "You all should do the same," Gasper suggested before settling down. At that moment, a magic circle made of fire appeared behind Rias's servants, and from it emerged Razor Phoenix. "Good evening, Razor began, but as he sensed the power of the other occupants in the room, he swallowed hard. "What are you doing here, Razor?" Rias asked, her tone sharp. "I just wanted to know if you still want to fight," he said seriously. "If that's the case, we'll see each other in 2 days," Rias replied, her resolve unwavering. With that, Razor vanished in a magic circle, his expression completely serious. "That was strange," Aquino remarked. "He's a fried chicken, what else can you expect?" Kaneko quipped. "Oh, I think I'll go to sleep now," Gasper said, yawning. 2 days later, the raiding game commenced between both factions. From the start, something strange occurred. The power of all the members of the Gremory faction diminished to what it had been before training. Most of their attacks failed, and they were unable to use their strongest moves. Despite this setback, Rias, Kiba, Asia, and Gasper found themselves fighting against Razor, his queen, and Ravel, culminating in the near defeat of the Phoenix group, which, luckily, managed to defeat Rias and win the raiding game. I could delve into more detail about what happened, but I realize I'm taking too long to post this chapter, and the important part is still to come: Rias and Razor's engagement party. Oni-sama won a fiancé in the raiding game. It was obvious from the start who would win. But it was still a great spectacle. Ravel exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Rias's nobility watched her from across the room with forced smiles, all dressed similarly to the canon, except for Gasper, who wore an outfit resembling Kiba's at Issei's request. "Look at him bragging," Kiba muttered. Just then, Sona and Valeri arrived. "He must have forgotten it was broadcast throughout the underworld," Sona remarked. "What do you expect?" "The pride of the Phoenix has always been enormous," Valeri added. "President Sona, Lady Valeri," Kiba greeted. "Hello, guys," Valeri replied warmly. "Setting the outcome aside, what you all did was very impressive, or rather, it exceeded everyone's expectations," Sona noted. "Thanks for the compliment, but we really weren't able to give it our all," Aquino said modestly. Sona raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "For some reason, we were unable to use all our power," Kiba explained. "It's hard to explain, but my magic significantly decreased at the start of the game," Kaneko added, taking a sip of her drink as she stared intently at Ravel, who was still showing off. Amid the party guests, a magic circle made of fire appeared, and Riser emerged, dressed just as he had been in the canon. "Distinguished nobles of the underworld, the Phoenix family is honored by your presence tonight. We invite you to share this historic moment as I, Razor Phoenix, and the heir of the Gremory family, Rias Gremory, will formally announce our engagement. Without further ado, allow me to present Chapter and Time Before Humanity, Seventh Heaven." A appealing girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, around 17 years old, slept peacefully under the shade of a tree. "Gabriel." The girl slowly began to wake up as someone gently shook her. "Gabriel, time to wake up, sleepyhead," the voice urged. When she opened her eyes, she found the warm smile of a boy her age, with silver hair and blue. "Lucifer?" she asked, her voice still thick with sleep. "That's right," he confirmed. "What are you doing here?" Gabriel inquired, curiosity piqued. "I came to find you." "Who else were you expecting?" he replied with a teasing smile. "Michael?" she suggested, her brow furrowing in confusion. Gabriel's confusion faded when she saw her older brother standing before her. He extended a hand to help her up, and as she took it, she stumbled, falling into Lucifer's arms. Her hands rested on his chest while his were on her waist. "Are you okay?" Lucifer asked, concern lacing his voice. Gabriel felt a flush rise to her cheeks, not only from the embarrassment of tripping but also due to their compromising position. "I think we should head back. The others were worried about you," Lucifer suggested gently. "And why is that?" Gabriel asked, raising an eyebrow. "Well, yesterday afternoon you had an argument with Penemu and then ran off. It took me a while to find you since I didn't know where you might be hiding. Then I remembered that this is where you like to be in the mornings, so I just came here," he explained. "That's true. I'm sorry for worrying everyone," Gabriel admitted. "It's fine. I'll forgive you, but only if you promise not to do that again." Lucifer extended his pinky finger, and she mirrored the gesture. "Shall we head back now?" he asked. Yes, Gabriel replied. The two spread their wings and took flight toward a place that felt familiar yet was difficult to describe, as there were hardly any angels around, and they lacked a grand city. As they soared through the air, Gabriel watched her brother intently. The other angels created by Elohim possessed golden wings, while Lucifer's wings were silver, wings as silver as his hair. These wings radiated such purity that even the most despicable being would be captivated by their beauty. They enveloped one on cold nights, providing a sense of safety and protection. They were as appealing as the person who bore them, worthy of the one known as the morning star, Lucifer. As Gabriel pondered this, her cheeks flushed a lovely shade of pink. Gabriel, are you feeling okay? Lucifer asked, noticing her expression. Yes, don't worry, Lucifer, she replied, shaking her head to dismiss her thoughts. If you say so, he said, though he seemed unconvinced. After a few more minutes of flying, they arrived at their destination, a castle under construction. Come on, Father is waiting for us, Lucifer urged. Do you think he's mad at me? Gabriel asked, a hint of worry creeping into her voice. It's possible, but I think he's more worried than angry, Lucifer reassured her. Gabriel lowered her gaze, feeling remorseful for having caused her family concern. Suddenly, she felt something gently resting against her forehead. It was Lucifer giving her a soft kiss. If Father ever gets angry with you, I'll make sure nothing happens to you, he whispered. With no more words exchanged, they entered the castle, encountering a series of curious scenes. On one side, two children around 10 years old were tugging at a stuffed animal. One had long black hair and yellow eyes. This was Kokabeel, and the other was a boy with blonde hair and green eyes. This was Michael. On another side, two babies about a year old were playfully hitting each other with their tiny hands. These were Shimashai and Barakeel. Elsewhere, two girls around 17 years old, one with purple hair and the other with brown hair and glasses, Penemu and Leviathan, were engaged in a disagreement. When the two angels entered, they caught everyone's attention. We're back, Lucifer announced. We're back, Gabriel echoed. The others returned to their activities, though Penemu shot Gabriel a regretful glance. Then, a large, muscular man with a beard approached them. I was waiting for you, my children, Elohim said. Hello, Father, Lucifer replied. Hello, Gabriel added shyly. Come on, don't be shy, daughter. It's all right, just don't run off like that again, Elohim encouraged. Gabriel responded, surprised. I told you, Lucifer interjected. How about we eat something? Elohim suggested. That sounds like a good idea, Lucifer agreed. All right, call your siblings and let's eat, Elohim instructed. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Gabriel found herself sitting at a large table with almost all her siblings and her father. The door to the room slammed open, causing everyone to turn. They saw Lucifer with torn clothes and numerous wounds all over his body, but what stood out the most was the pure hatred in his eyes. Lucifer, what happened to you? Penemu exclaimed. Nisan. Michael shouted. What happened to you? Azazel demanded. Explain yourself. What does this mean, old man? Lucifer yelled, his voice filled with fury. Everyone's gaze shifted from Lucifer to Elohim, who regarded him as if he were nothing more than an insect. It means what it has to mean, Elohim replied coldly. Where are Belphegor and Amun? Where is everyone else? Lucifer pressed. There with that insolent Lilith, Elohim said dismissively. Be sturdy. Lucifer shouted, lunging at Elohim with hands engulfed in dark energy, but the bearded man stopped him with a staff made of light. We always did what you wanted. And just because we don't think like you do this to us. Lucifer accused. I am God. And if you, my creations, refuse to obey, then you are of no use to me. Elohim declared. The staff of light shattered, but Elohim kicked Lucifer away. Azazel, Barakeel, Penemu, Shimashai, and Kokabeel stepped in between them to try to calm the situation. You're a monster. You killed Mammon and tried to kill me just because of your whims. Lucifer shouted. What is Father talking about? Azazel asked, bewildered. Nothing important. Now step aside so I can finish this once and for all, Elohim ordered. The angels present widened their eyes in disbelief. Father, calm down. Think about what you're saying, Barakiel pleaded. Do you also think you're in charge? Elohim retorted. Huh. Barakiel replied, taken aback. No, I won't, Elohim said firmly. Move aside, or you will share their fate. Kokabeel hesitated, raising an eyebrow. Hey, don't you think you're taking this too far? Elohim's expression remained serious. I'm not joking. I'll say this one last time, get out of the way. The 5 angels exchanged glances, sharing a thought. He may have created us, but the one who always cared for us was Lucifer. Azazel, the eldest of the 5, stepped forward, his gaze steady. No. Elohim's eyes narrowed. Anyone who agrees with me, raise your hand. The other 4 raised their hands in unison. Elohim's voice turned cold. If that's what you want. With a wave of his hand, he created a spear of light and aimed it at Azazel. But before it could strike, a ball of black fire collided with the spear, causing a blinding explosion that sent Elohim flying. Lucifer emerged, fierce and protective. Don't you dare touch him. I won't lose another brother. Lucifer fell silent, a smile breaking through as Kokabeel supported him. Shemashai urged, let's get out of here. The 6 fled the room, and soon after, the 5 angels became the first fallen angels. It became known that Lucifer had freed the other angels and Lilith from purgatory, where Elohim had sent his failed creations. These angels would come to be known as demons. In time, a third of the angels joined Lucifer, while another third aligned with Azazel. The reason? Elohim had changed. He was no longer the kind figure they had once respected. Now, he was arrogant and cruel, believing no one was above him. Each angel chose to follow the one whose thoughts resonated with their own. Days later, the factions of demons and fallen angels formed an alliance, which would later fracture when Rizevin became Mao. Everything could have been peaceful if it hadn't been for Elohim declaring war on them, leading to the turmoil we know today. Gabriel opened her eyes, finding herself beneath the same tree as before, now much larger, and she was alone. That dream again, she murmured, standing up with a hint of sadness. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I had helped you too. A magic circle appeared beneath her, and in an instant, she was back in her room. The room resembled that of a 10-year-old girl, filled with stuffed animals and toys scattered everywhere. A small table held photos of her siblings before the war and moments shared with her father. The bed was a double, dressed in white sheets and adorned with curtains. On one nightstand rested a photo of a boy around 8 years old, with silver hair and blue eyes, holding a baby just over a month old, who had a tuft of blonde hair and blue eyes. As she reached for the doorknob, an image flashed through her mind, herself alongside a silver-haired girl and a purple-haired girl, all standing before the faction leaders, completely carefree, with an 11-year-old boy with silver hair and blue eyes in front of them. He looks so much like Lucifer, she thought. Well, it's to be expected, after all, he's his great-grandson. With that thought, the blonde girl left her room and began walking through the grand castle's hallways. After a while, she encountered a familiar figure, a blonde nun with blue eyes. Good evening, Gabriel-sama, the nun greeted. Gabriel's expression brightened. Good evening, Griselda. What brings you out so late, my lady? Griselda asked. I just wanted to take a little walk. Would you mind accompanying me? It would be an honor, Gabriel-sama. The 2 blondes walked through the castle until they reached the balcony. Tell me, Griselda, have you ever had dreams where you see things from your past? I don't recall that happening. Why do you ask? Recently, I've been dreaming about the days when Lucifer was still with us. And why do you dream of that being? Griselda questioned, her tone skeptical. Gabriel frowned. You're mistaken. What the Bible says about him is completely wrong. Lucifer was the purest and kindest angel. No one loved more than he did. The reason he became corrupted was that Father changed and did unforgivable things. Griselda lowered her head, realizing her words had upset Gabriel. During the war, there was a moment when Lucifer could have killed all of us, even Father. Griselda's eyes widened in shock. But he didn't. Instead of killing us and ending the war, he asked us to retreat and pleaded with Father to end the conflict, to become allies and live in peace. And what happened? Griselda asked. Our father placed a seal on him that greatly reduced his powers. Lucifer's power was always below Father's, and while the difference was evident, when he became a demon, that difference was no longer so great, he was almost on par. But with his powers sealed, he was not much stronger than his son Rizevin. I apologize for saying those things without knowing how he truly was, Griselda said softly. Gabriel smiled gently. It's all right. Just promise me you won't do it again. I promise, my lady. Tell me, do you want me to share a secret with you? A secret? Griselda replied, intrigued. Yes, it turns out that the room I sleep in used to belong to Lucifer. And why do you sleep there then? When I was little, I was afraid to sleep alone, so I would go to his room and ask for permission to sleep with him. Since this happened often, one day he told me that if I wanted, I could sleep there whenever I wished. You should have seen his face when I painted all the walls pink. I'm sure he was quite surprised, Griselda chuckled. You got it. Gabriel laughed, the warmth of their friendship evident in the air. Rideau stood at the entrance of his mansion, wearing the same clothes he had during the Demon Civil War. He sighed, You're getting old, Silver. You used to get here in less than 10 seconds. A human figure made of ice began to form in front of him. The figure glowed blue, and when the light faded, Silver appeared, clad in the same armor he wore in Fairy Tale. Hello, Silver greeted. Hello, walking freezer. I see you're slower than you were years ago, Rideau replied. What kind of greeting is that, you fourth-rate loser? Silver shot back. On an island, minutes after the previous episode, the protagonists had set up a mini-camp. And that's why Tom had to close his bar and move in with his cousin Tobio, Azazel explained. So you stopped drinking just because your favorite bar closed? Saji asked. More or less, Azazel admitted. While they talked, Fafnir looked at his phone with concern. Saji, you've gone too far. Saji replied, confused. That virus you released in China has already infected most of humanity. Saji fell silent. Okay, I think we have a new problem, Gander said. Humanity has survived worse things, Saji shrugged. Give me 5 examples, Biko challenged. The Black Plague, World War I, World War II, the Venezuelan economy, and the guys from Issei's group when they're drunk, Saji listed. You convinced me. I still remember when they crashed a police car into the house and started shooting at Fafnir's former partners, Biko said. They wouldn't accept that I was drunk when I became a drag dealer, Fafnir replied. And what does that have to do with the fact that you slept with all their wives? Biko asked. Fafnir returned his gaze to his phone, which was off, but he pretended to be playing something. Admit it, alcohol is bad for you, Gander said. You're the last person who should say that. Just a few weeks ago, you dressed up as a Power Ranger, called yourself Joaquin the Misty, and declared war on North Korea, Arthur retorted. I was drunk. Gander protested. But when the hangover wore off, you kept playing. Arthur shot back. Gander positioned himself next to Fafnir and pretended to pay attention to the game. Good thing I'm not like that when I get drunk, Tiamat remarked. Last week, you tried to stuck Onii-chan 6 times. Valeri exclaimed. I was only drunk the first time. The rest of the times, I was completely sober, and I could have succeeded if Kuroka hadn't tried to interfere and you hadn't kept me from being alone with him, Tiamat defended herself. Valeri shot an annoyed look at Tiamat before giving Issei, who was on the ground spinning with his left arm on fire, a death glare. Although it seems Dad isn't too happy with my attempts at Stuckton, Tiamat added. In Issei's mind, a group of mini Isseis in armor, armed with various weapons, stood before a gigantic Drake, who glared at them with pure hatred. Calm down, Drake. We didn't do anything. One mini Issei shouted. Drake, however, roared furiously and lunged at the mini Isseis. Back in reality, Issei stood with his arm in the sea, glaring angrily at Azazel, who was laughing at him. Meanwhile, Valeri, Kuroka, Lefei, and Tiamat played volleyball against Saji, Fafnir, Gander, Arthur, and Biko. Sitting under an umbrella, Lavinia read a book, while in the water, the Exceed were trying to teach Frosh how to swim. Everything seemed lovely for the protagonists, if it weren't for the ominous chapter title, Battle on the Island. Somewhere on the island, the group, consisting of Ares, Gara, Frost, Phoenix, Juzu, and Conan, ventured deeper into the island, their expressions serious, except for Juzu, who surveyed his surroundings with a curious and playful glint in his eyes. "All right, did everyone understand the plan?" Ares asked, breaking the silence. "Separate security from his friends so we can face him without restrictions," Frost replied. "That sounds simple enough, but the real challenge is how to do it," Phoenix interjected. "That's easy, we just have to get his attention," Gara stated confidently. "I know that," Phoenix said, frustration creeping into his voice. "But how exactly do we make them separate?" "Just do what you do best, fight among yourselves and destroy everything," Conan suggested, her tone matter-of-fact. Phoenix shot an annoyed look at Frost, who returned the glare. "It's not my fault that Mr. Snow can't take a simple joke," Phoenix retorted. "What did you call me, fried chicken?" Frost snapped, irritation evident in his voice. The two moved closer, both visibly irritated. "Repeat what you said, monkey," Phoenix challenged. "As you wish, flammable bird," Frost shot back. A reddish aura surrounded Phoenix, while a bluish one enveloped Frost. "Enough, you two," Ares commanded, raising his voice. "If we want to separate him, we just need to split up and increase our power a bit so he notices our presence." Juzu's expression fell slightly. "Aya, is that all we can do?" "I agree with Juzu," Gara added. "Besides, once they reach us, we'll likely have to face them." Ares sighed. "Just don't go overboard." Juzu then wrapped his arms around Ares in a tight hug, causing Ares to shift uncomfortably. "Thank you, Ares," Juzu exclaimed. Yeah, whatever you say, just let go of me." "You know I don't like hugs," Ares replied, trying to extricate himself from Juzu's embrace. "You heard him, guys. It's time for the party to begin," Frost declared, a grin spreading across his face. The group smiled, ready for what lay ahead. "Companions," Ares called out, and everyone stood at attention, focused on him. "Charge," he commanded. With those words, they each took a different path. Frost climbed a tree and began leaping from branch to branch. Phoenix ignited in flames, becoming a streak of light soaring above the island. Gara vanished in a whirlwind of sand, while Conan transformed into paper leaves. Juzu dashed away at great speed, a broad smile on his face, and Ares simply donned his armor's helmet and began walking. Somewhere else on the island, a mysterious figure with black hair walked through the island, his expression emotionless. "Being here is so boring, I think I'll just leave this island," he muttered to himself. A memory surged in his mind, revealing a silver-haired man, somewhat injured, standing before him and discussing something that piqued the black-haired figure's interest. "I hope you're right, Edward Lucifer," he said quietly before continuing his calm stroll across the island. Back with the protagonist group. Meanwhile, our favorite group had just wrapped up their volleyball game and was now engaged in a mini sandcastle tournament. Azazel, ever the cheater, had used magic to create a sandcastle the size of a house. However, the Exceed ultimately won, thanks to their adorable feline charm. This victory sparked a few ideas in Kuroka's mind. "What do you mean, depraved?" she exclaimed. "Well, as far as I know, you're the one who, took care of yourself while the door was open and the guy you were thinking about was watching," came the teasing reply. Did Issei see me?" Kuroka stammered, her eyes wide. "Of course he did. In fact, he's going to remind you of it in a few chapters when he encounters his entire HR. I'm not sure if I'll narrate that, though, since I'm not a big fan of overly explicit scenes in fanfiction." "But he'll sleep with me, right?" Kuroka asked, her tone hopeful. "Don't worry, by the end of the story, you'll be in a significant situation. I hope. Anyway, back to reality." Issei sat beneath a palm tree, watching the Exceed celebrate, but suddenly his expression shifted from amusement to deep contemplation. An image of himself on his knees before Issei flashed through his mind. Am I really strong? He wondered. His thoughts were interrupted by the sensation of someone leaning against him. Turning to his right, he found Tiamat gazing at him with curiosity. Hi, Issei, she greeted. Issei smiled and adjusted his position to face her directly. Hi, Tiamat. Is something bothering you? She asked, concern evident in her voice. No, it's nothing. Why do you ask? Issei replied, trying to dismiss her concern. I just noticed you seemed really deep in thought. You didn't even notice me until I was right on top of you, Tiamat pointed out. Oh, don't worry, it's nothing, he said, waving his hand dismissively. You can trust me. I promise I won't tell anyone, Tiamat assured him. Issei looked at her, his eyes widening slightly. It's a dragon promise, she added, smiling warmly, a smile that could melt the ice of silver. How can I refuse that smile? Issei thought. All right, I'll tell you. Tiamat smiled as she settled in to listen. Before I tell you, I want to ask you something. Do you think I'm strong? Issei asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Tiamat was taken aback by the question. Of course. Why do you ask? Issei lowered his gaze slightly. The fight with Issei showed me a few things. Tiamat began to understand what he was referring to. In just a matter of minutes, he took down you, Fafnir, Gander, and even me. Not only that, but he was extremely weakened, and still, we weren't even a nuisance to him, Issei explained. I think you're exaggerating. He probably made up the whole being weakened thing to scare you, Tiamat countered. No, you see, I have the ability to sense how much power someone has. Issei felt like a normal human fighting against 100 expert boxers, and yet he was infinitely superior to everything I know, Issei insisted. Tiamat's eyes widened as she listened. The only person I know who could give him a fight is Silver Sensei, and I think even he could end up losing, Issei added, his voice heavy with concern. Are you serious? Tiamat asked, disbelief etched on her face. When I first saw Issei, I didn't see just some guy craving power or wanting to be evil. I saw an extremely dark being, as if everything had been stripped away from him, leaving only his own hatred to accompany him. Someone who feels no fear, someone who can't be defeated unless they're killed, Issei said, his face pale and sweat beading on his brow. From the very first moment, I knew that the person in front of me was someone I couldn't defeat, someone who... The sensation of a hand on his cheek made him stop and look at Tiamat. Calm down, I'm here. You don't have to worry, she said softly. Color returned to Issei's face, and for some reason he felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He took a couple of deep breaths to calm himself and then looked at Tiamat with a serene smile. Thanks, I needed that, he said gratefully. No problem. Go on with what you were saying, Tiamat encouraged, her expression supportive. Issei sighed, reflecting on his recent defeat. He expressed his frustration, saying, the point is he humiliated me, but that's not what bothers me. What truly troubles me is that I could have put up a much better fight. By focusing so much on one spell, I became predictable and easy to defeat. Tiamat raised an eyebrow, intrigued by his words. When I fought him, I noticed how quickly he analyzed my moves. Even when I realized he was using Dragon Slayer magic too, I kept attacking with it, despite knowing it wouldn't have any effect, Issei continued. I understand what you mean, Tiamat replied, her expression softening. I know a wide variety of spells, but I always resort to Dragon Slayer magic out of convenience. Maybe if I had used a greater variety of spells during that encounter, I could have fared better, he admitted. Don't worry. The next time we face him, you'll show him what you're made of, Tiamat reassured him. Issei chuckled lightly at her encouragement. Yeah, we'll do it. They exchanged glances for a moment longer, and as Issei gently took her chin, they leaned closer until their faces were just a few centimeters apart. Instinctively, they closed their eyes, and their lips met in a soft kiss. It was a simple gesture, nothing elaborate, just a kiss between two people who cared deeply for each other. From a distance, Valeri watched with a serious expression. Although she had once told Issei he could have a charm, She had never really gotten along with Tiamat. Perhaps it was because they were both dragonesses, though Valeri was only part dragon, or because Tiamat's closeness to Issei, being in the same group, felt stronger than her own bond with him. After all, whenever Issei went on a mission, he took his entire group with him. In short, Valeri didn't like Tiamat, and the sight of her Oni-chan kissing Tiamat while she stood just a few meters away bothered her. However, she was determined not to show it. After all, she would always be first in Issei's heart. As the two dragons pulled apart slightly, they gazed into each other's eyes, sapphire blue clashing with navy blue. Their moment was interrupted by a sudden retching sound from behind the palm tree that provided them shade. It was Biko, clutching his stomach with one hand. "Are you okay?" Issei asked, concern etched on his face. Biko wiped his mouth with a napkin he had found and shot Issei an annoyed look. "I just threw up my entire lunch. How do you think I am?" "I told you not to eat so much meat. I knew it would upset your stomach," Issei replied. "If you're not going to give me some special medicine or something, I'm not going to listen to you," Biko retorted. Issei sighed and conjured a magic circle, pulling out some large leaves. "Eat these." Biko stared at him for a few seconds, his expression unreadable. "No. They'll do you good," Issei insisted. "Do you think I'm some kind of monkey or what?" Biko exclaimed. "Just eat," Issei said, picking up some sticks from the ground. Without hesitation, he opened Biko's mouth and stuffed the leaves inside. Biko was about to protest, but for some inexplicable reason he chose to swallow the leaves first before speaking. To his surprise, he started to feel better almost immediately. "That," he began. "I have a zoo. It's clear I should know something that alleviates a primate's pain," Issei replied. "Aside from the fact that you just called me an animal, was it really necessary to use sticks to give me the leaves?" Biko asked, still slightly indignant. "I'm not going to touch your mouth after you've vomited," Issei explained. "I see no flaws in his logic," Tiamat remarked, smirking. "Hey, come over here," Azazel called out, drawing their attention. The three turned to see the Fallen holding a map of the island, apparently drawn by himself. "For some reason, I have a bad feeling about this," Issei said, unease creeping into his voice. "You're not the only one," Biko and Tiamat replied in unison. Everyone approached Azazel, who wore his typical carefree smile. "All right, now that we're all gathered, I'll show you the map so we." Gander raised his hand to get Azazel's attention. "Excuse me, Professor, but you really don't think we're going to investigate the island while are resting, do you?" Azazel opened his mouth to respond, but no words came out. Instead, he looked away, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "And no, how could you think of something like that?" Everyone regarded Azazel with expressions of disbelief. "As I was saying, here on the map, which I drew myself, I marked the places each of you should go." He displayed a large piece of paper featuring a fairly detailed drawing of the island, with cutout photos of each attendee at specific locations. Biko raised his hand again, mirroring Gander's earlier gesture. Professor, I have a question." "Go ahead, my dear student," Azazel replied, trying to maintain his composure. "I admit I'm not the smartest one here, but I'd like to know, why is your photo in the same spot?" Biko asked. Everyone turned their gaze to the map, noticing that Azazel's photo was right where they currently stood. They all looked back at Azazel, waiting for an explanation. "Don't do that, it's creepy," Azazel said, a chill running down his spine at the sight. "Calm down. There's a good explanation for this," he added quickly. "Say it," everyone urged. Azazel shivered again. Do you see those crystals over there?" he pointed. They turned to where Azazel was indicating and saw some colorful crystals beneath a palm tree. "How did we not see that before?" Saji asked, puzzled. "For the sake of the plot," Fafnir replied, earning a smack on the head from Gander. "Don't break the fourth wall," Gander admonished. "Oh, I get it," Fafnir said, raising his hands in surrender. "I'll focus on analyzing these crystals here, and you all can go to the marked locations," Azazel instructed. Lu Fei raised her hand, calling for attention. "Can I ask something?" "Go ahead," Azazel said. "According to the map, we're going to go in groups." Ah. For example, Saji-sama with Oniai-sama. She pointed at the map. Yes. Do you want to know why Issei will go alone? Azazel asked. No, that's not my question. What's your question then? Do you want to know why Tiamat will also go alone? Azazel pressed. No, what I want to know is, why are almost all the girls going together? The girls looked again at the map, noticing that Valeri, Kuroka, Lefei, and Lavinia were grouped together, while the other groups were smaller. That's simple. I don't think they're capable of going anywhere on their own. Valeri maybe, but the rest are a disaster. Kuroka would get lost and end up back here over and over again. Lavinia doesn't have a good sense of direction, and I can't send a girl alone into the woods. What kind of monster does that? Azazel explained. Valeri interjected, questioning, and why can Tiamat go alone? I mean, she could go with one of us, she suggested. Azazel replied, Tiamat has lived in a forest for most of her life. Her sense of direction is perfect. And as for the other thing, if she goes with you, they'd probably end up fighting. They exchanged serious glances, and Azazel continued, if she goes with Kuroka, it's likely they'll end up causing trouble for Issei. Issei, the one mentioned, instinctively covered himself as both girls looked at him with mischievous expressions. Azazel added, if she goes with Lavinia, she'll probably end up disturbed. I don't want one of the best magicians I know to be unsettled by a dragoness eager to get her hands on my godson. Lavinia blushed while glancing at Tiamat, who was still eyeing Issei. The same goes for Lufei, Azazel stated. Happy chimed in. But why is Issei going alone? Azazel shrugged. Because I didn't know who to send him with. Saji interjected. It could have been anyone from the team, or you could have sent each of us with our exceed. I mean, Gander and Lily don't make the best team, and I seriously doubt Fafnir and Biko will do their jobs well. Not to mention sending 4 exceed to find crystals whose purpose you don't even know. Azazel sighed. 6 words. For the sake of the plot. Saji nodded. Oh, that makes sense. Azazel retorted, no, it doesn't. Sud echoed, no, it doesn't. Azazel exclaimed, well, go and find the crystals. The author has already written 3,000 words, and hardly any of it is relevant to the story's development. Be quiet and I won't kill you, a voice interrupted. Okay. Azazel replied. Good boy, the voice said. With that, everyone headed to their respective places, leaving Azazel alone. He stood still until he was sure everyone else had left. Once he was certain, he walked over to a lounge chair and settled in to soak up some sun. I'll work later. Now that I think about it, I didn't tell the kids what to do with the crystals when they find them. I guess I should act like a responsible adult and go tell them what they need to do. Meh, they'll figure it out. At this point, I should explain what each group is doing, but I'll just summarize everything at once. Each group ventured into the island. One thing some of them noticed was the low number of animals on the island. Another thing almost everyone noticed was just how incredibly large the island was. The girls understood why Azazel decided to send them out almost all together. With Valeri, Kuroka, Lavinia, and Lufei, the 4 found themselves lost. This happened because Kuroka made a comment about how Tiamat could be alone with Issei while she, despite having arrived earlier, had to wait her turn. This made Valeri want to go with Issei to ensure that the other dragoness wasn't with him, but Lavinia acted as the voice of reason and convinced her not to go. Before they knew it, they were lost. Kuroka asked, so what do we do now, Naya? Lavinia replied, I don't know, Valeri-chan. Do you have any idea how to reach our goal? Both turned to look at Valeri, who was standing with her eyes closed, gazing upward. Valeri-chan? Lavinia called. Valeri responded, there's no, she said without opening her eyes. Kuroka inquired, Naya? Valeri continued, there's no wind. Lavinia asked, and what does that have to do with anything? Valeri explained, I use Wind Dragon Slayer magic. I can locate myself based on the movement of the wind, but I can't feel it. Kuroka then asked, by the way, where's Faye? Lavinia pointed upward. There. Kuroka looked up, and Valeri opened her eyes to see Lucifer flying on her broomstick with a map of the island in her hands. Valeri-sama, I think I know where we are, Lucifer called. Great Fae, Valeri replied. Follow me, Lucifer instructed as she began to fly at great speed, with her 3 companions trailing behind. What they didn't notice was that someone was watching them from a tree. The observer was a girl with purple hair tied in a bun, adorned with a paper flower. Straight into my trap, Conan whispered. With Fafnir and Biko, the dragon and the yokai moved swiftly through the island's trees in silence. For some unknown reason, they didn't feel like complaining or joking at all. This is strange, Fafnir remarked. Biko responded. Fafnir continued, we're on a tropical island, and the temperature is dropping rapidly. Yeah, I noticed, Biko replied, thinking, why does this feel so familiar? In the distance, a boy with blue eyes and light sky blue hair was jumping from tree to tree until he stopped on a branch. The boy began to sniff the air as if tracking something. I didn't even need to lure them. Frost muttered, squinting his eyes. Looks like the little monkey climbed the wrong tree. Let's see what you're made of, Biko. With that, the light-haired boy continued jumping between the trees. With Gander and Lily, these 2 were the closest to their destination, standing on a hill on the island. Yes, there were mountains and forests on this island, but they weren't very big. They were searching for the crystals. I'm telling you, they must be higher up, Lily insisted. It's likely we passed them, Gander replied. What? No way, Lily exclaimed. By the way, what are we going to do with them once we find them? Gander asked. What do you mean? Lily responded. Well, Azazel didn't tell me what we're supposed to do with them once we locate them, Gander explained. So we came all this way for nothing? Lily asked. It seems that way, Gander admitted. What do we do now? Lily wondered. How about you fly back to camp while I look for the crystals? Gander suggested. Sounds good, Lily agreed. Then do it, Gander urged. Lily spread her wings and took off back to camp. It's worth mentioning that Lily was in her normal form, that of a small anthropomorphic cat. From the sky, at a considerable distance from the duo, a red ball of light was watching the 2 closely. Target located, the phoenix observed. Let the hunt begin. With Tiamat, the daughter of Draig walked calmly along the coast of the island. Barefoot, she enjoyed the sensation of the sand beneath her feet, gazing down at her toes. But when she lifted her gaze, she stopped. A few meters away stood the island's forest, and a large part of it was dead. The trees were black, dry, and leafless. The grass was parched and charred, along with the bushes and other plants. To make matters worse, there were the corpses of animals that seemed to have perished without any visible harm. For reasons she couldn't explain, Tiamat felt that approaching that place was a terrible idea. Yet, her curiosity got the better of her, and she decided to venture into the dead forest. Saji and Arthur strolled leisurely along a small river that wound its way through the island. The air was filled with the cheerful sounds of birds, which Saji appreciated, while Arthur maintained his usual serene expression, gazing ahead. Saji squinted slightly, taking in the surroundings without breaking his stride. This is strange, Saji murmured, a sense of anticipation creeping in. It feels like something is about to happen. Arthur turned to him, curious. Did you say something? HM? No, just talking to myself, Saji replied. All right, Arthur said, and they continued their peaceful walk. Meanwhile, in the distance, a boy with white hair dashed through the forest, a broad smile lighting up his face. Issei, the current Seirai, stood before a large rock adorned with a variety of colorful crystals. This is hard to believe, he said, marveling at the sight. Who would have thought this island would harbor crystals capable of storing different types of magic for such a long time? Draig, his dragon partner, responded. Do you have any idea how many things can be done with these? Issei asked, his excitement growing. The possibilities are endless, but I have an idea, Draig said. What is it? Issei inquired, intrigued. Remember the potions you're trying to create? Draig prompted. Of course, it's the reason I'm still alive. Why do you ask? Issei replied. My idea is to focus your healing magic, wind god slayer magic, and a few others into the crystal, then enhance its capabilities and finally melt the crystal. That way, you'll have your absolute healing potion. Issei pondered for a moment. That's a really good idea, though it has some flaws. Still, it's the closest to what I want to create. I just need to think about how to recover the energy. You could add some Dragon Slayer magic so that when someone consumes it, they temporarily gain the ability to recover energy by consuming their element, thus fully restoring their power thanks to the enhancements you made, Drake suggested. Issei fell silent, contemplating the idea. Partner, Drake called, sensing Issei's distraction. Issei? Are you there? Drake pressed. You're a genius. How did I not think of this before? Issei exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Over 10,000 years of life experience, Drake replied modestly. Experience, huh? I guess I still have a long way to go, Issei admitted. How about you take half for yourself and give the other half to the crow? Drake proposed. I don't think that'll be a problem. Azazel will understand, Issei said confidently. Drake mimicked Azazel's voice, saying, if you use it for research, there's no problem. You mimic him pretty well, Issei noted, chuckling. Thanks, I've been practicing, Drake replied with a hint of pride. Issei glanced at his hands, lost in thought. Practicing. A small smile crept onto his face. I think I need to train a bit more. You're right. You focused so much on what felt comfortable that you neglected your other powers. If you had trained all your abilities simultaneously, or at least regularly, you could be even stronger than I am right now, Drake pointed out. I know. To think I became overconfident by matching 75% of your power, Issei reflected. Well, don't be disheartened. Anyone in your position would be proud to reach over 70% of a celestial dragon's power. You just need to train more to reach your full potential, Drake encouraged. Any recommendations, father-in-law, partner? Issei asked with a grin. Grr. Well, you could try talking to the former wielders of the boosted gear. You could also improve your use of your less utilized magics or start using your second Akama no Mi, Drake suggested. Those aren't bad ideas. Talking to the senpais could be dangerous, considering I reformatted the boosted gear, but I don't think anything will happen, Issei mused. Speaking of which, during your battle against Anti-Issei, you almost activated the Juggernaut drive out of sheer desperation, Drake reminded him. Yeah, I know. What I don't understand is why I said that. I was supposed to seal that transformation when I reformatted the boosted gear, Issei replied, puzzled. The former wielders broke the seal you placed, apparently. They felt your desperation, but it wasn't just that. The fear you and I felt upon seeing the anti-boosted gear resonated with them, and they tried to help you, Drake explained. Maybe, just maybe, there's a chance I can communicate with them, Issei suggested, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Knowing you, I bet you came up with something risky, Drake remarked. Don't get me wrong, I think it's more crazy than risky, Issei clarified. Whatever it is, you have my full support. After all, you're my son-in-law, partner, Drake said warmly. The two shared a moment of laughter, their camaraderie evident. I think I should head back to camp, Issei finally said. Sounds good to me, Drake agreed. Meanwhile, the four-winged cats known as the Exceed were resting on the ground, taking a break from their adventures. I'm tired, Happy admitted, stretching out. Me too, Lecter chimed in. I think so too. Frosh added enthusiastically. Yup, you're all lazy, Charles remarked, rolling her eyes. How about some fish? Happy suggested, his eyes lighting up. Aye. Lecter and Frosh exclaimed in unison. No, I hate them, Charles replied, crossing her arms. With a flick of his wrist, Happy conjured a small blue magic circle, and dozens of fish began to emerge from it. How do you do that? Charles asked, astonished. It's my magic, fish invocator. Happy declared proudly. Incredible! Lecter exclaimed. Awesome! Frosh echoed. That's a lie, you just made that name up. You just summoned fish, Charles criticized. Above Happy, A small rain cloud formed as he sulked, anime-style tears streaming from his eyes. "Charles, you're so mean," he lamented. Meanwhile, Azazel had gathered all the crystals in the area and was now dancing and singing joyfully. Listening to music through a mini-speaker connected to her phone, Azazel sang along. "Masium chasing chasing. Koero mato jibin shijo psycho no. Ima wa chasing chasing. So igaita jibin and I nat moyas mu no hiwa. Na 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 na. Na 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 hey hey. Na 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 na." The four girls stood in an open field, surrounded by shimmering crystals. Lavinia cheered, "Yay! You did it, Lufei-chan." She embraced the petite blonde, who returned the hug a bit awkwardly. Kuroka chimed in, "Without a doubt, you're a genius." She joined the hug, causing Lufei to blush slightly. "Ah, I want some love too," Valeri exclaimed as she squeezed into the embrace, her smile brightening the moment. The three girls, all over 1.60 meters tall, beamed with joy until they noticed steam rising between their chests, which were pressed together. As they lowered their gazes, they saw Lufei blushing, her head nestled between three pairs of large boobs. Embarrassed, the three girls pulled away. "Gomen nasai," they apologized in unison, while Lufei stumbled slightly, her thoughts racing. "But why are they so big? By the way, Fei-chan, where did you get that map?" Valeri asked, breaking the moment. Lufei hesitated, scratching her head. It's actually kind of funny." The other three girls leaned in, their curiosity piqued. She began, but was interrupted by their eager voices. "Yes," they urged. "I found it." Lufei continued, only to be met with puzzled expressions. "Huh," they chorused. "Yeah, just like you heard, it flew right into my face when I raised my hand, and that was it," she explained. "Could it be the map Azazel had?" Lavinia suggested. "It might be," Kuroka added thoughtfully. Valeri turned her gaze to Lufei. "Let me see that map, Fei-chan." "Here," Lufei replied, handing it over. Valeri examined the map closely, trying to determine if it was the drawing made by Azazel. "This isn't Azazel's map," she declared. Lufei, Kuroka, and Lavinia responded in unison. "Azazel's map was drawn entirely by hand. This looks more like a photocopy," Valeri explained. "Which means," Lavinia began, "that this map," Kuroka continued, "belongs to someone else." Lufei finished. Suddenly, Valeri turned around and created a wall of ice just in time to block something that resembled a ninja star. The strange object appeared to be made of paper, an origami ninja star. "Get out!" Valeri shouted as multiple paper shurikens began to shoot out from various points at an almost imperceptible speed. A strong gust of wind surrounded the quartet, deflecting the paper shurikens. "I said get out," Valeri repeated, urgency in her voice. As a shadow began to form in front of them, all four girls looked up. They saw a girl with purple hair tied in a bun, a paper flower next to it, and golden eyes, with a piercing below her lower lip. She wore a black tunic decorated with red clouds outlined in white. Strangely, her body seemed to dissolve into sheets of paper, and she had two gigantic angel-like wings made of paper. Meanwhile, Fafner and Biko had already found the crystals, but realizing they didn't know what to do with them, they decided to place them in a bag they had somehow acquired and head back, jumping from tree to tree once more. "Was it so complicated for him to tell us what to do with them when we found them?" Fafner grumbled. "Calm down, it's not like Azazel is scary or anything. Right, Fafner?" Biko replied, trying to lighten the mood. "Another joke like that, and you'll wake up at the next Freddie Mercury concert," Fafner shot back. All right, easy there, man. It's not like he tried to force you into an artificial sacred gear," Biko retorted. "Send my regards to Michael Jackson," Fafner muttered, surrounding one of his fists with light and shooting a glare at Biko. Before either of them could react, they were thrown from the tree they were in, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. "What the hell was that?" Fafner exclaimed, bewildered. "How am I supposed to know?" Biko replied, brushing himself off. When the dust settled, they spotted a figure on the branch where they had just been. The person was a boy around 18 years old, with light blue hair and blue eyes, wearing a slightly worn light blue shirt and blue briefs. "Hey Biko," the boy greeted casually. Meanwhile, Lily was flying back to the camp, intent on asking Azazel what they should do with the crystals. "I should speed up," she muttered to herself. Suddenly, the sound of something moving at high speed caught her attention. Before she could look around to find the source of the noise, a large fireball struck her, sending her crashing into the mountain where Gander was. Gander, who had been in front of the crystals just moments before, rushed toward the impact site. When he arrived, the first thing he saw was a gigantic red phoenix surrounded by flames, its wings stretching about 10 meters long. In its claws was Lily's unconscious head. The phoenix fixed its gaze on Gander, who, upon making eye contact with the bird, regarded it seriously as darkness enveloped his hands. "How I detest birds," Gander muttered under his breath. In another part of the forest, Tiamat ventured into the dead woods, noticing the large number of animal corpses. Strangely, none of them bore wounds, yet their faces were frozen in expressions of terror. After contemplating the scene, she noticed that all the animals seemed to be fleeing from the same direction, as if escaping from something or someone. What happened here? Tiamat wondered aloud. She continued walking deeper into the dead forest, encountering more of the same grim sights. Eventually, she spotted someone, a boy with black hair dressed in an unusual manner. The boy had his back to her, obscuring his face. A person? Tiamat remarked, intrigued. The boy slowly turned around upon hearing her voice, revealing his face. Tiamat tensed slightly at the sight of his black, expressionless eyes. "A dragon," he said, his voice devoid of emotion. "Who are you?" Tiamat demanded. The boy remained silent, simply raising a hand. In response, Tiamat took to the air, her instincts kicking in. "It's just like when Issei trapped me," she thought, recalling the feeling of helplessness. She crashed into one of the dead trees in the forest. After a few moments, she stood up, annoyance etched on her face. "She's resilient," the boy observed, a hint of surprise in his voice. "I suppose there won't be a problem with taking her down right now," he added, his tone cold. Tiamat glared at the dark-haired boy, puffing out her cheeks in defiance. "Dragon of thunder, roar!" she shouted, unleashing a powerful lightning bolt toward him. The boy effortlessly sidestepped the attack. "Die," he said, raising a hand. "Death." A massive burst of purple magic shot from his hand toward Tiamat, who could only watch as the immense power of the attack surged toward her. Suddenly, a blur positioned itself in front of her. "Eternal protection," came a voice, cutting through the tension. The wave of magic struck Tiamat, obliterating everything behind her. Or so she thought. When the attack subsided, a white sphere surrounded Tiamat and the dark-haired boy's attention was drawn to the fact that the vegetation beneath the duo had revived. "Life magic. I see, so your son has finally come for me." "Edward," he whispered, a hint of recognition in his voice. "Issei?" Tiamat asked, confusion clouding her thoughts. "Hey, Tiachan, how's it going?" Issei replied, a casual grin on his face. "Better than against the other you for sure," Tiamat responded, relief washing over her. "Who is this guy?" Issei began, studying the boy closely. He noticed some familiar features that made him break into a sweat. "No idea, but I want to take him down already," Tiamat replied, her determination evident. "Run," Issei urged, his voice tense. "Huh." Tiamat looked at him, puzzled. Issei swallowed hard. "Let's just say this is a big fish." "I understand." "How big?" Tiamat asked, her eyes narrowing. "Big enough to bring all factions to their knees," Issei said gravely. "You look just like your father. You are the spitting image of Edward Lucifer," the dark-haired boy remarked, his gaze piercing. "And how do you know him?" Issei asked, dread creeping into his voice. "That's easy," the boy replied, his eyes glowing red. "After all, I was the one who trained him and his companions." Tiamat's eyes widened in disbelief, while Issei swallowed again. "So you're Zirif Dragneel?" Tiamat looked incredulously at Issei. The king of dark mages? The same, now die, Zeref declared, launching a burst of magic at the two dragons. Issei thought, death magic? Good thing I know its opposite. Eternal protection, he shouted, conjuring a dome of white magic that neutralized Zeref's attack. What a disappointment, you're still so weak. You're not even at the level your parents were at your age, and Edward could never land more than 2 hits on me, Zeref taunted. Don't remind me, Issei muttered. Unfortunately for you, your father promised me that you would give me the battle I've been waiting for my entire life, and I'm not one to give second chances. In an instant, Zeref disappeared from his spot and reappeared in front of the two dragons, gripping them by the chin. Should I kill you now or maybe let you tell the tale? If it's not too much to ask, let them go this time, a voice said, heard only by Zeref. Zeref thought, all right, but who are you supposed to be? I'm just a servant of yours, the voice replied. Fine, I'll see you later, Zeref said, reluctantly agreeing. As you wish. I am grateful for your acceptance of my request, the voice continued. For this time, I'll let you go, just this once, Zeref decided, releasing them and stepping back. If I were you, I wouldn't get involved with me, or my affairs, he warned before vanishing from sight. Once they were sure he was gone, Tiamat and Issei fell to their knees, sweat dripping from their foreheads. Are we alive? Tiamat gasped. Yeah, Issei replied, still catching his breath. The boosted gear appeared on Issei's left arm. Are you aware of who you just faced? Drake asked. Yeah, and I still can't believe we're alive, Issei said, his heart racing. Not every day can you say you stood in front of the second most powerful being of all, Tiamat added, her voice trembling. And I thought we could have a peaceful vacation, Issei sighed, shaking his head. You should be thankful you're alive, Drake reminded him. And I am that. You have no idea how much I am, Tiamat replied, her expression softening. Let's change the subject. What were you doing out here, daughter? Drake asked, shifting the focus. I was looking for Azazel's crystals when I saw this part of the forest and decided to see what was going on, Tiamat explained. Just as curious as your mother, Drake noted with a hint of amusement. Hee, and what were you two doing? Tiamat inquired, her curiosity piqued. We already found the crystals and we're heading back to Azazel, Issei said. I see. I guess I should go get those things after all, Tiamat concluded. Do you want me to help you? Issei offered. Who do you think I am? A spoiled princess who needs a man for everything? She replied sarcastically. Issei smiled calmly. Better said, the sexiest dragon queen of them all. Now that's what I like to hear, Tiamat said with a grin. In that case, I guess I'll see you later, Issei said, preparing to leave. All right, and Tiamat hesitated. Issei prompted, sensing her uncertainty. Thanks for saving me earlier, she said, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Don't worry, I'll be there for you when you need me, Issei assured her. The two exchanged one last look before parting ways. Drake thought, Dynamite, I wish you were here now, she looks so much like you. A memory surfaced in his mind of a moment shared with Dynamite, where she had acted just like Tiamat. My little girl is in good hands, I'm glad that out of all my hosts she fell for this one, Drake reflected, a sense of pride swelling within him. Mental sigh, if only I hadn't inherited your excessive wickedness, everything would be perfect. Both Issei and Tiamat quickened their pace, moving away from each other in a matter of seconds. Once they were over 300 meters apart, they decided to stop for a moment. Simultaneously, they found themselves face to face with a red-haired man. In front of Tiamat stood a man around 20 years old, with red hair and eyes. He was muscular and wore full Spartan armor, except for the helmet, which he held in his right hand. The redhead looked at Issei with seriousness, and Issei returned his gaze, tension thick in the air. Meanwhile, with the girls, Conan observed the four of them with an emotionless expression, contrasting sharply with the girls' varied looks of surprise, seriousness, and doubt. Can you tell us who you are and why you're attacking us? Valeri asked, her voice steady. My name is Conan, that's all you need to know, she replied curtly. From her paper wings, a storm of paper airplanes was launched toward the four girls. Sky dragons roar! Valeri shouted, unleashing a whirlwind of wind that collided with the storm of paper airplanes, sending them flying in every direction except toward their target. After that, 100 magical circles surrounded Conan, courtesy of Lavinia and Lucifer. Conan simply shielded herself with her paper wings, and a second later, the magical circles unleashed a barrage of magical attacks. When the attacks ceased, Conan was seen practically unscathed. A large number of magical spheres created by Valeri were sent toward the purple-haired woman. Just as the attacks were about to hit Conan, she dissolved into sheets of paper, only to reform into multiple copies of herself. That's just like what Issei-sama does. Lu Fei exclaimed, her eyes wide. The copies of Conan threw shurikens toward Lu Fei and Lavinia, pushing them away from Valeri. Strangely, Kuroka was nowhere to be found. With Fafnir and Biko, Fafnir watched Frost intently, who was only looking at Biko. Speaking of Biko, he wore an incredulous expression as he gazed at Frost. What's wrong? Run out of things to say? Frost taunted, a smirk on his face. Biko swallowed hard as he slowly brought his hands to his staff. Do you know him? Fafnir asked, his curiosity piqued. Yes, Biko replied, gripping his staff firmly and assuming a combat stance. His name is Frost Heiss. He's an SS+ rank criminal from the yokai faction, Biko explained. Interesting. Can you tell me what he did? Fafnir inquired, intrigued. Well, it's a long story, Biko said, his voice steady. Come on, tell him from the beginning, Frost urged, a smile playing on his lips. Biko took a deep breath. Hundreds of years ago, the leader of the yokai at that time, a QB named Adion, died without naming his heir. His two sons, who were twins, decided to fight each other to determine who would rule the yokai. Fafnir listened intently to Biko, captivated by the unfolding tale. Biko began recounting the tale, his voice steady. The battle of the twins lasted for weeks, during which both QBs nearly destroyed the entire yokai civilization. This PRD is regarded as the golden age of the yokai, when they were at their strongest. Fafnir interrupted, eager to cut to the chase. Get to the point. All right, Biko replied. When the battle reached a critical juncture and everything seemed lost for the yokai, they appeared from the north, the Yeti clan. Fafnir raised an eyebrow. Clan? Frost chimed in. At that time, each race was referred to as a clan, much like the demons. Biko continued. Their leader, Megan the White, tired of the twins' reckless actions, decided to take matters into his own hands. With a flick of his wrist, Frost conjured a sphere of magic and tossed it between the three of them. In an instant, the environment transformed, and they found themselves on a battlefield that had once been an ancient city. Before them loomed two gigantic gray nine-tailed foxes. Where are we? Fafnir asked, bewildered. In the past, Frost replied. Biko explained, he can show past events, though it's just an illusion. We're not actually in the past. They turned to see a large number of yokai in disarray, their conditions deplorable. This is terrible. Tailo-sama and Salo-sama have destroyed everything, a random yokai exclaimed. A young yokai stepped forward, his face etched with sadness. Despite his youth, Fafnir and Biko recognized him immediately. Sun Wukong, Fafnir said, acknowledging him. Unfortunately, if this continues, we'll have no choice but to abandon this land forever, Sun Wukong lamented. A voice suddenly cut through the air, filled with disdain. Is this what the great yokai race has been reduced to? Everyone turned to see a group of light-haired individuals, with a man around 40 years old standing before them. One of his eyes was white as if blind, while the other was a piercing red, marred by a large scar that covered nearly half of his face. Megan-sama! Sun Wukong exclaimed, recognizing the man. It's been a while, my young disciple, Megan replied, his tone grave. What are you doing here? Sun Wukong asked, concern evident in his voice. I've come to put an end to this foolishness. I won't let the yokai suffer any longer because of two brats incapable of resolving their issues like adults, Megan declared. A white light enveloped Megan, and when it faded, a gigantic gorilla with white fur and a black chest appeared, marked by a large scar. The gorilla leaped into action, landing between the two twins. With a single blow, he slammed the heads of both yokai into the ground, causing a massive pillar of ice to erupt beneath them, lifting them into the air. Megan struck Talos' column, sending him crashing to the ground. He followed up with a powerful blow to Salo's ribs, leaving him in a similar state. The twins reverted to their normal forms, clutching the spots where they had been struck. Megan returned to his human form and seized Salo by the hair, slamming him against a rock. Upon impact, Salo bounced back, only to be met with a powerful kick from Megan. This brutal exchange continued until Megan grew weary. He then approached Talo, who lay on the ground, staring blankly at the sky. With a downward stomp to Talo's stomach, Megan forced him to lift his head and legs slightly, causing him to spit out blood. Following that, he kicked Talo in the face, mirroring his earlier treatment of Salo. "A couple of brats like you will never be worthy of ruling the yokai," Megan shouted. All the yokai, except for the Yetis, watched in astonishment as Megan took decisive action. "Megan, surrender now or die right here," he commanded. "Never!" Talo shouted defiantly. "Rot in hell," Salo added, his voice filled with rage. A girl a few years younger than the twins approached the battlefield. She had gray hair and 9 fox tails trailing behind her. For some reason, Fafnir sensed something dark within her. "Megan Donna, what will you do?" the girl asked, her voice steady. "Princess Yazalia, I regret that you had to witness such things, but this was the only way to stop this madness," Megan replied. "I understand that, but what will we do now?" Yazalia inquired, concern etched on her face. "Given that your brothers are completely incapable of acting maturely," Megan said, glancing at her with a hint of concern. Yazalia looked at him doubtfully. "Princess Yazalia, by the power granted to me by your father, I hereby name you the new ruler of the yokai. Everyone, kneel before our new queen," Megan declared. The yokai, somewhat stunned by the rapid turn of events, knelt before their new ruler. Yazalia appeared impressed by her people's actions, but a hint of embarrassment crept into her smile. Yet Fafnir could sense the malice lurking behind that smile from a distance. As the atmosphere returned to normal, Biko concluded, "That's more or less what happened that day." "I still don't understand what that has to do with him," Fafnir replied, gesturing toward an unseen figure. "You see, a few days after that," Biko began, "the twins, after being beaten, ended up in the hospital and died. The Yetis were accused of treason, and their extermination was ordered. My people, who were unaware of that order, were left on the brink of extinction because of that betrayal," Frost interjected, his tone heavy with anger. Biko frowned at the revelation. "You might have an idea now of why that individual wasn't considered to inherit the position of yokai ruler from the start, and why it's said that the yokai weakened after that generation," Frost continued. "If my observations are correct, that girl had an illness or something similar that made her weaker than her brothers," Fafnir noted. "Bingo!" And seeing how a single Yeti took down both her brothers effortlessly, fear took hold of her. "Now my people have to hide from the entire world just to survive," Frost explained. "I understand. So he's a criminal just for being a Yeti?" Fafnir asked. "No, not at all," Biko replied. "Then what?" Fafnir pressed. "Let me explain," Frost said, preparing to share more of the story. Fafnir reflected on the situation, thinking, given that they hunt us as if we were animals and attack us indiscriminately, I thought, if they can attack us, why can't I do the same? "So you attacked the yokais?" Fafnir asked. Biko's expression darkened. "If you only knew, he killed more than 3,000 people in one night, massacring nobles, Yasaka-sama's advisors, soldiers, destroying the military bases of my faction, and even left Yasaka-sama gravely injured just to make it clear that he is the strongest yokai." "I understand, that's tough," Fafnir replied, his voice somber. As soon as he spoke, Fafnir's body began to glow white. "I guess holding back isn't an option." Meanwhile, with Gander and Lily, the black-haired dragon looked seriously at the phoenix before him. He was about to attack but hesitated when he saw the phoenix shrink and take on a more human form. Gander calmed down and dispelled the darkness from his arms. "I suppose we're enemies." "That's right. If you don't mind, I'd prefer to fight rather than talk," the phoenix replied. "That's fine by me. I just want to know one thing," Gander said. "Go ahead," the phoenix encouraged. "Tell me your name." "My name is Phoenix, Phoenix Teeter," the phoenix replied. "I see, the son of the original phoenix." "With that said, I think we can start warming up," Gander said, a hint of determination in his voice. "Sounds good to me," Phoenix agreed, ready for the impending confrontation. In a blur of speed, the two opponents collided fists. They quickly pulled back, and Phoenix aimed a strike at Gander's ribs, but Gander deftly deflected the blow with his hand. Gander retaliated with a kick aimed at Phoenix's face, but Phoenix leaned back just in time to avoid it. Still, he had to jump back slightly to evade a powerful strike aimed at his chest. "Close, my turn," Phoenix declared as he charged toward Gander with impressive speed. He unleashed a series of palm strikes, which Gander barely managed to block and evade, though he took a few hits in the process. Spotting a small opening in Phoenix's defense, Gander swiftly delivered a kick to his opponent's chin, followed by a sweeping kick that knocked the blonde down. Gander attempted a hammer strike on his rival, but Phoenix raised his legs to stop Gander's arm, pushing it aside. Phoenix sprang back to his feet and moved a few meters away from Gander. Then he summoned wings of fire, much larger than those of the Phoenix clan members, and shot several fireballs at Gander. Gander moved at high speed toward his opponent, easily dodging the fireballs. In his right hand, he conjured what appeared to be a short dagger made of darkness. He leaped closer to Phoenix, aiming to slash him with the dagger, but Phoenix blocked the attack with one of his wings. Phoenix then tried to strike Gander with his other wing, but Gander jumped to dodge, countering with a kick directly to Phoenix's face. After that blow, Gander had to retreat to avoid a strike from Phoenix's first wing. Seizing the moment, Phoenix delivered a powerful downward kick to the ground, raising a cloud of dust to obscure himself from Gander. Phoenix attempted to kick Gander in the stomach, but Gander sidestepped the attack. Undeterred, Phoenix tried to hit Gander with his wings again, but Gander crouched and spun around, slashing Phoenix's right torso. Following that, Gander threw his dagger upward, jumped, and kicked it into Phoenix's face, piercing through from cheek to cheek. Small flames flickered in each of Phoenix's wounds, regenerating the cuts. In a flash, he delivered a strong knee strike to Gander, who was still airborne, sending him flying several meters away. Phoenix yanked the dagger from his face, and instantly, the wound healed. Gander charged toward him, but halfway there, he began to circle around. Seeing this, Phoenix launched a jet of fire at Gander, who at the last second stopped and jumped away from the attack. Another jet of fire shot in his direction, but this time Gander kept running, armed with another dagger. Phoenix moved quickly toward his opponent, trying to strike him with one of his wings. The attack hit the ground, but Phoenix turned his back on Gander and landed a powerful blow with his other wing. After the hit, Phoenix's wings transformed into fiery hands that grabbed Gander by the torso. Gander struggled to break free from his enemy's grip, but it was futile. In desperation, he threw his dagger at Phoenix's face, but Phoenix dodged by. Tilting his head, "I dropped my guard. Let's see if this works," Gander said, forming a sphere of darkness the size of a basketball in his left hand. "Dark Star," he shouted, and the sphere impacted Phoenix's face, causing him to release Gander and fly off, crashing through the trees in his path. "That was a good warm-up, don't you think?" Gander taunted, watching as Phoenix emerged from the trees as if nothing had happened. "Yes, how about we get to the good stuff from now on?" Phoenix replied. "Absolutely," Gander agreed. While he preferred action over conversation, he didn't mind a bit of banter between blows. Meanwhile, the blue-haired woman glared at the red-haired man before her, annoyance and a hint of hatred evident in her expression. She recognized him immediately. Like Frost, he was an SS-ranked criminal. First the Dark Mage King, and now the Sand Demon. "What's next, Great Red?" she thought. Gara regarded her with interest, as if analyzing her. "You must be Tiamat, the only Dragon Queen. Alive." Do you know who I am? He asked. Yes, Gar of the Red Sand, the Sand Demon and the grandnephew of Sasori of the Red Sand, Tiamat replied, her heart racing. The boy before her was the grandnephew of the man who had killed her mother, the late dragon Queen Tynamit. Since I see you know me, I'll get straight to the point, Gara said, his voice cold and threatening. I'll kill you here and now. Go ahead, try, Tiamat retorted defiantly. As the sand beneath her feet began to rise, attempting to ensnare her, she leaped backward, narrowly avoiding it. I need to get him as far away from the coast as possible, otherwise, he will be unstoppable, she thought. The sand around her lifted again, but she quickly escaped, determined to distance herself from the shore. However, as she tried to enter the forest, she was confronted by a towering wall of sand, about 10 meters high. Running away won't do you any good. As long as I'm here, you're stuck, Gara taunted. You've dug your own grave, Tiamat shot back. With a wave of his hands, Gara caused the wall of sand to collapse toward her. Tiamat attempted to flee but found herself surrounded by sand from below, forming a sphere around her. Sand coffin, Gara declared. The sphere quickly contracted, trying to crush her, but it halted upon hitting something solid. Realizing Tiamat had created an ice barrier for defense, Gara exerted more force, successfully shattering the ice. Suddenly, a crackling sound of electric sparks filled the air. Gara turned to see Tiamat charging at him, her fist surrounded by lightning, with a hole in the ground behind her. A barrier of sand appeared just in time to block her attack. I forgot about that detail, Tiamat thought. Flashback. Issei sat with his back against a rock in front of a campfire, reading a book while the rest of his group slept. Suddenly, Tiamat, still half asleep, sat down beside him. It's my turn to keep watch, she said. All right, but I'll stay until you're fully awake, Issei replied. Tiamat glanced at the book. What are you reading? It's a list of the most wanted criminals, detailing their abilities, danger levels, and warnings, Issei explained. Let me see, Tiamat said, taking the book. She flipped through it until she stopped on a page featuring Gara. Name, Gara of the Desert. Nickname, Sand Demon. Known abilities, high control over sand, possesses an impenetrable sand barrier, not much else is known. Wanted by the Egyptian faction for serious acts of terrorism. Danger level. Warnings, highly dangerous, especially in areas with loose sand or dirt. Provoking him is not an option. Tiamat remarked, not exactly a wealth of information, but it's acceptable. It's only like that for those whose abilities are completely unknown, Issei replied. And flashback. Tiamat vanished from Gara's sight, encasing him in an ice dome. Let's see if you like it when your own technique is used against you, she taunted, compressing the ice dome in an attempt to crush him. However, the ice sphere shattered, releasing a torrent of sand and revealing a somewhat annoyed Gara. Using ice will be useless with that sand surrounding him. Electricity won't help much either. Think, Tiamat, think. An idea struck her. I just need to act faster than his sand. But how? As she dodged Gara's attacks, he shouted, Sand barrage. A flurry of small sand bullets shot toward her. Tiamat snapped out of her thoughts just in time to see the attack coming. See, she muttered, sprinting away as the sand bullets whizzed past her. I just need to think of a way to move faster than his sand, and I've got this. Saji and Arthur walked calmly through the forest when an overwhelming sense of danger filled the air. They ducked as an object whizzed overhead, slicing through the trees. What was that? Arthur asked, his eyes wide. No idea, but it's not friendly, Saji replied, scanning their surroundings. Come on, don't be so mean. A figure emerged from the shadows, grinning widely. It was Juzu, holding his scythe, which had flown into his hands. Want to play? He asked in a childlike yet dangerous tone. Who is this guy? Arthur wondered aloud. No idea, but he's strong, Saji replied, preparing for a fight. Arthur summoned his two swords, while Saji wrapped his fists in poison. In an instant, Saji found himself beneath Juzu, delivering a powerful uppercut that sent him soaring into the air. Before Juzu could recover, Arthur struck from behind, delivering an X-shaped cut that elicited a pained groan from him. Juzu fell to the ground, unmoving. "That was pretty easy," Arthur remarked. But then a deep cut appeared on his stomach, causing him to spit out blood. That was fun," Juzu exclaimed, standing up as if unharmed. Saji stared in disbelief. "How?" "My turn," Juzu declared. In the blink of an eye, Saji was covered in cuts from Juzu's scythe, but Arthur was in serious trouble. Juzu moved with incredible speed, torturing him with rapid strikes while counting each cut with a wide grin. 90, 100, 110, 120. Arthur staggered, spitting blood and barely understanding what was happening. He was already in deep trouble. Saji tried to approach him, but before he could take more than 2 steps, Juzu positioned himself right in front of Saji, ready to strike with his scythe. In a swift motion, Saji summoned his sacred gear and ensnared Juzu with the lines of Vritra. "If I were you, I'd stay still," Saji warned. Juzu's energy began to drain and transfer to Arthur, who lay unconscious on the ground. Juzu expressed sadness at this but quickly regained his usual cheerful demeanor. In a display of superhuman strength, Juzu shattered the lines as if they were nothing and leaped at Saji. Seeing this, Saji flicked his fingers and, using his Akuma no Mi, decapitated Juzu, whose head fell lifelessly to the floor. "I killed him." "Thanks for the help, Vritra," Saji said. "No problem, my friend," Vritra replied. Juzu's decapitated head looked at Saji with amusement. "What's wrong? Haven't you ever fought a Shinigami before?" he asked. Juzu's body lifted itself and placed his head back on his neck. As soon as they touched, they fused together, leaving no trace of the wound. "Shall we continue?" Juzu challenged. Saji swallowed hard, getting into a fighting stance and activating his balance breaker. "As you wish." He appeared in front of Juzu with his fist clenched, ready to strike. Juzu swung his scythe, aiming to cleave Saji in half, but Saji vanished from his sight and reappeared behind him. Saji tightened his fist, and a multitude of threads sliced Juzu into pieces. After the cut, Saji delivered a powerful kick, scattering Juzu's limbs. "It's clear that poison won't be the best option against you," Saji remarked. The decapitated head of Juzu looked at him with amusement as he attempted to gather his limbs but found them held back. "That won't work. My threads have them firmly secured," Saji stated. Juzu frowned, but then his expression shifted to one of utter madness. The severed limbs exploded into blood, freeing themselves from the threads and shocking Saji. The remnants of Juzu's body began to move in unison, reassembling into his original form. "You're amusing," Juzu said. He grabbed his scythe and charged at Saji with incredible speed. Raising his weapon, he swung down with force, but his strike was intercepted by Caliban, which Saji wielded with a defiant smile. Juzu stared incredulously at the weapon. "How is it that?" he began, noticing the Vritra thread connecting Saji to Arthur, who lay unconscious with a smile on his face. "It's unfair when only one of us is using a weapon," Saji quipped, delivering a rapid series of cuts to Juzu, followed by a powerful kick that broke more than one rib. Juzu snapped out of his shock and counterattacked, spinning his scythe and delivering quick, powerful slashes, most of which Saji blocked, all while his wounds healed. The exchange of blows continued until both opponents clashed their weapons. They stared intently at each other. Juzu wore a look of madness, while Saji had a serious expression beneath his armor. Both were giving it their all to bring the other down. Unfortunately for Juzu, unlike Caliban, his weapon was not indestructible and ultimately broke in two. Saji delivered a powerful slash to Juzu, cutting through his body and reaching his spine, followed by a series of strong cuts that sent him crashing into some trees. Juzu got up, wincing in pain, and looked at his weapon with sadness. Beyond using a weapon and a few abilities, Shinigami usually don't have many magical reserves, Saji noted, deactivating his balance breaker and closing his eyes with a serene expression. "I recommend you surrender and submit to interrogation." Suddenly, Saji felt something piercing his chest, followed by more stabs in various parts of his body. He opened his eyes in pain and looked at Juzu, who wore a playful smile. One more knife was plunged into Saji's chest, making him stagger back slightly from the pain. Does it hurt? Juzu asked, chuckling as he tossed several knives into the air. He quickly grabbed some and began throwing them at Saji. The knives didn't embed themselves but instead cut into various points on Saji's arms and legs. Now enjoy this 45 more times, please, Juzu taunted, taking a few more knives and actually stabbing them into Saji's body. The blonde began to retreat slightly from the pain. He placed his hand on a rock beside him, and the rock became surrounded by his threads, which expanded into tentacles that he used to attack Juzu repeatedly. Juzu easily dodged the attacks while laughing, throwing more knives into the air, only to catch them and hurl them at Saji. Saji conjured another tentacle of threads, but Juzu continued to evade every attack, performing flips in the air while laughing and striking back. In the midst of his acrobatics, Juzu positioned himself in front of Saji, crouched down, and seized 6 knives, 3 in each hand. With a swift motion, he delivered a deep cut to Saji's stomach. "Take that!" Juzu exclaimed, his voice filled with glee. Saji spat blood as the tentacles unraveled into threads. "That's how I've torn apart many people so far, so I have a good idea of how long it takes," Juzu said, grinning wickedly. Juzu smiled playfully as he glanced at Saji, who began to sink to his knees. "How can simple knives do this?" Saji whispered, bewildered. "Now I'm going to kill your friend," Juzu declared, his excitement palpable. The albino walked over to the remnants of his scythe, which reformed in an instant. He lifted it with his foot and threw it high into the air. With remarkable skill, he spun it on his back before catching it and leaping toward Arthur. "Arthur, no!" Saji shouted in alarm. Juzu delivered a downward diagonal slash to the unconscious blonde, causing blood to gush from his body. He watched with amusement, letting out a small, childlike laugh. "Now it's your turn," he taunted. Suddenly, Saji unleashed a poison roar, sending Juzu flying. Almost immediately, Juzu found himself choked by a Vritra rope, and soon after, black flames from Vritra engulfed him. He let out a small cry of pain as the flames licked at his skin. "No matter how much you regenerate, the fire won't go out," Saji said, his voice steady. "Now the question is, what will kill you first, suffocation or the flames?" Juzu struggled to move his hands to break free from the rope, but Saji's threads held him tightly. "Oh no, you won't," Saji warned. The flames grew larger, eliciting louder screams from the albino. "What's wrong? I thought you enjoyed making others suffer," Saji taunted. Juzu's torture continued for nearly a minute until Saji finally relented. When he did, the sight was gruesome. Most of Juzu's skin had been burned away. His body had been consumed by the fire, what remained of his hair was singed, half of his face was devoid of skin, and he was missing an eye. The upper part of his clothing was charred. He stared blankly upward as blood dripped from where the threads had once restrained him. To Saji's surprise, Juzu was not regenerating and seemed unlikely to move from his spot. The charred albino staggered slightly, and as he did, Saji kicked him, sending him crashing against a rock. Saji watched as Juzu clung to the rock for a moment before his burnt clothing disintegrated into ashes. "Looks very real, but just to be safe, I'm not going to take any chances," Saji muttered. He pointed at Juzu's body with his hand shaped like a gun, and a small purple magic sphere appeared in front of his finger. "Destruction Lord's shot," he declared. A massive bolt of energy shot from Saji's finger, piercing through Juzu, the rock he was against, and obliterating everything in its path. After a moment, Juzu's body fell to the ground with a dull thud. Saji rushed over to Arthur, worry etched on his face. Arthur was pale, covered in numerous wounds, bleeding profusely, and struggling to breathe. The blonde dragon created a small magic circle and pulled out a tiny glass vial filled with liquid. Gently, Saji lifted Arthur's head, opened his mouth, uncorked the vial, and made him drink the liquid. Instantly, Arthur's skin regained its usual color, and his wounds healed. "When you wake up, I'll make sure Lu Fei forces you to thank me for bringing a phoenix tear," Saji promised. A noise caught the attention of the only one of the two who was conscious. When Saji turned around, he saw Juzu's body moving unnaturally. "I'm tired of playing games. I'm going to kill you right now," Juzu growled. In an instant, Juzu's body healed, and a kind of white powder began to cover him. His skin became even whiter, and a dome of darkness enveloped his entire form. After a while, the dome began to crack, and when it shattered, it revealed that Juzu had transformed, his power immense. "You'd better hope you don't die with a single blow," he said, his voice echoing as if from beyond the grave. Juzu extended his hand to the side, and his scythe flew into his grasp. Saji regarded him seriously, taking a couple of deep breaths. "I guess it's time to go all out," he said. Saji's arms were covered in dark purple scales up to his elbows, and his nails had transformed into claws. More scales appeared on various parts of his body, indicating that he had activated his incomplete dragon force. "Let the real fight begin," he declared. With Fafnir and Biko, the blonde lunged at the blue-haired one with his left fist glowing with light. Frost deflected the blow and countered with a punch to the blonde's chest, but Fafnir intercepted it with his hand. Now the two were locked in a struggle, pushing against each other. Fafnir smiled at Frost, causing the latter to look a bit confused. Biko appeared behind the blue-haired one, staff in hand, ready to strike. Frost moved back, nearly causing Fafnir to stumble forward. He released Fafnir and quickly grabbed him by the clothing, using him as a shield to block Biko's attack. Biko ended up hitting Fafnir in the back, causing him to crash hard to the ground. While Fafnir was much stronger than Biko, the staff was incredibly tough. "Son of a," Fafnir muttered, wincing. "Well, who would have thought you'd hit your own teammate? What kind of friend are you?" Farast chimed in, amusement evident in his voice. "Shut up." Biko snapped, trying to land a few hits with his staff, fists, and feet, but Frost easily dodged all of them. "You're too slow to be a monkey," Frost taunted. "Shut up." Biko repeated, frustration mounting. Biko attempted to deliver a strong blow with his staff, but Frost caught it with his bare hand. "This is a good weapon, but unfortunately, you're too impulsive to use it properly," Frost remarked. With a swift kick to Biko's chest, Frost forced him to drop his weapon. He began to spin the staff in his right hand and calmly walked toward Biko, twirling the staff between his fingers. Biko straightened up after the kick and glared at Frost. "You lack leg strength," Frost noted, striking Biko behind the knees and causing him to fall to the ground. "Your back is hunched," he added, delivering a blow to Biko's back, straightening it slightly. "And you fell so easily," Frost continued, hitting Biko's stomach with the staff, lifting him a few feet off the ground. "You're still the same disobedient student who forgets everything he learns as soon as he leaves school," Frost concluded, a smirk on his face. Fafnir, who had gotten up a moment ago, was now watching intently. "Can I ask what your relationship is with each other?" he inquired. "It's simple. I was his teacher for a while, but the idiot didn't want to learn, so I abandoned him, or rather, I left him with his grandfather," Frost replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Biko glared at Frost, his voice filled with frustration. "More like you gave me the beating of my life and left me at my doorstep." "You brought it on yourself," Frost replied coolly. Biko stood up, his body covered in fur, beginning to resemble a large monkey. With a sudden burst of energy, he leaped at his former teacher, who regarded him with a hint of interest. Transformed, Biko attempted to strike Frost. It was evident that he had become much faster, more agile, and likely stronger. Yet, Frost dodged his blows with ease, delivering a powerful punch to Biko's stomach, his hand surrounded by an unseen force. Frost swung his staff, striking Biko's face and sending him crashing into a tree. As Biko struggled to regain his footing, his staff lodged itself painfully in his stomach, leaving him battered. "Have you finished re-educating the primate?" Fafnir asked, observing the scene. "Possibly. If he doesn't get up in a while, then yes," Frost replied. "I suppose it's my turn to hit someone," Fafnir said, a smile creeping onto his face. "I'd like to see you try," Frost challenged. In an instant, Fafnir was in front of Frost, his fist glowing with light. "Secret art of the Dragon Slayer. Holy Nova," he shouted. Fafnir's fist struck Frost's face, unleashing a blinding burst of light that obliterated everything behind him. Frost, however, countered the attack with a strong defense, as if the blow had barely affected him. Stepping back, Fafnir regarded Frost seriously. Is it just me, or is his skin glowing a little? He thought. His body shimmered, indicating he was using white impulse. He moved at an almost impossible speed to the side of Frost, who turned in surprise. Roar of the light dragon, Fafnir declared, unleashing a laser beam of pure white light from his mouth toward Frost. The latter crossed his arms to shield himself from the attack. When Fafnir's beam collided with Frost's arms, the blonde was left speechless. The attack had been reflected. What? Fafnir exclaimed, astonished. As the attack ceased, he noticed that Frost's skin was shinier than before, now bearing a bluish tint. Is that ice? Fafnir asked, realization dawning. I see you noticed, Frost replied. I have a layer of ice over my skin. None of your light attacks can affect me. Oh really? Fafnir retorted, throwing a small sphere of light that bounced harmlessly off Frost's skin. Well, that's something, he muttered, surprised. In response, Frost's fist became encased in a thick layer of ice as he aimed to strike Fafnir in the face. But Fafnir had already vanished, leaving Frost to hit nothing but air. Quickly, Frost turned to block a powerful kick from the blonde. He attempted to counterattack, but Fafnir evaded and appeared beside him, delivering a strong punch that sent the blue-haired boy flying. Dimon, he's fast, Frost thought, realizing he might have underestimated his opponent. I think Juzu would have been a better match for him. I'm not that quick. If light doesn't work against his ice, I just have to break it, Fafnir thought, moving several meters away from Frost. He extended his right arm, creating a massive sphere of light in his hand. Let's see if your ice can protect you from this, Fafnir challenged, watching as the sphere grew rapidly, now at least 3 times his size in human form. Frost's expression shifted to concern as he began gathering power in his hands, the ground around him starting to freeze. I'm not going to lose to a dragon, he declared defiantly. Neither am I to you, Fafnir shot back. The sphere of light began disintegrating everything it touched as Fafnir positioned himself behind it. Light of extinction, he shouted, striking the sphere and transforming it into a powerful beam aimed directly at Frost. Frost placed his palms forward, unleashing an immense wave of blue energy. Total glaciation, he countered. The two attacks collided, creating a shockwave that sent Biko flying. Both combatants poured more power into their strikes, determined to outdo each other. Fafnir glowed brightly as white scales covered his body, signaling the activation of his full dragon force. His attack expanded, engulfing Frost and shattering the ice that encased him, leaving Frost injured. As the dust settled, Fafnir focused intently on the spot where Frost had been. Moments later, Frost emerged from the wreckage, blood trickling down his forehead, nose, and mouth. Half of his face bore burns from the attack, a sight that reminded Fafnir of Megan. Surrender now, Fafnir urged. Frost, defiant despite his injuries, thought, weren't they supposed to be somewhat weakened? Dimon at all. He managed a smile and declared, it's time for the snow giant to emerge. A celestial light enveloped Frost, momentarily blinding Fafnir. When the light faded, a gigantic gorilla with sky-blue, almost white fur stood in its place. Come at me, lizard, Frost challenged. Fafnir maintained his serious demeanor, keeping his dragon force active. If that's what you want, you'll have a battle of titans. A radiant light surrounded Fafnir, revealing the Golden Dragon King in his dragon form, the white scales of his dragon force still visible. The two giants locked eyes before launching themselves at each other. Frost landed a powerful punch on Fafnir's face, who responded with a tail swipe that sent them both staggering back. Frost struck the ground, causing ice stalagmites to rise, aiming to impale Fafnir. The dragon took to the skies, unleashing a beam of light toward Frost, who dashed to evade the attack. During the chase, Frost uprooted a tree, encased it in ice, and hurled it like a javelin at Fafnir, wounding one of his wings and sending him plummeting toward the earth. As Fafnir fell, he enveloped himself in light, descending like a meteor. Frost rushed to where Fafnir was supposed to land, but at the last moment, Fafnir altered his trajectory and landed directly on Frost's back, inflicting a severe wound. Fafnir then scratched Frost deeply across his back, shoulders, and waist, leaving him in a terrible state. "I've incapacitated you. Surrender now," Fafnir urged. Frost replied, "I couldn't even unleash 70% of my power, and I'm already defeated." He thought, "Who's the student here, really?" Then he declared, "I'd rather die here than surrender." "As you wish," Fafnir responded, soaring into the air and charging energy in his mouth. Seconds later, a beam of light incinerated everything within a 100-meter radius. Fafnir surveyed the area before flying off toward the camp. Meanwhile, in the forest, Frost, now in his human form and showing no signs of battle, looked at Biko's unconscious body beside him. "My ice clone has fulfilled its mission. I'd better take you to your friends," he said, lifting his former student and beginning to walk. Back with the girls, Valeri glared furiously at Conan. The purple-haired girl had managed to separate Lefay and Lavinia from her, leaving them unconscious beneath sheets of paper. Valeri observed that Conan wasn't genuinely trying to injure her. It seemed she was merely stalling for time. "This ends here and now," Valeri declared, as the wind began to WP around them violently. In response, Conan sent a flurry of shurikens toward Valeri, but she deflected them effortlessly with a wave of her hand. In retaliation, a massive number of ice shurikens formed around Valeri and were launched at Conan, only to pass harmlessly through her. Valeri thought to herself, "If this keeps up, it'll be a battle of who runs out of energy first." But she focused on one of the shurikens that had been thrown, which was just a meter behind Conan. "Substitution," she whispered. To Conan's surprise, an ice shuriken appeared where Valeri had been standing. Turning slowly, she saw Valeri behind her, cheeks puffed out and ready to unleash a gust of wind. The blast hit Conan, sending her flying several meters. The attack was not just wind, it also carried ice, chilling the sheets of paper to the point of near freezing. Conan thought, "The paper is too heavy, it's hard to move them. Still, I can sense Ares with Security, so there's no need to keep this up." She was about to speak to Valeri when a large magic circle formed above her, courtesy of Kuroka, who had been hiding until now. Seeing this, Conan launched a barrage of papers at both girls, which stuck to their skin. From the magic circle, an immense fire erupted toward Conan, while seals appeared on the papers stuck to Valeri and Kuroka, causing them to explode and severely injuring both. The fire consumed the papers that constituted Conan, making her disappear. Meanwhile, Valeri and Kuroka fell to their knees, wounded from the explosions. "I expected a bit more of a fight," Valeri remarked. "Well, I put all my magic into that attack," Kuroka replied. "Hey, I froze the sheets," Valeri shot back. "Where are Lavinia and Feichan?" Kuroka asked. "Out cold somewhere," Valeri answered. "Then we should go get them," Kuroka suggested. "Yeah, I think we should," Valeri agreed. Suddenly, something fell in front of them. It was none other than the unconscious body of Biko. "Biko!" Valeri exclaimed. "What happened to him?" Kuroka asked, concern evident in her voice. "I don't know, but he's injured," Valeri replied. From the top of a tree, Frost and Conan observed the unfolding scene with calmness. "The goal of all this is to buy time for Ares to fight the Security," Conan explained. "I'm surprised we both had the same idea of using a clone to fight them," Frost remarked. "Don't get the wrong idea, Frost. I just had the same idea for a fight as you did," Conan clarified. "Why are you so mean?" Frost asked, feigning hurt. "That's just how I am," she replied, pushing him away with one hand. "Well, that's part of what I like about you," Frost said, draping his arm over her shoulders. "2 words, personal space," Conan shot back, though a small smile tugged at her lips. Frost looked momentarily sad before breaking into a calm smile. "I know one day I'll win your love. Anyway, let's go find the others," he said cheerfully. "Finally, something we agree on," Conan replied, and together they left, leaving Valeri and Kuroka to try to wake their companion. Meanwhile, Gander and Lily watched as a fireball collided violently with a ball of darkness. Upon closer inspection, It was Gander and Phoenix, clashing their fists engulfed in fire and darkness. Gander's fist struck Phoenix's face, but Phoenix quickly retaliated with a kick to Gander's stomach, pushing him back. Phoenix regenerated his head and lunged at Gander, his arms ablaze. Gander vanished into the shadows just as Phoenix lunged, evading the attack. A sphere of darkness emerged from the shadow of a tree and struck Phoenix's leg, vanishing into another shadow. Multiple spheres of darkness began to emerge from the shadows around them, all targeting Phoenix. He barely managed to dodge them, but unlike the first sphere, these did not dissolve. Instead, they bounced off everything they touched and returned toward him. Realizing he couldn't dodge them all, Phoenix summoned his wings and took to the sky to evade the assault. Suddenly, the spheres stopped bouncing and hovered before transforming into beams of energy that shot toward him. Phoenix did his best to avoid the dark attacks, but some still struck him, and soon more attacks emerged from all directions. Determined to clear the area, Phoenix transformed back into his phoenix form and dove toward the ground. Just before hitting the ground, he stabilized his flight and ignited the trees around him, creating light and reducing the shadows. As he predicted, Gander's attacks diminished in both number and power. From a hidden cave among the trees, a gigantic serpent with gray scales and black markings emerged, a clear sign of dragon force. This was the slumbering dragon king, Jormungandr. The massive serpent lunged at Phoenix, biting one of his wings and slamming him against the ground repeatedly. In pain, Phoenix briefly transformed back into his human form. As he returned to his phoenix form, the wing that Gander had bitten burst into flames, and he quickly retaliated. Phoenix moved at high speed, dodging Gander's attempts to bite or crush him while tearing into the serpent's body with his sharp claws. At one point, Gander unleashed a fire breath attack, which Phoenix easily evaded. But when he emerged from the flames, Gander was nowhere to be seen. Phoenix soared into the sky, searching for his opponent, unaware of the weight on his back. Shadow dragons roar. Gander shouted, unleashing a massive wave of darkness that pierced through Phoenix, causing him to cough up blood and plummet to the ground. If I were you, I'd check if I have someone on my back, Gander taunted before disappearing into Phoenix's shadow. After a hard landing, Phoenix kicked up a cloud of dust. Gander emerged from a shadow a few meters away, this time without his black scales. I suppose this ends here, Gander said. Phoenix stood up as if nothing had happened, already regenerated and looking at Gander with calmness. I suppose so, he replied. They turned to see Conan and Frost walking toward them. You look a bit dirty, Birdbrain, Frost commented. And I see Conan rejected you again, but I'm not bringing it up all the time, Phoenix shot back. Frost's left eye twitched at that comment, and he glared at Phoenix. Thanks for setting things up for me, I'll take care of him, Frost said, stepping closer. Give it a shot, monkey, Phoenix challenged. As the tension in the air thickened, someone approached Gander, who was watching the unfolding scene with a disinterested expression. Everything all right, Fafnir? Gander inquired. Yeah, I was heading to the camp, but I sensed you were fighting, Fafnir replied. Don't worry about it, it's just one of the guys who have been bothering us all day, Gander explained. At this revelation, Conan raised an eyebrow. Did they notice us? She asked. Friend, we are 2 dragon kings. We sensed their presence from the start, Fafnir assured her. The only reason we didn't attack earlier was that we never felt any ill intentions from their side, Gander added. Did you really notice us for that long? Phoenix inquired. Well, at least the members of our group did. If I had to talk about the 4 following Valeri, Fafnir began. Let's just say they get a bit too confident. By the way, I need to go find Lily, Gander interrupted. No need, on the way I ran into Lecter and the others. Apparently, they found him unconscious on a mountain, Fafnir informed him. My fault, I wanted to make an epic entrance, Phoenix admitted. Don't worry, I'm not Saji, Gander replied with a smirk. And speaking of Saji, with Saji and Arthur. The transformed Saji and Juzu stood face to face, their expressions serious, or as serious as Juzu's new appearance allowed. Saji glanced sideways at Arthur's unconscious body, reminding himself to be cautious about the level of destruction he might cause. Juzu, aware of his opponent's partner in distress, felt a slight amusement. In an instant, Saji lunged at Juzu, his left claw coated in poison and ready to strike. Juzu swiftly grabbed Saji's wrist, halting his advance, and swung his scythe towards Saji's neck. Just before the weapon made contact, Saji broke free and delivered a sweeping kick with his poisoned leg, followed by a hammer strike aimed at Juzu. To Juzu, Saji's attack resembled a guillotine, prompting him to vanish from the spot. Juzu looked at the hand that had held Saji. He couldn't recall letting go. That's when he noticed he had no hand. Saji's poison had melted Juzu's hand upon contact. Juzu chuckled and regenerated his melted limb. "Now it's my turn to strike," Juzu declared, his voice echoing like a wild animal's roar. Saji puffed out his cheeks and unleashed a powerful stream of poison in response. Juzu, however, was not idle. A sphere of red energy formed between the two horns on his head, transforming into a massive beam that surpassed the power of Saji's roar. "What was that?" Saji exclaimed, quickly turning to retaliate, but Juzu had already appeared beside him, seizing his arm. With a swift motion of his scythe, Juzu severed Saji's arm and tossed it aside. Saji winced in pain before reattaching his arm, threads appearing to stitch it back in place. "I let my guard down," Saji muttered. He waved one hand, sending a wave of poison toward Juzu, who vanished and reappeared behind him, ready to strike with his scythe. That attack was blocked by Caliban, which Saji held firmly. As their weapons clashed, the ground beneath them cracked, and the wind swirled around them. They separated their weapons to begin a new exchange of blows, each collision causing further destruction. At one point, Saji managed to sever both of Juzu's arms, disarming him and delivering a deep cut to Juzu's abdomen, causing a spray of blood to erupt from the wound. However, Juzu was not defeated. He quickly bent down and drove one of his horns into Saji's chest, piercing slightly into his heart. Saji coughed up blood and then kicked Juzu away. "Damn it. That BS won't stop at anything," Saji thought, spitting out more blood as his knees trembled. Issei was right about this transformation. Flashback. Saji and Issei bore bruises, clear signs of their recent battle. Why do I tire so easily?" Saji asked, breathing. "You use Dragon Force, but it's an incomplete form," Issei replied. "And?" Saji pressed. "That's it, it's incomplete." Saji looked at Issei, confused. Issei sighed. "While it gives you a lot of power, you lose too much energy." Saji's eyes widened in understanding. "I recommend that until you perfect it, you only use it for short fights," Issei advised. "I'll try," Saji said. And flashback. "My energy is running low," Saji thought. Juzu's arms reattached, and he began walking towards Sei, scythe in hand and a sinister smile on his face. Suddenly he fell to his knees, clutching his chest. What's happening to me?" Juzu gasped. "Did you forget I use poison?" Saji replied. Juzu's eyes widened in shock. "Believe it or not, all my attacks were poisoned. The cuts, the threads, even the strikes. I poisoned everything," Saji declared. Juzu glared at Saji with pure hatred. "Don't even think about getting up. I used so many different types of poison that if you keep moving, your body might melt away," Saji warned, creating several threads to stitch his wounds. Saji deactivated Dragon Force and stood up, then began to walk away from the area, holding his left side, right over his heart. He took a few steps but stopped upon hearing footsteps behind him. The blonde turned slowly to see Juzu struggling to stand, looking at him with intense hatred. "Maybe I'll die, but I'll take you with me," Juzu declared, a wild grin forming on his transformed face. An immense sphere of red energy formed between the horns on Juzu's head. Saji turned fully and looked seriously at Juzu. "As you wish," Saji replied. Saji reactivated his Dragon Force, held his hands out in front of him, and began gathering power. "Zero!" Juzu shouted, his monstrous voice filled with fury. "Secret art of the Dragon Slayer. Toxic Cavalry!" Saji yelled, his voice merging with that of Vritra. The two attacks collided, A powerful red beam from Juzu meeting an equally potent purple beam from Saji. The force of their attacks was so immense that the island cracked, a massive fissure forming between them, resonating throughout the area. Both boys screamed, pouring more power into their respective attacks, causing them to grow in size and strength. The energy beams began to destabilize, yet neither combatant yielded. Ultimately, as their blasts increased in power, they exploded, sending both boys flying. Saji and Juzu returned to their normal forms, buried under the rubble. A few minutes later, Saji emerged from the debris, gravely injured and with his dragon force deactivated. He struggled to stand and slowly made his way toward the camp, dragging one of his legs, likely broken. With Tiamat, changes had occurred on the beach where Tiamat was fighting Gara. The most noticeable were the gigantic, monstrous arms of frozen sand scattered everywhere, along with large craters in the ground, a clear sign that Gara had pulled his sand from the earth. Massive chunks of ice littered the area as well. Tiamat quickly moved behind Gara, attempting to strike him, but the wall of sand surrounding him absorbed the blow effortlessly. Once again, Tiamat vanished in a blur of speed, reappearing a few meters away from the redhead, her right arm completely enveloped in lightning. Dragon of lightning, break her fist. Tiamat shouted, moving her arm forward. Lightning coalesced into a massive fist made entirely of electricity, hurtling toward Gara. For the first time in the fight, he was forced to move, leaping to the side to evade the electric attack.